Hey guys, so sorry I'm late. Having some technical issues. Still getting used to running this software, and there are all kinds of technical issues that come up. But I'm here now. Thank you all for coming. Let's see who we've got here. Zaptin Kaboom. Well, what is going on? Why do I have an echo? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Sorry about that. See, technical issues being a new person. Technical issues. They're just going to come up. It's inevitable. Hello, welcome, Zapton. You always tend to make my video premieres. I really appreciate that. It means a lot. I premiere videos at all different random times, and you pop up in a lot of them. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, Saggy Star. How's it going? Thanks for coming. Thanks for, excuse me. Thanks for popping over from Tony's live. I was so mad I missed a lot of his live tonight. I just wasn't feeling great. I needed to rest. Um, but this is good therapy though. This is good therapy. So I wanted to still do this live. Hey, Chicago Made Gaming and Media. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Hey, with H, it's okay. Eat my lifesaver gummy. Yes, yes. You know what I love? I'm a big fan of like the sour gummy worms. Those are my thing. I'm hooked on those. Like, give me a bag of those. I can't stop eating them. I have no self-control with those. Oh, I wish I could, Saggy Star. Just eat a few gummies and I'm done. No, I can't seem to stop. Hey, Golden Child. What's up? Thanks for coming. Hey, May all. Let's see. Or is it May Ali? It's May Ali. I can never read that for some reason. I couldn't tell if it was May all or May Ali. Hey, May Ali. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Hey, Adriana. Adriana, hi everyone. Hi. Yeah, I haven't seen you here before, I don't think. Welcome, welcome. Nice to see you. Whit H says, I want to take a moment and say I feel like all that yellow represents insanity, like that 1892 story, The Yellow Wallpaper. Ooh, interesting. I love this. I love this. I remember, I think I remember this from school, where the woman gets crazier and the yellow starts spreading more. Yeah, whose story was that? Does anybody remember who wrote that? I'm trying to remember now. That's a fantastic point. That's a fantastic point. And I remember reading that in school, and I don't recall who wrote it or what the title was. But if anybody knows that, throw that in the chat, because like that's a great point. That there's definitely something to the color yellow in this show, isn't there? That the color yellow, it keeps popping up. It has to have significance to me. Like Boyd and all his endless supply of freaking yellow shirts. I mean, like, what is up with that? He's got like 50 of these things or something, right? I mean, he must. That not all of them are identical either. There are slight differences in the material, in the design, but they're similar. They're all similar. And he keeps pulling them out, pulling them out. Now this season, it's getting colder. We're seeing him put on something warmer. He's finally ditching the yellow shirt. Maybe that has some kind of symbolism to it. That there's something, I don't know, there's something going on there. And there's the yellow house that is so prominently featured. It's the Lou house. Now it's just going to be Kenny there with the Matthews, with the loss of Mrs. Lou. So there's something to it. There's the yellow bile in the monsters. I mean, they found yellow bile in Smiley. That's all that was left in him. Everything else was dried up. Now the bile ended up being totally useless. As far as we know, maybe it'll come back. I personally think it's probably done. Maybe it was just there as some sort of symbolism to just throw that yellow in there somewhere. And there's all of this yellow. I'm telling you, there is something to it. And now we have the enigmatic man in yellow. I'm actually trying to pull up screenshots. Let me see if I can find the screenshot of that. Because I have the whole episode screenshotted. and we got to talk about this. We got to talk about this. What is up with this man in yellow? There's something going on. Uh, it's not even like he's the scariest looking thing in the whole basement, but we're all obsessed with him. There's definitely something significant to that painting. And let me see if I can find it. I've got loads of screenshots to go through here, but I have them all in order, nice and neat. Yeah, that man in yellow, man, I'm telling you, I'm gonna pull that up in a minute, but let me say hi to some more people. Hey, Doc Hayes, thanks for coming. Nice to see you as always. Hey, Jay Sleek, what's up? Thanks for coming. Appreciate you. And coming over from Tony's live too. I always appreciate that. Yeah, could easily eat a whole bag. I can't finish sweets in one sitting, but give me a Pringles can and I can't stop. Yeah, we all have our thing that we don't have much self-control with, don't we? There's always something. Yeah, it's for me, I could do that with gummy worms. God, what else? There's certain things I just don't have any self-control. Fudge. Oh my God. Like this, I can't even have fudge around me because I can't stop. Like I cannot stop eating it. So certain things I don't even have in the house. Like Ben and Jerry's. Nope. No, I have no self-control. So can't even do it. It's like a drug for me. I cannot do it. Don't even get me started on the Pringles. I ate half a tube of sour cream and onion for breakfast. It was like a war crime. Oh, well, you know what? Yeah, I've been there. I've had Ben and Jerry's for breakfast before I kicked that habit. I don't do that anymore. I can't even buy it. Like I said, can't even buy it. Saggy Star said, "I thought yellow was power and happiness." Yeah. Interesting. I've also heard something about it representing hope, possibly. I there's something to the color yellow for sure. We gotta explore this. We gotta explore this more. Um, work in a restaurant, so weird hours, and after I'm done cooking for everyone, all I want at 3 a.m. sometimes is Pringles or Easy Mac. Oh, I hear you. I don't blame you. After doing all that cooking, why would you want to do any more? I feel you on that. Um, we got a whole conversation that started here over this. Oh, the cheddar Pringles are my, oh my God, you're after my own heart. Those are my two faves too. The cheddar Pringles and the pizza ones. Yeah, I could eat a whole can of those. Absolutely. Hey, Nesha Rochelle. Hey, thanks for coming as always. Appreciate it. Hey, Chocolate Beauty. Thank you so much for coming too. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Larissa, straight from Tony's chat. All right, awesome. Hopefully, I know I was running late, so hopefully I didn't lose too many people. But thank you so much for coming over. I appreciate that. Tony's awesome, man. He's really he's supported me so much with my channel, and I greatly appreciate it. You know, sending people over. He didn't have to do that. I wasn't going to bring up my channel or my live at all. I was calling in to talk about the show, and he asked me. He brought it up on his own. He said, "You're doing a live after this," and he said he'd send people over. I have great appreciation for that. That was really cool of him to do because he didn't have to do it, and I wasn't gonna say a word about it. So about my live. So appreciate that so much. We're a tight knit community. We gotta support each other, and I'm just a little guy. I'm brand new to this. Tony's been in this game for years. He's got so many subs, and he's a pro. So to have somebody like that, trying to send me some support, that means a whole lot to me. That means a lot. I think this whole show is spiritual and about American history. Yeah, I'm inclined to believe that myself. Absolutely. There has to be something to the the American history references. And Real Enigmas has pointed a lot of stuff out that I agree with, regarding American history being tied into the history of this place, of Fromville, like the origin of it. And the way that it works. And if I mean, I already believed that has to be something tied deeply to America because nobody from any other country shows up here. It's just America. There has to be a reason for that. And you've got the American flag prominently featured right in the intro. You've got all of this stuff popping up, the Civil War soldier. And then Real pointed out when the trailer came out, he pointed it out right away. He spotted that Puritan guy in the background in the painting. And it was dark too. It was a dark shot, but he pointed that out. He noticed it. And it is a Puritan, 100%. Now we've got some more images too of historical stuff. I'm going to try to pull up the images of the paintings tonight. So I want to look through them. I'm not going to do a crazy marathon length stream tonight like I did the first 2 times, but there's something there's some stuff I want to go over with you guys and see what you think with those paintings. Hey, Marsha Irwin, new to the live chat. Oh, well, I'm so glad you made it. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. I'm new to doing lives. This is only my 3rd one, but it's addictive. I just absolutely love it. I love it. So much fun. Hey, Golden Child says, I put a clip into Jeremy's Discord yesterday of Boyd putting on his yellow shirt with a bright yellow house in the background. I saw that, Golden Child. Absolutely. I saw that. I definitely think the show's trying to tell us something. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That was a deliberate choice that the show made. They're very detail oriented. And now is Boyd the man in yellow? That part, I don't know. Because the man in yellow seems sinister. He's glowing red. I'll pull that up in a few minutes and we'll take a look at that, see if I can find that. Yeah, let's see. I'll just call you May. Yes, I'll just call you May. It's easier. Have you figured out your footing or when to do your lives? I know there are so many people doing it now. Yeah, I'm trying to find my, my spot where I can squeeze in there, because there are a lot of people doing it. This might be a good time. We'll see how this goes. Because I don't want to stream when I won't stream when Jeremy's streaming. Jeremy Ice and Fire. Nope. He supported me so much starting my channel. And plus, I want to be in his chat. He's awesome. When he's live, if I'm available, I want to be in his chat. I waited until Tony finished his live tonight. So yeah, I'm not gonna stream when Tony's streaming. And yeah, like in general, I want to try to avoid the other YouTube content creators whenever possible. Sometimes it might not be possible because there are so many of them, right? But whenever I can, try to avoid like the main ones, and like Real and Tony, and especially especially Jeremy, and people like that. Hey, Kelly. How's it going? Thanks for coming. Hey, the Copper Broom. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Wild Marjoram. How's it going? My wing person. Thank you for making it. I appreciate you so much. Hey, Angela E. Welcome as always. You're always a great contributor to any live chat. You make really interesting points and great comments in my comment section too. So thank you so much for that. Yeah, maybe Boyd found them in the forest of the yellow shirts. Yeah, maybe he did. I don't know. I mean, the animals popped up. All these animals came magically out of nowhere. So hey, who knows, right? I think hitting the monsters with bio bullets did something to them, like made them stronger. Okay, maybe it backfired, right? Maybe it backfired, and yeah, it could be. It is. They spent so much airtime on that, and so to imagine that's like to consider that was just pointless and useless. That's kind of a letdown, right? So maybe it actually backfired and made things worse. I like that idea. That's much better than just looking at them as a pointless element of the plot. Google AI says this symbolizes a sense of impending danger, decay, illness, anxiety, or a warning sign. Okay, all right, interesting. Yeah, well, that fits, right? That fits with the show. Um, yeah, and yeah, you know what? That fits really well when you think about it because Boyd, in his flashback, in Boyd's first appearance, like when he first got to town, we saw a flashback and he was wearing blue, not yellow. Blue is another color that's prominently featured on the show. There's the yellow house, there's the blue house, and the the blue, yeah, he ditched the blue shirt after that flashback. He was wearing the yellow shirts always exclusively. So yeah, that it would make sense if it symbolizes impending danger, illness, or a warning sign. His Parkinson's symptoms started to develop here too. So that fits with that. And as far as ditching the color blue, well, I'm not sure about the blue symbolism in the show. I've looked at it before. I'd have to look into it again, but the Matthews house collapsed. That was blue. Blue. We don't see Boyd wearing blue anymore. It's exclusively yellow, and now some muted gray, white, black. But no more blue shirts. So the color symbolism is definitely something. I thought the man in yellow looked like the screaming man in the cave Jade saw. Hmm. Interesting. I like that. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Yeah, we'll see. Let me try and keep going here. I tend to take way too long with this. Angela E says, I'm obsessed with the man in yellow because if he arrived in Frumland wearing that bright yellow suit, he will stick out like a sore thumb. But I think he will stick out like a sore thumb anywhere. He would. He definitely would. Um, yeah, I'm trying to get. Oh yeah, I've got some of the paintings. I'm gonna start putting them up in a minute. Um, let's see. Toast Gaming. Hey, Toast Gaming. Thanks for coming. Ethan and Victor are the only two characters I desperately want to live to the end. Yeah, I have more than just them. I mean, it's tough. It's tough. Like there are certain ones I'm very attached to. I need Jade to survive. I need Boyd. Boyd is gonna survive, of course. We know he's got bulletproof plot armor. Um, but so yeah, those two, Victor, I desperately want him to live to the end too, but I don't think he will. I think Victor's gonna go before the end, unfortunately. He wasn't even supposed to make it out of season one. So, yeah, I hate to say it, but I think Victor is going to go, hopefully not this season. 'Cause we're all so attached to I'm so attached to him. I know a lot of people are. But I think he'll probably go out a hero once he's finished kind of passing the torch to Ethan. He'll go out a hero in some regard. Um, yeah, Mellow Yellow. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, and as far as Ethan, by the way, Ethan is a problem because of his growth spurt going on. So I really hope that they don't do something like what they did. I won't spoil Lost for anybody that there's a kid on Lost. They did have to write him out because of his growth spurt. Let's just say that. It's an old show, but people have been so kind not to spoil things for me. So I try not to drop too many spoilers to that. I'm watching Lost for the first time myself. So yeah, it's quite a ride. I really enjoy it. And there are parallels, and I just hope that I hope they don't kill off Ethan, and I predict if he goes through a growth spurt that's too intense, that they'll just send him through a faraway tree, and maybe he'll come back older. They'll explain it away somehow. Hey, Vanessa Wicked, what's up? Thanks for coming again. I appreciate it. Don't even worry about it. Same, yeah. Hey. Don't even worry about it. Yeah. Thanks for coming. Let's see what we got. I'm gonna scroll down. Scroll down. Thank you so much, Vanessa. You got this. Thank you very much. It's not easy flying solo, you know? It's different than having a co-host. But maybe in time I'll find another co-host. And if Sophia ever wants to come, she is more than welcome. She's more than welcome. Hey, OW. I'm not doing so great, to be honest. I'm not feeling great today. I've got a lot of pain going on. I have some pain conditions, and I'm not feeling great. But this show is good therapy. And talking to the Fromley is good therapy. I hope you're doing well. Hey, Summer Girl TV. Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. I've seen you here before. Thank you so much. Um, Chicago made gaming and media. I have not actually. I've been trying to avoid spoiling. There's been so much spoiled by the show, so I this time I didn't watch the trailer for the next episode. Maybe I should. I have heard that the car accident Henry and Tabitha get in happens in that episode, so I know that much. And I knew that was coming anyway, because I believe Tabitha and Henry are probably coming back in the ambulance. So that's not a surprise. I figured that that car accident is happening, and it's probably the biggest thing in the trailer, I'm guessing. But yeah, maybe I should just break down and watch it. Let's see who's making the bullets, right? where where are all these bullets coming from? Are they appearing in the woods like the animals? When you start to think too much about it, yeah, sometimes you just have to suspend your disbelief with this show because there are certain things these people shouldn't have. How is their hair looking so clean? Where's the hair? Where's the shampoo coming from? Right? I mean, there are all kinds of things you could point to and be like, how does this make sense? Right? But yeah, we gotta just suspend our disbelief, I guess. I always thought the bio-bullet situation was a way of the show telling us that the nightmare creatures consume the organs. Could be. That could be because bile aids in digestion, right? So that's something that digestion thing is something that I've thought about myself. So I hadn't put that together about the organs, though. That's an interesting point, and that could be right. Um, yeah, because where are the organs going? Where that's something that drives people crazy, right? Where are all these organs? Are they being harvested? Are they being eaten? They keep disappearing. We always see chest cavities vacated, and there has to be something to it that the organs are not there. So yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. I like that theory. The body produces, yeah, exactly. It's only for digestion. Exactly, exactly. Vanessa, yeah, Chicago, you got to drop some videos. I'm looking forward to seeing what you've got coming up. I know you're looking forward to. I mean, you're working on making your own videos, and that's awesome. More power to you. The more people talking about this show, the better. Like Jeremy says, right? It's good for the show, and you have some really unique ideas. So keep at it. Like I want to see what you come up with. Lisa Simpson. Hey, Lisa Simpson's in the chat. All right. The true game is the one where the creators throw mysteries and watch us theorize compulsively. Right. Right. I mean, it's kind of an ironic situation because they're putting us in the same position as the people on the show. They're making us obsess and debate what is going on with this place, try to solve this mystery. It's like it's really an interesting phenomenon because they have us talking about it year round, even when the show isn't on. It's like we're all stuck in Fromville together. And I think that's a really interesting thing. I think it's cool. We're all in the same boat. The actors don't know what's going on either. They're part of the Fromley. We're all trying to figure this thing out. So yeah, is Boyd's sports coat black or navy blue? I think it's black. I think it's black. I could be wrong, but I do believe it is black. And hey, Papa Socks. So glad you can make it as always. Great to see you. Hope you're doing well. I wonder how they originally wrote Victor out. Yeah, he wasn't supposed to survive season 1. So I don't know. I think what might have happened is maybe when he went I think he was probably supposed to go out in the Colony House massacre. Maybe he pushed my theory on that. I have nothing to base it on, but I bet they were going to just have him die saving Julie. Push Julie into a tree and then get uh, you know, get murdered by the monsters. And yeah, uh, and then instead, I was so relieved because we didn't know where he was for several episodes. We were like, what is going on with Victor? Where is he? And then he popped up in the cave. He popped up waiting for Tabitha. And so, yeah, I'm glad they didn't get rid of him because he's an amazing character and a fantastic actor. Nice. Yeah, nice, Chicago. Hope, yeah, keep at it, man. Keep at it with releasing your own content. Hope you get that out soon. T My says, "Am I the only one who's afraid for Victor when his full memory comes back?" Yeah, no, you're not the only one. It's concerning. It's concerning. I'm worried about it. I think we're already seeing some of the effects um of Victor's memories coming back. He's getting triggered. He's starting to remember things and he's not handling things well anymore. And this is what happens when someone with trauma gets triggered. He flips out on Ethan in episode 2. I mean, he's never done that before. Yelling at him, throwing a fit, dropping his stuff. And yeah, I think Victor is going to have a rough time of it this season as his memories come back. Victor's going to be struggling with that. So, yeah, that's going to be difficult. That's going to be difficult for him. He's actively trying to remember things now. He's not trying to forget. He's not trying to keep it all buried. So that's going to be an ongoing thing, and we're going to have to wait and see what he digs up. I'm curious to see what that's going to be. Hey, Robert Saunders. Hey, my friend. No, don't be sorry you're late. Just glad you could make it at all. Thank you so much. I was late too. I was late to my own live. Lateness is a bad habit of mine. I need to kick that. Yellow Jackets had a similar problem with a younger actor. He grew about a foot in between seasons and was taller than most of the actresses. Ooh, yeah, that's not good. That is not good. Yeah, it's a problem. Hey, OW, thanks for making it to the live. Appreciate it. Sorry to hear that. Thank you. Yeah, if that's in reference to me. Yeah, I'm not feeling great, but the Fromily is my therapy. You guys are my therapy. This show is my therapy. So I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Chase Leak says, "Get well soon." Thank you so much. Yeah, everyone is so kind. See, this is why I love this fandom so much. It's just amazing. You guys, this fandom has welcomed me in from day one. I didn't even know about this show until this year, if you can believe it. I didn't. I never watched it before, and I I found the show. I started joining people's lives, and everyone was so kind and so accepting and so welcoming. It just it just blew me away. I've never experienced anything like that. I've never really been part of a fandom before. So, just to be welcomed in like I have been, it's been incredible. It's been life-changing for me, actually. I have a lot I'm struggling with in my life, and just to have the kindness and acceptance of people in this fandom, and it's completely changed my life for the better. So I can't thank everyone enough for their kindness. Truly, it's been one of the it's just it's the highlight. Like these lives, like other people's lives. It's the highlight of my week always. It really is. Um, let's see. If Boyd's sports coat is navy blue, they only gave him one blue coat but dozens of yellow shirts. The powers that be need to give him another sports coat, right? That thing is starting to get ragged. It's got holes in it. It's it's not good. Um, it's gonna be rags by the time the show is over. It's just gonna be hanging on him in tatters, right? This show and community is great therapy. It really is. It truly, truly is. Shampoo, exactly, right? How are their how is their hair looking so nice and clean all the time? It's kind of like a situation like Lost. Their hair looked too nice too. They're castaways on an island. Somehow their hair always looked, I mean, not always, sometimes it looked grimy, but, I mean, a lot of times, it looked pretty nice, it looked pretty clean. And, like, eventually they explain it, they get some shampoo, but, it's not there for the whole series, and yet, I don't know, somehow their hair is magically clean. Same with From. Let's see, scrolling down, scrolling down. Yeah, I mean, I watched so many people's videos and theories that by the time I watch the episode, um when the stuff doesn't come true, I get upset psychologically. Yeah, yeah. It can be tough when you invest in a theory and it doesn't pan out. Let's go scrolling down. Let's see. Yeah, what we're talking about what the color yellow symbolizes. Yeah. Yeah, we gotta look into this because it is definitely significant. Um, Perhaps someone in the ambulance will have some kind of drug in their body, and that's how it gets there. Hmm. Yeah, there's something going on with drugs. There's an ongoing theme of drugs now in the show. And so we gotta look at that too, because Jade arrives in town high out of his mind. Toby Toby is high out of his mind. And You know, actually, no, I don't think Toby is high. I take that back. I think Jade is the one who's high. I think Toby just had a head injury. But yeah, there's that. There's the people at Colony House always getting high. Um, there's now Miranda doing acid, and so there's something going on with the theme of drugs, and so that's yeah. I don't know. I don't think that the whole thing is an acid trip. I would be upset if that's all this is. I know that that's something, you can't help but wonder after finding out Miranda saw all these visions after doing acid. But I yeah, I'd be disappointed if, like, let's say this thing is a whole, this one giant acid trip. That would be upsetting to me personally. The chat jumped. Let me go back. Let me go back. This is what Jeremy's been warning me about. Sometimes the chat just kind of jumps on you and then you've got to find your place again. This is what he warned me about. Okay, where am I at? Where am I at? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Hmm. Trying to find my place again. My goodness. Okay, here we go. Solicito? I'm so sorry if I am butchering that, but thank you for coming. There are two drawings where it shows many people with yellow shirts, one where they're standing in a circle. Yeah. Yeah, there's a circle of there's a painting in the new out of the new paintings of bunch of kids in yellow and orange shirts on the merry-go-round. So there's some symbology going on. There's symbolism with the colors. Absolutely. Some symbolism with the colors. Let's see, let's see. Yeah, the writers involved us in the show. Absolutely. Absolutely. Um, yeah, I posted so I it took me a while. I posted part 1 of my episode 2 breakdown today. It took me so much longer than I expected because it turns out I have a lot to say, way more than I thought. So I had to break it into 2. Part 2, I think I'll release tomorrow. So that rather than put it out in the middle of the night, I'll just release it tomorrow. Um, I Googled the use of rotten fruits and veggies. Google said you can use rotten fruits and veggies to make shampoo and conditioner. Now everyone in Frontville will have clean hair. Okay. All right. Yeah, maybe. Now they can explain it at least a way that'll make sense. Okay, let's see. Let's see here. Uh Robert says, I logged on right when you were talking about yellow. Would you mind giving me a quick synopsis of the conversation? I'm very interested in that topic. Yeah, we were talking about what yellow could symbolize in this show. How Boyd has so many yellow shirts, how he switched from his blue shirt when he arrived in the flashback to yellow all the time. Mrs. Lu's house is yellow, and that has significance too. I mean, and isn't Henry's house yellow too? Yeah, Henry's house is yellow too. Victor's father. Um, and then somebody was pointing out that yellow symbolizes like impending danger, illness, a few other things. I can't remember all of them, but there's definitely something to that. Absolutely. Hey, Will Smalls, thanks for making it. I appreciate you as always. Hey, let's see what it is. No, okay, no, that's an interesting one. Hey, Julie, a bit late, but same. I'm so excited to see more Victor this season. Yes, I love Victor. Victor is awesome. Amazing character, amazing actor, just terrific. Terrific. I find it a bit odd that Victor's mom found out about Fromville during an acid trip. I wonder if people can get there voluntarily by taking drugs. It makes you wonder, right? They say that, and I don't know a lot about this, but I've heard that taking psychedelic drugs um, can kind of give you this experience of like opening up your perception in a totally unique way. Maybe it even opens up the quote unquote third eye, the ability to perceive things beyond ordinary sight. So maybe this could be a way to um I, I mean, on the other hand, I think that people who end up here, they seem to be handpicked. They seem to be chosen. And I think the show tried to illustrate this in the fact that Henry and Miranda did acid together, but only Miranda saw these visions and heard the voices, not both. So I think it was because Miranda was chosen. She said that she felt she was chosen. So it might just be specific people that are chosen. I've always believed that people are handpicked for this place. People are hand selected by some entity and drawn in. Miranda was one of them. Miranda said she believed she was chosen and that many had been chosen before her, and all of them had failed to save the children. Now, what that means, who these children are, that is still up in the air. That's a huge mystery. But we're getting more insight. We're starting to get a bit more insight into that. Yeah. Let's see. Hey, Black Arts. Tabitha is an anchor for Victor. Yeah. Yeah, and now that she's not there currently, Victor doesn't have that calming maternal presence. So that's a good point. Yeah, it's the magic of From. We're all in the same boat together, trying to figure this thing out, and that's the fun of it, really. If they have a problem with kids growing because they haven't hit puberty yet, why would you put them on the show unless you were willing to do some type of time jump? Exactly my point, Saggy Star. Like, kids do tend to grow after all. Kids grow, and like, you know, why would you make them integral to the plot of a show? Why would you do that? Why would you make a child so significant if you're just going to um if you're just going to have to write them off because they hit a growth spurt? Kids grow. We got to remember this. They did this with Lost, and it's going to be an issue again, I think, with Ethan. Don't want to be morbid, but I feel like Victor might dig up a bad memory about someone. Eloise, Christopher, or someone he befriended as a teen. Okay. Yeah. No, I think you're right. It's gonna be some kind of memory that is probably gonna be triggering for him. The moment I heard about this show's trailer and I seen Boyd shaking that bell, I knew this show would be great. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, golden era of the 80s and 90s horror mystery box shows. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They don't make shows like that anymore. Perhaps someone in the ambulance will have some kind of drug in their body, and that's how it gets there. Okay, yeah, I think okay, now I'm caught up with where the chat jumped on me. Peaches must be good for hair nutrition. Maybe so. Maybe so. Will Smalls said, "It's an amazing thing when you find your people when you weren't even looking for them." I had the same feeling way back when Jay and Jack podcast came to my ears. Jay and Jack is lost. Yeah, it's really an amazing thing. I feel like I've found my people for sure in the Fromily. It's awesome, and it came into my life at a time when I really needed it the most. So, what's the purpose of Victor's dad coming to Fromville? There's some reason that the Fromville, I think, wants him now. Either that, or it wanted Tabitha to learn something from him, or specifically the boy in white who sent her out. I think the boy in white sent her out, and yeah, maybe to learn something from Victor's dad and bring that knowledge back. I've been kind of in the team of the boy in white is not a good entity from the beginning, but maybe he's trying to help. I don't know. I keep an open mind. Maybe he's trying to help get some information out of Henry. He gave all of this unbelievable insight into Miranda and into this place. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe he is trying to help. Let's see. Oh, hey, Wolf Spear. Hey, thanks for coming. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Tilly is on a high high of life, gossip and butting in. Yes, she is. Indeed, indeed. Hey, Justinus. Welcome. Good evening. Yeah, yep, that's right, Marielle. It's another one with the drugs. Drugs popping up in this show, and now she's going through withdrawals or coming out of it at this point. Drugs spiritually and culturally have been used to make the connection to other planes stronger. And if from is like a pocket realm, a far pocket realm known in folklore as being somewhere over the hedge. Interesting. I like it. I like that. I think that I think that it is a pocket dimension. So, yeah. Uh, I think certain people are chosen to be able to connect with it. But if they are chosen, then the drugs could certainly induce that. Uh, you know, make them more deeply connected to it, perhaps. Yeah, yeah. The drugs open their subconscious up to other entities and thinning to realms that overlap with ours. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the bile is yellow, orange. Boyd's shirt is orangish yellow. Yeah, it's some shade of yellow. It's like a mustard yellow, I would call it. Yellow is hope, could also be danger, marked in yellow. Yeah. Uh, let's see. Um, okay, let's keep scrolling down. This show uses many of mine and other pagan cultures. Oh, okay. Uses interesting pagan influences. There are all kinds of influences in this show from different cultures, I think. Um, Psychedelics, yeah, psychedelics are used in many indigenous cultures with all the entities in Fromville. It makes sense. Drugs like that might play a part in opening the gates to Fromville. I agree. I agree. Let's see. Yeah, Robert, let's see what you've got here. The three main colors are yellow, blue, and red. Going back to the first scene of Julie with the yellow phone and Tabitha with the blue phone. Great point. Really great point. I didn't catch that detail. Interesting. I don't know if that is an option. I haven't used updated creator site of YouTube. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's there's some all kinds of tech issues I'm navigating. I took yellow as hope or rebirth. I've heard about that too, yellow in relation to hope. It has different meanings across different cultures and yeah. So it could have more than one meaning. Yellow was popular in the 60s and 70s when Victor arrived. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, and by the way, hello, Indigo Child. Thanks for coming. Um, Robert says, in my theory, yellow equals target of the evil entity, blue equals protection from evil, and red equals the evil itself. Okay, so that brings me to I want to pull this. I found the while I was talking here. I want to pull up this man in yellow because that combines two of those colors. So that I want to see what you guys think about this. Let's see what you guys think about this. And I'm also going to throw up the link in case anybody wants to hop on. I'm going to throw up the link in a moment as well. Let me pull this up in the meantime. There we go. The man in yellow. Now, who the hell is this? There's something about him that has just captivated our imaginations. He's got a really sinister look on his face, too. He's got a yellow suit on, and look how he's framed in red. He's glowing red. It looks like he's glowing red. Now, what could that mean? What could that mean? We've got yellow and red combined in this. So, I mean, what is that? So, is yellow meaning he's a target? But red could be the evil itself, like you're saying, Robert. I mean, I think the red is a clue that there's something sinister to do with this guy. He doesn't have a very pleasant look on his face either. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes. Let me see if I can get this any bigger. Yeah, some people have said that he looks a little bit like the man in white drawing, a little bit, and like Victor's dad, a little bit, like as a young man. And I can kind of see it, the ears, the prominent forehead, the hair a little bit. But I don't know. I think he's somebody else. I think he's somebody else altogether. And I'm curious to see what you guys are going to think about that because I'm baffled as to what's going on with him. He's very enigmatic. I'm just gonna quickly go through and see if there's anybody I missed. Hey, Wolverine fan, thank you so much. I think you're a new subscriber too. Thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it. I think there are a select few picked to come there. Just happens to be some unfortunate people traveling with them when it's their time. 100%. 100%. I don't think literally every single person in this place was handpicked. I think that the major players they're selected, they're hand selected, but some of them they just got unlucky. They just happen to be traveling in a vehicle or that giant bus, and it's just their rotten luck that they ended up here. So yeah, absolutely agree with you. Robert says Boyd, interestingly enough, wears a yellow shirt with a blue blazer. Is it blue? Okay. To me, it's always looked black, but okay, maybe it's navy blue. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference. Yeah, it's a little hard to tell the difference for me. Thus, he is a target of the evil entity as represented by the yellow, but also protected by blue. Well, that would make sense. That would make sense. Then it's navy blue. Yeah, I like it. I really like it, Robert. I'm so far behind you guys. Let's see. Hey, Michael. Welcome, welcome. Did you see the pilgrim guy with a nail through his head into a tree, just like the girl that the monsters left in the woods? Oh, I think, yeah, someone mentioned that before. I did not see that. I did not see that. Is that in a painting or um I'm guessing that's in one of the paintings. So I gotta look for that. That's intriguing. So yeah, it's probably not the first time they've pulled that trick. Let's see. I'm trying to catch up with you guys. Larissa said, I'm wondering who Donna really is. We don't know her family name yet. Yeah, and isn't it interesting that in episode 1, they actually made a point of kind of putting that in our faces that we don't know Donna's last name. Tabitha was sitting there with Henry trying to come up with people's names to Google so that she could prove she was legit, right? And she was saying, Donna, Donna. She couldn't come up with the last name because she doesn't know, right? So I feel like that they put that in there to kind of, you know, plant that idea in our head, or maybe to continue trolling us that there's something sus about Donna. In my case, I don't think Donna's a mole. I actually don't, but I completely understand why a lot of people do. And I feel like that was put there as either a red herring or as a clue that maybe Donna isn't who she says she is. We see Tabitha come up with the Lou's last name, and Victor. She knows now we know his last name, and but she's sitting there. She's like Donna. Yeah, something to think about. So there may be two forces trying to control from, and an evil team trying to kill the people, and a good team trying to help, and they are fighting like the people and the monsters. Yeah, that's absolutely a possibility. Hey, Dieter, you made it. You made it. Oh, yeah, good morning. I know where you are. It's morning already. My goodness. Thank you so much. It's awesome. It's so awesome to see people um, popping in from around the world. The family has brought together an amazing group of people all across the world in all different countries. And as somebody new to YouTube, I just find it especially awesome when I see people from other countries have actually found my little channel and want to hear what I have to say. Like that's just the coolest thing to me. I've made friends from Russia, the UK. Gosh, where else? There's so many different places. Australia, even let's see, where's Petra from? Croatia. Yeah, so many different places. It's just amazing how it's brought us all together around the world. This crazy show. Yeah, heavy drug usage and heavy doses of alcohol allow people of Earth to travel to the etheric realm. At least it was on season 5 of the television show The Magicians. Ooh, interesting, Papa Socks. Very interesting. Trying to catch up with you guys. Yeah, Robert, I know you're a big proponent of this. It's very interesting. I've been trying to convince Julie that the boy in white is team good, which is the morally ambiguous team protecting everyone. I might yet persuade her. LOL. I you've got me at least on this, Robert. I think most likely he is not the evil entity, quote unquote. I think he's, if anything, he may be the lesser of two evils, or he may be someone or an entity that is just kind of forced to perpetuate this cycle, to try to trap a more dangerous evil entity, kind of like a prison warden. Maybe this is a prison for a more dangerous entity, and he can't help. Maybe this entity would like to help. I've always thought that the man in white painting looks like someone who's really depressed. So maybe it's just maybe it's a case of, he can't help. He has to keep this cycle going. And he tries to help wherever he can. He helps people survive, but he can't help them escape. Maybe. I'm open to that. I think that Henry won't make it to Fromville. If it's this ambulance that makes it in, it wouldn't have two patients. Yeah, that's the tricky thing. The only way it could work is if Henry's a patient and Tabitha is in there with him, as like just somebody there to support him. But I don't know. Yeah, so that's a good point. I'm not totally sure about that. Hey, Miss Data Science, welcome. Do you think the humans are behind everything, whether by using magic or alien tech or something? If so, how? Since this seems to be going on for a long time. Um, I don't, I personally, I don't think humans are behind it. Um, um, it's an interesting theory, and like the alien technology theory or magic. I don't know about humans. I think it might be spiritual entities, possibly going back to Native American history, maybe some sort of spiritual entities um, that are behind all of this. I think I lean more towards spiritual entities. Now, you could call it all different things. Taryn Matthew says the boogeyman. There are all different ways you could describe it. But I don't, yeah, I personally am more into the theories involving spiritual entities being at war with each other in this place or being trapped in this place. Yeah, that's my opinion on that. But who knows, right? There's still so much that's possible with this show. And I agree that it seems like this place has existed for a very long time. I think those dates in Tabitha's dream were a clue that, you know, it's it's been around for centuries. The first date, I believe, is 1506. So, something must have happened. That's when the first, I think that's when the first settlers were coming to North America. So it would line up with that. Maybe there's some sort of reaction to all the atrocities that these European settlers inflicted upon the indigenous people of this place. Let's see. Let me try and catch up with you guys, and then I'm going to throw up the link in case anybody wants to join. Yellow was used for cancer survivors. Live strong, so hope makes sense. That's true. That is true. I remember those bracelets. Yeah, those were around when I was in high school. Those became super popular. Yeah, in the 2000s. Robert says the man in yellow's eyes are very similar to the painting of the man in white's crow mouth in the basement in opening credits. Yeah, I do see similarities in their faces. I do. Absolutely, I do. Even like the ears that stick out. And he has that small mouth. So I am seeing a resemblance. Seeing a resemblance. He got that well shit happens face, yeah. His lips look like a bird. Yeah, they kind of do. They kind of do. Has anyone noticed how similar these paintings are to the ones Ellis has in Colony House? Yeah. Yeah. Um, so about that, yeah, I was watching the movie blogs live a couple days ago, and he has an interesting theory on this. And I'm starting to think he might be right. So the movie blog was saying that he thinks that Miranda painted those things in Ellis's room, not Ellis. When we see Ellis creating art, he's using charcoal that we actually haven't seen him painting. And so thinks the movie blog thinks that Miranda painted that painting of the Garden of Eden that's in Ellis's room and some of the other paintings. And so he thinks that the charcoal stuff was done by Ellis. So who knows? Maybe that's the case. Now, I don't know. I mean, maybe Ellis does use more than one medium, but it's something to think about. Maybe they're picked based on their despair. So far, it seems like everyone has some kind of trauma. Yeah, absolutely. Everyone seems to have some kind of trauma for sure. And I think that makes them prime targets, victims for this place to exploit and manipulate. And honestly, some of their trauma might even be partly caused by entities in Fromville. I'm starting to wonder. I'm starting to wonder. I believe it was Robert Saunders who said that he thinks that the call that Jim and Tabitha got, um, when was it? When their baby fell off the table that distracted them. Maybe that was from a Fromville entity. I honestly, I think that's what's happened. I think that's what happened. I mean, it wasn't all that long ago. So we heard that it was, I think, about 14 months ago that they lost their baby. Julie said in episode 2 she was 15. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was a Fromville entity calling them to reach out into the real world and actually caused that incident. I believe that the boy in white and other entities can reach out into the real world. I think that was the source of the voice of God that Khatri thought he heard on the night he got to Fromville. And we now have seen Tabitha. Tabitha saw the boy in white in the real world. So honestly, yeah, I'm starting to think that that call was from a Fromville entity. And yeah, Robert, I think you were the one that thought of that, and that is a brilliant idea. I'm gonna try to catch up with you guys, and in the meantime, too, hold on a minute. I'm gonna throw up a link. I have to open up YouTube to do this. I don't know any other way to do it, so I want to pin it to the top. so that anybody can hop on. Just give me a second. Gonna get a link here and throw it up. Wow, this is the most people I've ever had, 75 people. Thank you so much, everybody that's that's hanging out. I appreciate it. Oh my goodness. I've never had this many people before. I think the most I've had is 63, which is amazing too, as a new person. So there's the link. I just pinned it to the top of the chat. If anybody wants to hop on, you're more than welcome. I just have my only rules are these, okay? My only ground rules are just number one, be respectful and kind. Number two, uh, please no politics, because we don't want that messing up the vibe here. And number three, no spoilers for future episodes, please and thank you. And that's it, I keep it simple. Other than that, everybody is welcome. Let me see if I can catch up with you guys. I'm so far behind again. Oh my goodness. Man in yellow could be the leader. Now, let's go back to the man in yellow. Let's go back. Man in yellow could be the leader in the sense of having connections to running what happens in Fromville. Could be. Could very well be. Let's see. Let's see what else you guys are saying. The pilgrim with nail head stuck in tree. Okay, was in the preview for next week's episode. Okay. Okay. Interesting. All right. All right. Yeah, I gotta check out that preview. I was trying to, avoid too many spoilers, but yeah, I'm gonna just break down and watch it. If the black on the arm is the same arm Boyd was scratched in, maybe he has something else inside him now. Could be. Uh, yeah. Yeah, so it's another blink and you miss it moment. Huh, okay. If you blink and you'll see the spike through his head in the new trailer. Oh. Interesting. We've got all these historical connections. Pilgrims. I'm confused about Save the Kids in the Tower. Me too, Black Arts. Me too. Only kids we see are the ghoulish ones, and they were never in the tower. What happened to the kids Miranda went after? Is it really about saving the kids? This is a $1,000,000 question, isn't it? This is something. It's a real head scratcher. Is this just a ploy? Is this just a ploy to get people there, or were there kids at one time that needed to be saved? I'm inclined to think it would be kind of a letdown at this point if there were never any real kids that were in some kind of peril. I know we've had so much of this save the children thing, and now with this new insight, if it turns out that it's just a ploy, I'd be disappointed now. In season 2, I was starting to think, um, I was starting to think that there's something going on. Like maybe this is a ploy, and there weren't any real kids. But now there must be some sort of kids. That there must have been kids at one time that needed to be rescued, and maybe that's what created this whole place in the beginning. Maybe there was a sacrifice. Um, there definitely weren't any kids in the tower to save when Tabitha got there. There were no kids. The boy in white mimicked the kids' voices. So I'm wondering what the deal is with that too. That's what we need to find out. That's what we need to stay tuned to learn more about. Because Miranda said that there were all these kids and all these women before her tried to save them and failed. She could see all the women, all the people before her who tried and failed, who were called to save the children. No one ever did it, and no one ever escaped when they were called, when they were chosen. So there's something, maybe that's something to do with the origin story of this place. And at this point, there are no kids that are alive to be saved. Those kids are clearly not alive. So I don't know. It must be saving them in a metaphorical sense that needs to happen now. Could be something to do with their souls being trapped there. So you got to kind of defeat the big bad to free the lost souls that are trapped in there, including the children. Maybe. It looks like we've got a guest here. I'm going to add you. Hey, welcome. Welcome, deviled
Hey, welcome.
eggs.
Hey,
Hey.
hi. Hey, Julie.
Hi. Hey, oh, it's you. You're messing with me again with these different names. I know who you are. Um, so glad you're here. Yeah, you can talk or not. It's totally your call. Whatever you
As
feel
long as
like
I don't
doing.
sound like a robot.
You don't sound like a robot. You don't. You sound
Amazing.
just fine. You sound just fine. So you just do your thing. You do whatever you want to do. If you want to talk, you are welcome to talk or just hang out. But yeah, this is yeah, chat. This is my friend here, who's helping me out. She's an awesome person helping me moderate, and I appreciate you so much. You're awesome.
Oh,
Uh,
thanks.
yeah, you're awesome. You really are. And I appreciate you having my back because it's not easy flying solo doing this. It's daunting. It really is. Um, let's keep going here. Dragon King. Hey, Dragon King, what's up? Glad you could make it. So glad you could make it. I'm so far behind you guys. Um, I've noticed so many comparisons with Germanic and Irish folklore. The Elder, don't know how to pronounce
Plutarch.
that. Okay, thank you for that.
That's fine.
Runes. The man drinking from the skull in the promo, etc. The Fae as well, they mentioned fairies a lot, and Fae come in. Yeah, uh-huh. There's a lot of different folklore that's in this show that seems to be an influence, that seems to be referenced in this show. And it's weird because it's very much based in America. It's it's deeply rooted in America. So it could just be because America's a melting pot. So all of these other mythologies and influences from other cultures are popping up. That's what I'm inclined to think, anyway. Yeah, yeah, Angela, I forgot to acknowledge that. We don't know if any of their backstories are legit and true. Yeah, we don't know. It's up for interpretation. We've been told by the showrunners that we're never getting backstories for these people. We're never getting flashbacks from before they got here, ever. They told us this. So we just have to go on what they say, and so some of them could be lying. Uh, I don't know. I don't know. I personally think there's probably not a lot of that going on, just because there are only 10 episodes in a season, and if there's a whole lot of that deception going on, there just isn't enough airtime to write that into the script. But I mean, somebody could be lying. That's a great point. That is a great point. Um, Yeah, Will Smalls said to Black Arts, "I think you're onto something. I think the kids are locked away. Um, are ju the kids locked away are just a lure. It's something that happened, but the kids that need to be freed are the Frumvilles." Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Something I think happened to some children. I think those kids represent s real victims in history. They're wearing very, very old clothing, very dated clothing. And, you know, the I think, yeah, I think this painting with the 2 that are kind of stuck together almost like conjoined twins, they're definitely supposed to represent Inkui kids. And, I yeah, I think that they were actually yeah, there's another shot with these kids. I think that they were definitely victims at one point. But yeah, like, at this point, I don't know if they're a lure or if they really just are souls that need to be released, that need to be freed. Okay, let's keep going. There has to be a benevolent side because the Reverend is still talking to Boyd. And when asked, "What are you?" he said, "I can't tell you that." So there is something out there. See, I took that a different way. I took that a different way. He I don't think he's benevolent. I don't think he's benevolent in my opinion. I took that as like a sinister thing.
Yeah,
I
usually
took
somebody says, "I can't tell you that." It's sinister.
Yeah, right? You know, he said, "I can't
Hiding
tell you that."
something.
Yeah, he said, "I can't tell you that." And yeah, let me pull up my episode 1 stills. I have a ton of these
Father
too.
K has secrets.
Yeah, you know, the smirking he was doing, I just I don't trust this guy. I'm telling you. I don't I don't trust this guy. Yeah, like I've never trusted Ghost Godfrey. Boyd and Boyd is catching on too. Boyd was like, you know, that thing that was out there that was trying to get me to give up, that was telling me that hope was what the forest fed on. That thing sure as hell wasn't my wife. So what are you? And he sits there and he's like, I can't answer that for you, Boyd. I think that is sus as hell. That is super sus. That reinforced how I feel about him, this entity. I just don't trust it. I think he's manipulating Boyd, but
So
that's
you
me.
don't think it's in Voight's head?
No, I don't think it's in his head. In my opinion, I think I think that he's an entity like Abby. He's just less obvious about it. That's my opinion. Now, I could be wrong. And if I'm wrong, I don't have any problem with it. I'm not one of those people that gets pissed off. Like, oh, my theory is wrong. I hate this show now. No, like, I don't, like, I've already been wrong about a few things. And I'm like, no, I don't mind. I'd rather be surprised anyway. I thought it was going to be Fatima in the barn originally. I thought they were going to be ripping out her baby and taking off with it. And I was wrong. So big deal. Like, I mean, did I have fun theorizing about it in the
Yeah.
meantime? That's all that matters. If I'm
Yeah, it's
wrong
more
about
fun using
everything,
your imagination and coming up with stuff,
ex-
a lot of the time.
exactly. Like, it's fun to use our imaginations and come up with theories. It's awesome. I enjoy it, and if I'm wrong about everything in the end, I won't have any regrets. I won't have a single regret. Right? Like, we could all be wrong, and actually, it would be kind of cool if we are, right?
Oh, it
Like,
is just laughing at Wolfspear's comment.
I have visited the passed out on the floor realm after drinking tequila.
I think
Do not
Jade had that as well. I think Jade had the
Yes,
pass down the floor realm.
yes,
Under the
definitely do not
strands.
yes. Yeah, he visited that realm for sure. Yeah, it's not fun.
Yeah,
Um,
I watched a video where somebody had theorized that what Jade was lying under was timelines, was alternative paths.
mm, mhm. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Like you mean when you saw the symbol up above?
Yeah, just all the strands of yarn. They were
Mm,
like one timeline with timelines branching off of it.
that could be. Yeah, that could be. Uh, yeah, that's an interesting concept. I like that. Uh, Dragon King says, "I think it's supernatural slash magic based." Yeah, I think that there's definitely some spiritual entities here that are not human. That I definitely believe that. Um, so yeah, I have to agree on that part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I hope it is fae or spirits of the land, like maybe spirits of indigenous people that were on the land. I mean, I
Hmm.
hope that's integrated sometime.
I hope so
It
too.
could be all set dressing for all I know. I mean, it could be just ridiculous set dressing.
Yeah, it could be. I, but I hope. I mean, they're setting up so many historical connections that if those are all red herrings, that would be disappointing. So yeah, to me, it seems like they're setting up some kind of spiritual or supernatural situation going on here. And May says, I don't think humans are behind it, but humans could have trained to gain power from its existence. Well, that is what humanity does. They try to exploit everything, use things for our own gain. So I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. I've had a tinfoil theory that maybe the US government became aware of this place and is trying to study it, trying to open up their own artificial portal into it. And we know the government, they like to exploit whatever they can. So it would be kind of hard for them not to be aware of something going on at this point. We've got satellite surveillance now that sees everything. You're telling me like they're not going to notice vehicles disappearing? Oh my goodness.
That's my cat. Hold on.
That was a loud meow. Oh my, that is so funny. Your cat wants to have her his or her say too. That is awesome. Yeah. Hey, the cat, maybe the cat has some good theories. Obviously wants to say something. Last
She
time it was
probably
my
doesn't like the fact that I'm in the basement and she wants to be, petted on the couch upstairs.
okay. Yeah.
She might be doing
Yeah.
this from time to time. She's the one in the
Yeah.
picture too, so there you go.
Love it. Love it. I love cats. Yeah. I've got my own cat that made a cameo last time and someone wanted to know, like, was that a cat? My cat makes such strange noises that sometimes people think it's a crying baby in the background. It's really funny. Yeah.
Well, they
So
they evolved to be crying babies, so we'll take care of them.
oh, absolutely. And we have to worship at their feet. Like they're the ones in charge, not us. Um, let's see. I saw members of a radical Christian cult with red auras, says Woodrow Nichols. Hey, Woodrow. Interesting. That's
Like
an
the
interesting.
man in yellow. I think
Yeah,
that's what he's referencing.
yeah, yeah. Let me go back. I'm gonna go back to my album for episode 2 because that's what we really need to
Yeah, the
focus on.
man in yellow is like the man of the hour, I guess. Everybody loves to get on that.
Yeah, yeah. The man in yellow. This guy has just electrified everybody. Now, who would have thought of all the things in his basement that this guy would be the thing people are focusing on the most? I think. I think
Do
that's
you have
interesting.
any? You probably don't have any photos of the guy in the cave when Jade's down there, the one that's screaming,
Not handy at the moment.
because his face
Uh,
looks a lot like this guy,
yeah, yeah, yeah. You're right. I remember the face. I remember the face. I wish I had that handy at the
like the
moment.
first one we saw.
Yeah,
That was kind
yeah.
of behind the door, like a rock or something, like behind the and down
Mhm.
below.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish I had that at my fingertips, but I don't at the moment. But, yeah, I definitely can see the resemblance. I've seen that episode or that scene so many times, I can already picture him in my head, and I definitely think he resembles that guy.
Maybe like an
Um,
angry red aura.
yeah, yeah. Wolverine fan said Tian Chen's death is a huge loss, but just like the real world, sometimes it takes having your world rocked to unite people. Yeah, I agree. The town will be closer than ever,
This
for
is like
sure.
Kenny's world was rocked. Poor Kenny.
Yeah, poor Kenny, man. Kenny can't catch a break. I'm just
Yeah,
so
he looked so
tired.
happy with that cabbage.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. He was so happy. Yeah, I felt so bad. It was awful.
He's
Like,
like, here's some vegetables and everybody, and they're like, Kenny, your mom's dead.
yeah. Oh, that was the worst. That was the worst.
I mean, they
Oh.
didn't tell them like usual from style, they didn't tell him, but
Right, right. Of course. Of course. Yeah, I was like waiting for somebody to just like spit it out, say something, but nobody did.
we'd rather have him just wander around for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, poor Kenny. Hey, Shadow Skulk. How's it going? I'm trying to catch up with you guys. I wonder what you were talking about, Wolverine. That just blew my mind. I wonder what that was. I'm so far behind you guys. I'm
You're
scrolling
just
down.
amazing. You just blew everybody's mind.
Yeah, I don't know what that was,
It's
but
probably not hard to do it with this show.
all right, I know. It's not
Yeah,
hard
that's
to
what I was
do.
saying, David. He kind of looks like the guy crushed under the boulder.
Yeah, David Mills. Hey, David. He does. I wish I had if I had the photo, I would get it. I'd put it up now, but
With that
Morgan's,
trademark scream. That scream drives me crazy. That like shriek.
oh, isn't that awful? That's like, it's just so shrill. It, it, it's just, it was the most effective jump scare. When I first watched it, I jumped out of my skin. Let's see. Let's see.
Yeah, Edgar has a video where he runs those all together, and it's almost too much.
Yeah, too
All the
much.
screaming.
And the dummy, the ventriloquist dummy screamed exactly the same. It was the same scream. Same same exact one, same sound bite.
See, I thought this guy maybe owned the dummy, like the original owner.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
mean, he says he looks like him, but I thought maybe he would be maybe the ventriloquist himself.
Yeah, I think it's got to be Christopher, right? Based on that second
Yeah,
trailer.
maybe Christopher, maybe somebody before Christopher. I mean, I don't know how long the dummy's been there.
True, maybe it was somebody before Christopher. Yeah,
I
because
mean,
in
dummies
the
were kind of popular in the like 50s through the 70s, so
yes,
any
yes they
time in
are.
there.
Yeah, so yeah, it could have been somebody. Maybe this guy was there before he was. Maybe he was Christopher before Christopher. Maybe it was him, then Christopher. Now Jade is in that role. Um, I don't know, but yeah, I mean, in the second trailer, we saw like Christopher has, he has the dummy. No, we don't see Christopher, but we see his striped shirt and his body type right next to the dummy.
I wonder if some of these paintings couldn't be chosen people. Do you think he might have been a chosen person? Or the
Maybe.
soldier next to him might have been a chosen person?
I think everybody in these paintings, everybody actually used to be part of Fromville. They used to live there and they were chosen because if they were there, then they had to have been chosen. Everybody that,
Oh, there's an eggplate.
yeah, everybody that,
The deviled eggplate.
what eggplate? What, where is that?
The one that Tian Chen is on. They put her picture on an eggplate, like a
Oh,
deviled
oh,
eggplate.
right.
That's what
That's
I was
so
trying to go
weird.
with its food theme.
Yeah. Oh, that fits, doesn't it? Yeah, that definitely fits with the food
And I
theme.
was told that dress is not the dress that Sarah gave Christy and Jade. I thought it was the same dress she was wearing, but that's a different dress.
Really? That looks so similar. Oh, interesting. I thought it was the same too.
Yeah, Cyber Queen Media pointed that out to me. One of the girls actually
Okay,
saw the
okay.
dress and then compared it with the dress, and it's a different one. But I mean,
Yeah,
it suits her. If she had a photo, maybe she liked that dress because there was a dress back home that reminded her of it.
maybe. Maybe. Yeah, it's so similar. I would have sworn that's the same. Uh, hey, hater headquarters. The man in yellow looks like the ventriloquist dummy. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Woodrow said the red aura around the man in yellow may indicate that he is possessed by the red Cthulhu. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I can see the connection there. Absolutely, I can see the connection. Let's see. Let's see. I'm trying to catch up with you guys. Dieter said, yeah, how to save the children. Maybe destroying the light and we see them, or it traps them, and Sarah has to kill the boy, another kid. Hmm. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it has something to do with destroying the lighthouse. I don't know. There's something about children. Like there, where's that painting I just went by? This thing. This isn't the best shot that there is of it, but this is the only one I can find at the moment. But we've got the kids on that merry-go-round, that iconic merry-go-round. And you can't see it well in this one, but there are 7 of them on this. Not 8. There are 8 seats, but there's one missing. There's no kid on the 8th seat. So I think that these represent the 7 Nkui kids that I, I'm guessing were sacrificed at some point. Maybe their spirits are trapped there, along with other spirits of the dead. So yeah, so how do you save them? Maybe you save them just by freeing their souls at this point. There aren't any actual kids there to save. That's the thing. Like right now, it seems like there's only one kid in town at a time, but at one time apparently there were more. So let's see. Robert says maybe the ghoulish kids' spirits are trapped. Yeah, that's exactly what I was just saying. You read my mind. Since the beginning. and their spirits. You just read my mind, Robert. That's so funny. And I did the same thing to you, I think, in Jeremy's chat last night. I said something and you were like, I was just going to type the same thing Julie just said. So we're in each other's heads sometimes. I'm telling you. Yeah, it's yeah. So I think that very well may be the case that their spirits need to be freed. That would be my best guess. That would be my best guess. Definitely Steven, but I don't think they'll just copy. Okay, I'm not sure what you're responding to here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We don't want to copy. Oh yeah, Stephen King. Okay, gotcha. Um, they've already copied so many elements that it would cheapen the show. Yeah, we don't want to copy too much from Stephen King. Influences are cool, but yeah, we don't want it to be too much of a carbon copy. May said, "Can we talk about Jade's eye? In the trailer, it shows him with a blind eye, I think. Also, the soldiers seem to always been yeah, they always seem to be shown with an eye missing too. This one eye symbolism, it keeps coming up. It keeps coming up again and again. So there's definitely something to that. Um,
It's probably related to Odin.
yeah,
Because Odin, like the myth of Odin is that he had to lose his eye for knowledge. So maybe
yeah,
these people are losing their eyes to gain knowledge on some point.
maybe, maybe so. What happened to my pictures that are actually clear of the paintings? Yeah, these are actually bright, so you can actually see them. These are. Oh, I'm so glad Amazon released these.
Look at that
Yeah,
gory, like
yeah.
it almost looks
This,
Like Fatima, like losing all her teeth or something.
yeah, it does. That reminds me a lot of Fatima losing her teeth with the blood coming down from her mouth, the black hair. So something to that. Robert Saunders has a great theory that Tabitha is going to find a picture of her own family among these paintings. I thought
Yeah,
that
that's
was
what I thought the
super
big
interesting.
reveal was going to be when she like stood back and instead of the boy in white. I thought it was going to be a portrait of herself painted by Miranda,
Yeah.
but it
Yeah, that
wasn't. So
that would have been super trippy. I would love to see that. Oh yeah, and if we want to talk about one eye symbolism, look at this one right
yeah,
here.
the Cyclops.
Cyclops. I wish I could zoom in closer on this. For my next live, I'm going to try and see if I can find a way to zoom in closer, like the movie blog was able to do. But
Yeah, I think it almost looks like a king too. It looks like a king, like the furry collar of a king outfit and a crown.
it
I mean,
does.
everybody's
It
been talking about
does.
the king in yellow and stuff, and now I'm just getting king imagery off of everything.
No, I could see it. I could see it, and yeah, and he's got the one eye. I think this painting of this monster looking like he's about to eat these children. This is one of the most significant things in this basement, in my opinion, and that there he does have one eye. He's got these teeth that look green, which I definitely think symbolize the trees. This is how the trees are always portrayed, as little green triangles. Well, those look like trees. Why else would he have green teeth? It's symbolic. And then the yellow, that could be the yellow bile. So there's something really fascinating about that. And then down here at the bottom, there's that image of, I don't know who this is, with like light colored hair and one eye showing only. So absolutely, definitely,
It's not
it's
Clara.
something that. Oh yeah, Clara. That's right.
I don't know. I
Again,
always hope that Clara will get more time. I feel like that girl needs an arc. She's been there for two seasons now.
right.
Give that girl an arc.
Yeah, give her a story arc already. She actually wasn't even supposed to have lines at all. She was just supposed to be an extra, but then they let her point out the storm, and so at least they give her something. Um, yeah. So what was I gonna say? Yeah, there's the one eye thing with her too. She had the glass almost take out her eye. That was deliberate. Definitely a deliberate choice. Um,
Thanks, Dieter.
Theater. Oh no. Yeah, there is a little bit of the robot thing again.
Oh
Not too.
no. Is it
Yeah,
okay enough?
it's not it's like it's okay. It's like it's not too bad. At least it's not an
You
echo.
can always kick me out if it's too bad.
No, it's
I
not.
won't be offended.
It's not too bad at all. I think it's just fine. I yeah, if it were like some crazy echo, then it would be much worse. But let's see. I'm gonna try to catch up with this chat. I am so far behind you guys. Robert said we can surmise that Jim's backstory is true because the article Henry finds of the Matthews missing has a picture of the family in front of a roller coaster. Yeah, yeah, that's true. The article on the computer. Yeah, that they looked up the Matthews family. She looked them up as a way to prove that she was telling the truth. And it said and it showed them in front of a roller coaster. My Chromebook is being so slow. Julie telling off Jim. That was a great moment.
One of my favorite
That
parts.
was that was great. Oh, I think we all enjoyed that. Where are you? Where are you?
Yeah, this is the episode I started to appreciate both Julie and Mari.
Yeah.
They really stood
Yeah,
up
I
for
know.
themselves.
I never liked either of them at all, and in this one, I actually appreciated them. I mean, Marielle, he put Ellis in his place for shitting on
There it is.
her being a nurse. Yeah, yeah. There's the roller
Yeah, that's
coaster,
kind of sucks. It's like, well, you're not a doctor.
right? You're
Didn't
not a
she help out?
doctor.
Didn't she help out when Alice was stabbed?
Yes, yes, she did. As a matter of fact, I think she did. She helped, and yeah, nurses have a lot of knowledge. You know, don't be putting down nurses. Um, Hey, look at this though. Look in the corner of this screen. There's Rendezvous. I didn't notice that in the shot
Uh-huh.
before. There's that Rendezvous company again, which doesn't exist, of course. That's that's the company that was printed on Boyd's trailer when he got to town. Rendezvous. And now there's some website. Like I don't know if the show made it up, but it's funny. It says something about sorry. I forget what it says. It's just, you go there and it's just a truck and it says sorry
Sorry,
something.
Ronde moved.
Yeah, it's something like sorry something went wrong, and I forget the exact words, but it's interesting.
To be some time a Ronde move truck is gonna get stuck in Fromville.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That would be super fun. Oh my god, that would be funny if we had a whole rendezvous truck. Um, hey, K Brew, thanks for coming. Anybody notice the one yellow flower on top of rotted food? Maybe the monsters left it there for Fatima. Oh, I like it. I like it. I didn't catch that, but I like that a lot. I like
Yeah,
that a lot.
I found out that ghouls eat rotten food. Like ghouls eat dead things.
Uh-huh.
I don't
Yeah.
know if that's what's inside her.
Yeah, I think I think there's something I've been firmly in the camp of, you know, demon baby from the beginning. They're not I don't think it's actually a demon baby, but just as we like to call it in the fandom, I don't believe it's going to be a human entity. I think that yeah, I think that this is some sort of entity that's craving this nasty rotten food right here. This is the only thing she hadn't eaten in 3 or 4 days. She smells that nice rotting food. Oh,
Mm.
she is.
Oh.
Oh, yum. Yeah, like, she can't help herself. There's something that baby wants that. Not a baby, that entity
Do you hear
wants
my
that
cat?
rotten food. What?
Oh, you don't hear my cat. My cat's humming upstairs and she makes a racket when she's hunting.
Oh no, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that.
She
I
probably
love
brought
cat.
the couch something because I'm not there.
I love cat noises. That's that's awesome. Yeah, she. Oh look, she is so enjoying that food. Uh, yeah,
Mm. I wonder what
yeah.
they made the food out of.
I don't know.
It's supposed to be a
I don't know.
rotten potato?
I don't know what the hell
Did
that's
she
supposed
eat
to
an
be.
eggplant? I thought somebody said there was an eggplant involved here. Is that eggplant?
I don't know. It doesn't
It
look like it
looks
to
kind
me.
of.
I don't know because I know someone
I think
said
it's a
that.
shadow.
Yeah, I know someone said Jim and Kenny found eggplants, but this stuff, I don't know what
Well,
the
when they
hell
were
this.
doing the emoji thing on the trailer, like both the actor played Jade and Kenny said eggplant emoji.
Yeah,
I didn't know if it had something to do with these rotten vegetables.
either that or it's something that Jim and Kenny found. One or the other for sure. Um, yeah, it's a lot of people were thinking maybe she couldn't get in uh, because she's oh she's yeah
Yeah,
I don't
but
want to show
I don't know.
I don't want to
I
show I don't want to show I'm not going to show anything too
yeah.
gory because I don't want to get this taken down. Stuff that is overly gory can get stuff taken down. So
Yeah,
I'm going to
I
avoid that.
forgot that Nikki just pushes the door open. So I think the door was just open. Because at
Yeah.
the end of the thing, she goes in and she just pushes the door.
Yeah, people were thinking maybe Fatima couldn't get in the house because she's got some monster inside her or she's turning into a monster.
That'll
Now,
probably come later.
yeah.
Hold on, I'm
Now,
gonna deal with my cat.
okay. Now I personally think that she just stopped. You can see the look on her face here. She's smelling the food. She's got her eyes closed and she's just like, "Ooh, it's that nasty rotting food I'm smelling." That entity inside her. It's like, that is some nasty smelling food. I gotta have some. I don't think that she just couldn't get in the house. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. However, I do think that there's an entity inside of her that is not human. And I think we get a clue to that when she was in the bathroom at the beginning of the episode, toward the beginning, if I can find it. There's a shot of her right in front of the mirror that is so reminiscent of the Jasmine monster standing in front of a mirror that looks exactly like this. And I thought of this the moment I saw this scene. And I noticed actually I heard Tony Teflon had the same thought. Like it's so funny. Like, there are a lot of us watching the show. Like, we'll independently come up with these thoughts that are identical. It's like, you're in my head. How are you doing this? But I thought of the same thing. But we're gonna see the same. People are gonna see the same things in the show. It's just funny sometimes when it happens at the exact same time. And in this case, maybe it's not so strange that more than one person would notice it because to me, that shot of Jasmine in front of this mirror was iconic. It's something that always stuck in my mind. I don't have it up at the moment. I don't have it at my fingertips, but in season 1, after killing Kevin, Jasmine stood in front of this mirror. No, it wasn't in this room, but it was a mirror that looked just like this, an oval-shaped mirror like this. And she stood there and tried to clean the blood off of her shirt, or her collar, rather. Now, I think that they did this for a reason, putting Fatima in front of a mirror that looks just like that. I definitely think it's a clue that there is an entity inside of her that is not human. That could be a creature, could be another entity. Now, is she herself turning into that? In my opinion, no. But I could be wrong. I could be absolutely wrong. And if I'm wrong, again, I don't care at all. It's totally fine with me. I just like making up theories, I
I
like
think
having
there.
discussions.
Did you talk anything about this being kind of the same pose that Jasmine was in by the mirror?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did. I did, because that jumped right out at me. Did that jump right out at you when you first saw this? Because I was like, "Holy
Yeah.
shit."
I mean, even with the yellow, with the white shirt and everything,
Yeah, yeah,
they have a similar color scheme.
and there's the issue of, like, the blood. There's blood in her mouth from the tooth. Jasmine had blood on her collar, but
Because she didn't she bite Kevin's tongue?
yeah, she ripped out Porn Stash's tongue right before she did that. Now, if I had I see, I gotta get my, images ready from other seasons and have them ready to go because I would pull that up if I had it, but I'm sure a lot of the chat must remember that shot of Jasmine in front of the mirror, and it was a different room. This is the bathroom, that was a different room, but I think that we're
I thought that
supposed to.
was a bathroom too, but I can't figure out how many houses two bathrooms or one bathroom.
I'm not sure how many it has, but I know Jasmine was in some other room, I believe. It was just some random room. But yeah, the mirror looks the same, and the shot is so similar, and that detail was
And she
placed there.
probably doesn't want to become a monster, just like Jasmine said she didn't want to become one. Like,
Yeah,
I didn't want to be this way.
I did. Yeah, she said it wasn't my choice to be this way. So, yeah, could Fatima be becoming a monster? Could she be, or could she just be a vessel for a monster or some other entity? Yeah, I'd love to know what the chat thinks about that. I'm gonna scroll down and try to catch up with you guys because I'm way behind you now. Let's see. Yeah, Michael DJ said the mirror scene is definitely a callback to Jasmine. Like everything in the show, it either means something or they're messing with us. So true. Either they're trolling us or it means something. And in this case, I'm inclined to think it means something. Just just why would they troll us to this extent? I could see maybe putting something in to troll us, like Tabitha not remembering Donna's, like not knowing Donna's last name, sitting there like Donna, Donna, and then she can't remember. She realizes she doesn't know her name. I could see throwing a little line in there like that just to troll us, like feed that little that huge conspiracy theory that Donna is a mole and she's not who she says she is. Now that I can
They
see as
do
a
that.
troll.
If they do it that way, they should put her name on the promo materials.
Yeah, they should. They should.
No, they did.
Wait, they did? They put her
Yeah, they
name
had
on it?
those posters of everybody's name. Like they had Victor Kavanaugh and Donna Raines, and then they said missing since, and then, or I think the new ones say something like what they've been through and where they're going,
Donna
kind of thing.
Raines. Yeah, Donna Raines. That's right. It did say Donna
Yeah.
Raines. Yeah, yeah. She just couldn't remember. I don't know if that was a, a hint that it maybe, oh, Donna isn't who she says she is and her last name is fake. But I personally think it's just a red herring. The fact that Tabitha couldn't remember her name. But yeah, I think that this shot was put here for a reason. I don't think that it's a red herring. In my opinion, it definitely means something. Yeah. Let's
She's just a
see.
long in the long line of monsters that looked in the mirror as they were changing.
Exactly. Yeah, she's taking a nice long look in the mirror and with a very similar expression on her face that Jasmine had too, just kind of ghostly, creepy. Um, let's see what you guys are saying. Hey, Jack Williams, welcome. Welcome. Thanks for coming. If you play it back, you can hear when she tries to open the door. It sounds locked. Oh, all right. All right. I don't have clips to just play clips. I don't have a clip of that, but I will go back and watch that and see. I'll definitely check that out. Um, let's see. Let's see what we've got here. Hey, Dogbone. Fatima has cursed her womb, and that's her guilt slash karma. Hmm. Could be. I don't know. Like, it's interesting how Fatima and Ellis both had this sense of deep dread about this pregnancy. I, are they manifesting it, becoming some kind of entity? I'm inclined to think this was supposed to happen this way because I think that the crops were poisoned, and Jeremy Ice and Fire pointed this out. Like, the crops and the soil, that was probably done that way by whatever entity is in control to make way for this thing, to give it plenty of sustenance, all the rotten food.
Yeah, I thought it was similar to Nathan with the cicadas when Sarah says that Nathan hated cicadas, but then Alice was saying that he was worried about the baby becoming a monster.
Yeah,
And I thought maybe
yeah.
this was a manifestation of that fear.
I've actually thought of that myself, and it's entirely possible. He said that he was having nightmares about the baby being born with fangs and claws. So there's that.
Nightmare creatures.
Yes. There's this they both he and Fatima both had a deep sense of dread about what this could be. Like they weren't there was no joy in the way that they were talking about it. Fatima said, I feel like this place is trying to torture me when she told Donna the news. She said this pregnancy is impossible. She didn't look joyous or happy at all. And Ellis has this dread too, so maybe they manifested it. Maybe they manifested some kind of evil entity inside of her. Hey, MF, what's up? Thanks for coming. So the boy in white wanted to prevent Tabitha from saving the children by pushing her away from the tower. Could be, although we saw her go up to the top. But where I don't know. I don't think the children were there. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think the children are there anymore. I think it's just a matter of like beating whatever entity is in control of this place to free the children's souls and free everyone else who's trapped here, who everyone else who's died here and is trapped. That's the way that I look at it. But who knows? Who knows? Um, what else do we have here? Roger. I don't know if I said hi to you, Roger, but hello. Yeah, Amazon owns MGM, and we have to pay a separate subscription for this show. Man, they got us. Yeah, how greedy is that, right? How greedy is that? I actually subscribed to MGM just for this.
Me
So
too.
yeah, and then I'll get rid of it as soon as it's done.
Well, you could watch Chapel White. Have you seen Chapel White?
No, I've heard that's good though.
That's
I've heard
that's on MGM.
okay. Yeah,
So you can watch two shows.
yeah, I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot. Make it worth the subscription cost. Uh, although From, of course, is worth it all on its own. Hey, Ty Briggs, what's up? This show is giving me strong Shutter Island and Inception vibes. Hell yes, Ty. I
You haven't seen a top
love.
yet, so
What was that?
you haven't seen a spinning top yet, so
No, yeah, haven't seen that yet. But damn, those are great movies. Those are oh, mind fucks. I'm trying not to swear so much on this, but it's just oh my
yeah, keep
god,
it clean.
that's like the best word for it though. It really is. Like there's no other word that encapsulates those movies better. I love it. I love it so much. And yeah, like the Inception with a dream within a dream within a dream situation and all the dream symbolism and the dream themes on this show. Absolutely, Ty. And Shutter Island, oh my god, yeah. Nothing is as it seems on that in that movie. Um you're making me want to go back and watch them now. Yeah, I don't have time. I don't have time to do anything now that I have this channel. I've been watching Lost for the first time and now I'm way behind. I'm never gonna finish it at this rate. I'm so busy with the channel, but it's a lot of fun. It's worth giving up my TV time. Uh, Papa Socks said Abby Boyd and Martin are all military, so your theory is not far fetched and nothing is off the table now. Well, thank you. Thank you for that, Papa Socks. Appreciate it. Let's see. Miss Data Science. I thought it was my baby. I'm not sure what that is in reference to. Let's see. Just Gina's cat theory. Where are all the cats in Fromville? No, there are no stray cats in there, are there? No cats at all, just
Not
dogs.
really animals.
Yeah,
Dogs and domestic animals and
yeah,
birds.
yeah. That's right. Where the hell are all the birds? There are only crows. there, there are no squirrels or
I
you don't
guess
see
there's
any.
chickens. I saw
Yeah,
those chickens that one time.
there's livestock that shouldn't be there at all. Cows and chickens and goats and sheep showing up in the damn woods, and we haven't seen a single rabbit or deer or like anything normal that should be there, or birds other than the crows. So, hey, Kennedy, welcome, welcome. Kennedy says some form of garden of the gods, fey realms, or realm of superstitions. Seems like things have to stay balanced too. Life and death, people. I wonder if this place is balanced for the real world. Interesting. Very interesting ideas. I like it. I like it. Could be. A lot of people have seen Faye connections in this show, and there are definite influences of that. And yeah, maybe there is some kind of balance that has to be um, maintained in this place. So I like that idea. Let's see. Golden Child, have you opened up the link that Tabitha and Henry were on? The link? Um, oh, is that the, what link? The website? Maybe I don't know if you mean the website or what that was about. Let's see what we've got here. Shadow Skulk said, for whatever reason, my phone won't let me comment on my phone account. Technology issues can be such a pain, right? Such a pain. Lisa Simpson said, perhaps the man in yellow is the entity who appears as former From Villagers, Abby, Kotri, the bartender guy, etc. Hey, that could be. I definitely think those entities are all sent by the same source. That's my opinion. I know a lot of people disagree, but I think that they're all part of an evil entity that's trying to manipulate the residents. That's what I think. I could be wrong, but I just think Abby is overtly sinister. Kotri and Tom are more subtle. But yeah, I think that they're all part of some kind of entity. Michael Dice said, "Is a striking, memorable pair of scenes. I think it means something. Which scenes? Which scenes? I'm so far behind you guys. I'm so sorry." Roger
I can
said,
try to see.
"Thank you."
I
Roger
can see the
said,
comments too.
"Yeah, yeah. Thank you." Roger said, "Definitely leaning towards the simulation aspect, being able to get out and go back in. I think Jim's logic in season one was sound. Jim was asking some good questions, some very good questions. I'm telling you." Um, so yeah, it's
Actually, I'm wrong. I can only go so far back on the chat and StreamYard.
yeah, it's all
Sorry.
right. No, it's okay. It's okay. No worries.
I can only
Yeah,
go about 20 comments back.
yeah. But it's okay. Whatever you can do, you can do. That's perfectly helpful. Whatever you can do. Um, Roger, I do think that Jim, as much as I hate to admit it, because Jim, I think, is a blockhead, he was asking some really sound questions in season one. You know, we need to have more people doing problem solving like that. Get a board, get all the questions up on that board, and start investigating this thing. Start digging into it. So, yeah, Jim was onto something. We need to get back to that. KP, holy shit! Hey, KP. Awesome to see you here. You're always a favorite caller of mine on Tony's show. You are always so entertaining. Love it when you call in. You raised some interesting points. You raised some interesting points earlier too. I called in after you. Really psyched that you made it to my live. Really psyched. And by the way, to anybody that's not aware, just a reminder, so this is a call in. You can hop on if you want to. If anyone wants to chime in, have any points you want to make or questions or anything at all. It's not a phone number. So instead of a phone number, it's a link. I pinned the link to the top of the chat. So if anybody wants to say anything, you can click the link, and what happens is it'll open up a new tab, and you'll be able to, turn your camera off if you wish. You don't have to be on camera. You can turn the camera off, and you just hit enter the studio, and then I can just add you, and you can say whatever you want to say. So it's a little different than the way Tony does it with a call in using a phone number. This is a different situation, and it also gives clearer audio. So when you're speaking, if you have a good internet connection anyway, when you're speaking, it's a lot easier to hear than with phone calls. I wouldn't even know how to set up the whole phone call thing, actually. I don't know. But this is the way that I do it. It's super, super easy. You don't have to feel intimidated or anything by it. It's no big deal. So yeah, it's there if anybody wants to click it. And if not, no worries too. I'm perfectly happy to talk to you guys in the chat. So anyway, let me try and catch up with what you guys are saying, and let's go through some more pictures too. I don't know if I said hi to you, 40 Stephanie, but if I didn't, say hi. Hello, 40 Stephanie. All these dreams, I expect Freddy Krueger to visit any minute, right? Me too. I was getting such Nightmare on Elm Street vibes from this show in season 2. But it's not just season 2. I mean, the theme of dreams is so omnipresent. It's, I think, the most prominent theme of the entire show. Dreams, nightmares, visions. And I think that it's really, it's just the best way to understand what's going on with the show is to look at it through that lens. So much is not as it seems. There's so many visions, there's so many different types of dream states going on. And I think that whatever entity is controlling this place is inflicting those things on specific people to manipulate them for their own goals, for their own ends. You know, I think that this place definitely feeds on people's pain, suffering, and yeah, probably their sacrifice in the end. You know, everyone ends up massacred in the end, at the end of every cycle, except possibly for one soul survivor. I think maybe there's a soul child survivor every time. Let me see what you guys are saying. I'm going to pull up some more pictures.
How long do you think those cycles are? Do you think they're like 40-year cycles, or do they vary?
I think it varies. I think it varies. I'm not sure why. Like, I know people have gone back and looked at the dates to see if, like, okay, is there a certain number of years between each date in the lighthouse? But there wasn't a consistent number. That's why I think maybe it varies, and it's because the cycles play out in different ways each time. What do you think? I don't know. Like, I think it varies. Like, it's
Yeah, there's
probably
some math I've seen where there's like 47 in between some of them, but then some of them are
interesting.
fudged a little bit.
47. That would fit,
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
exactly.
The 4s and the 7s. Yeah. This is a weird picture of the boy in white. Why is his skin so dark? That's odd. That's odd. Maybe was there more than one version of the boy in white in time, or maybe they just used the wrong color paint. I don't know. That's an odd one. But him and those trees. God, it's always the trees with this show. It's obsessed with trees. Now, this thing, I think that this I wish I could zoom in more, but I think that this woman in this painting is a Puritan woman. It looks like she's got a head covering on like Puritan women wear. And that
Yeah,
outfit.
it kind of looks also like a Civil War nurse with a bonnet, and then they used to wear those little pinafores.
Mhm. Could be that
So it
too.
could be. Well, I
It
mean, they
could
have a
be.
nurse, like the '50s nurse. Maybe they, like in the Civil War cycle, had the Civil War nurse.
Right. Right. It could
The
be.
different occupations.
It could be. Yeah. Um yeah, they do tend to have certain roles of people that they feature in this show. I think that this thing up here, I wish I could zoom in, but I can't do it for some reason. This reminds me so much of the Slender Man thing up in the top right. And yeah, like there's so much going on here. There's like looks like some soot raining down on a bunch of trees, black stuff. I can't wait to keep diving into these paintings because there's just there's so much to dissect. It's kind of like I feel like it's the Peach Truck mural analysis all over again. I mean, that was a treasure trove, and this isn't as cluttered with massive amounts of stuff. There's a lot here. And Miranda was seeing stuff she shouldn't have been seeing. This was all I mean, there's the talisman symbol up there on that one. You know, there's the slabs that the Ankui kids were laying on. She saw all this before she even got there. So, yeah, it's fascinating. I'm glad that they threw us a twist, and it wasn't Eloise that painted all this because I'd rather be surprised. I'm psyched actually. Like I'd oh, let me see. Looks like we've got somebody here. So
Can I point out something, Mike? Can I point out something Michael said?
oh,
You
absolutely.
said
Go for it.
1931 to 1978 is 47 years.
Oh,
I mean, there's a significance to 1931 as well.
yeah. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Okay. Yeah, I like that. So Samuel Lee. So we got somebody backstage here. You just need to connect your microphone to join. So right now it says device is not connected. Um, so I think the problem is you might not have connected your mic. So
You might
like,
have to refresh. I had to refresh once.
oh really? So like if he refreshes the whole thing, that might work.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, Samuel, if you're listening, try refreshing the whole page and see if that works. I know StreamYard is a little it's different, than what a lot of people are used to, but I promise it's super easy. I was able to do
Yeah,
it.
it's pretty easy.
Oh yeah, it's so like so yeah, definitely anybody that wants to say something, don't be intimidated by it. It's just really just as simple as clicking a link. You can turn off your camera, so you don't have to be on camera, and then just make sure your microphone is on, and just hit enter studio, and then I can add you. Simple as that, really. I hear my mom's dog. I might have to go get my mom's dog and pick him up. He's so tiny that he can't jump on the couch by himself. So he comes out and
Oh
barks
no.
for my help. He comes out and barks for my help. I hear him out
You need
there.
you need one of those like step stairs, like the stairs that like people put by the bed so the dog can get up there.
Yeah, he needs some pet stairs. He's a teeny tiny chihuahua and he can't jump up on furniture. So I'll hear this cute little, very polite, very soft bark. He's very polite about it. I call it his request bark. He needs service. He needs help when he
Assistance.
does. Yeah, I might have to go grab him in a minute, but Plumbing Explained said that trees are a type of creature themselves. The symbol is the roots. Yeah, it certainly seems like the trees are an entity unto themselves, doesn't it? The trees are just all over the place with this show. They're look at the tree. The trees are in all the artwork. The trees are constantly in the shots on the show. Like we're supposed to focus on the trees. We've got faraway trees sending people to different spots. Victor says the trees are moving, and they're coming closer, which means that's bad. And it just all of this is in our faces nonstop. I think that there's something to that. Now, I don't know. I don't know if the trees are an entity. It could be. Uh, are they like alive? Are they part of what's trapping them there? I don't know. I think it could possibly be a reference to family trees. Maybe it's certain bloodlines of people that are brought to this place. I mean, maybe that's why the trees are so omnipresent. Excuse me. It could be losing my voice. It could be
Well,
that
in a
it
lot
could
of
be
religions they have trees too, like the world tree and
uh-huh.
Scandinavian mythology,
Yes. Yes.
other
And
trees. That's
yeah,
the only
and
one that sticks out right now.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It could be that. Could be a reference to family trees. Maybe certain people's bloodlines bring them here. Um,
Can I bring up something real fast that Woodrow's saying?
yes. Go for it.
He says, "I wonder why the I wonder why the cowboy is called Western Star,
Western Star.
like an
Really?
actor in a Western film." I kind of,
I don't know. That's what he's called in the credits. Is that right?
huh?
Okay. Okay. Um, yeah, I don't know. Interesting. Yeah, Western Star.
He's gonna be
Um,
like that guy in Fallout. You didn't see Fallout, the guy who
no, I
became the
didn't.
ghoul in Fallout. That was a Western Star.
Oh, cool, cool. Yeah.
You probably haven't seen Fallout. It's a good show.
Yeah, I need to check it out. Definitely need to check it out. Yeah, to the person that called in, try again if you can. Give it another shot. If you want to. No worries if you don't. Sometimes StreamYard can be a little weird on the first try, but if you make sure your mic is on when you hit enter the studio, then it shouldn't be a problem. So yeah, we'd love to have you, or anybody else that wants to. Hey PM, how's it going? Glad to see you. Hey Susie Greenberg, always nice to see you. Always nice to see you, my friend. What else do we have going on here? Yeah. Oh, okay. Let's go back to this one. Plumbing Explained said the trees are 100% an entity. In Japanese yokai folklore, there's a type of tree that feeds off humans, and they're said to be born in areas where battles were fought. Ooh, interesting. Very, very interesting. And Robert said, "Great point. It stands for Gold Star Families." Wait, okay. You're responding to Plumbing Explained, but I'm not seeing the connection. Well, meaning someone in your family died in action. Then who do you think died in action in Henry's family? Oh, so someone, yeah, that's interesting. I wonder what the connection is there. Got another military connection then.
Is that something in Henry's house?
Hmm. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't see anything if that's the case. Didn't see anything, but okay. Oh, we've got somebody here. Let's see if this works. Hey, what H?
Hello, lovelies. How are you?
Oh, wonderful.
Right.
Wonderful. How are you?
Good. I am, just here at work, but I couldn't pass up the opportunity to call in. Loving the conversation.
Oh, well, thank you so much. Well, certainly glad to have you. And yeah, anything on your mind that you want to address, or anything you want to say?
Yeah. So while we were talking about the mythology, all the different mythologies that seem to be inside of the town, it made me think, if we're talking about benevolent spirits, the goddess Hecate, who was the three-faced goddess as representing the mother, maiden, and the crone, and the past, present, and the future. And Victor's mom, from some of those paintings, it seems like you had said there were paintings that she should not have known about.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So I wonder, now that we have someone who's going to be an expectant mother, and we have our maiden, I wonder, like, if there's something to that symbolism.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Tilly's definitely the crone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I would think
Yeah.
like Julie would be the maiden, and then Fatima would be the mother, and then Tilly would be the
It just
crone.
it just seems it just seems like all the chosen ones happen to be female. So that's why I'm like, okay, is there some kind of divine femininity
It's
that
like
we
Buffy
haven't
the
seen
Vampire
yet?
Slayer.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. I think so too. And I think, she said that there were many, she was not the first, that many were chosen before her. And I'd be willing to bet that they were all women, that they were all mother figures. So yeah, I think there's definitely something to that for sure. Yeah, it's super interesting.
I wonder if like the newcomers ever search those houses, because we don't really know. Like they look kind of modern-esque, but I wonder if anyone ever left like a note or detailed instructions or anything.
Yeah, like you mean like if people left information behind in these places, like from past life?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
like don't go into the forest. Exclamation point.
that would actually be so helpful if they did. I don't know if you've seen the show Severance, but
No, I haven't.
in Severance, I won't spoil anything for anyone who hasn't seen it, but there is an element of people leaving some sort of information behind for others that are in a situation where they're stuck. And there's like a mystery surrounding why they're stuck and what is going on. And so yeah, that would be really interesting. You would think somebody would leave something behind at some point, other than this book full of symbols drawn a million times. You'd think someone would have journaled about something, written something down.
Yeah, even if it was like way, way, way back then, it's like, hear ye, do not go into the woods. Prithee,
Like a
stay
squirrel.
behind.
Yeah. Right. I mean, like, at least think about the people who are going to come after you. Like they may not be the ones to make it out. They may not make it out alive, but like write down whatever it is that you've done that didn't work or that got people killed. Write it down to help the people that come after you. I'm with you on that.
That's why I didn't understand. Yeah, exactly. If you want to find the extra cabbages, go due north.
Yes.
I think how long do you think the talismans were around? Because I think somebody took the talismans and put them in the tree or the cave that Boyd found them in.
Listen, humans suck, so I'm sure there was at one point where somebody found all of them and were like, okay, give me 5 pheasants if you want to live, and just hid them from everyone.
Yes. Yeah, humans are the worst, aren't they? Humans can be the worst. Yeah, I
pheasants.
Yeah, I think they had the talismans at some point before. Maybe not when Victor was a kid, but they had talismans before. And yeah, as far as the cabbages and stuff, where did this come from out of nowhere?
Yeah, look at that. Just boom.
And they're
land
so
of plenty.
Yeah.
They are so clean.
Right?
Suspiciously clean.
Look how clean that is. That sucks. Yeah, there's something up with this. No.
Well, like the town knows they got to keep the people fed because when Fatima has her demon baby, it's got to eat something.
Right.
Or someone.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah, and I definitely think that I agree with Jeremy Ice and Fire. I think that the soil was poisoned to make way for Fatima's entity, demon baby, whatever the hell it is. But yeah, and as far as this stuff, I am inclined to think that the sacrifice, it was not a literal sacrifice, but the sacrifice of Tian Chen the night before.
May she rest in peace.
May she rest in peace, indeed.
It's a very Wicker Man sacrifice.
Oh,
I saw the movie The Wicker Man.
The PTSD.
Oh.
The broken legs. Oh, she had her legs broken too. Oh.
Yes, she did. Oh, still not over that. But if we think about it, she fed the whole town. She was responsible for feeding the whole town. Now, what did Jim say in this scene? There's enough here to feed the whole town. She died the very night before this. Now, Boyd didn't necessarily have to do what he did. When he saw the monsters coming, I know he made a snap decision in the moment because he was afraid they were going to starve. But Boyd, he made that snap decision to take this risk. And as a result, we lost Tian Chen. It's not a deliberate sacrifice, but in a way, it's like she was a sacrifice. And as a reward, I think all this stuff just materialized overnight. I don't even think this stuff was there before. How convenient that this just appeared the next morning. All this pristine stuff, this cabbage, and oh, look, it can feed the whole town. Isn't that convenient? They were all about to starve. There was nothing that was growing there. It's winter. Why is this stuff even growing if it's winter there right now? So that's what I think about that. I don't know. I think the timing is super suspicious. I think sometimes this place, it will reward people with things if there's some sort of sacrifice.
This show reminds me a lot of Yellow Jackets. I know you haven't seen it, but
oh, really? Yeah.
Lots of similarities between the two, like sacrifice bringing forth like a boon.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
yeah, I gotta
he's
watch
so
this.
happy. Look how happy he is.
I know. This breaks my heart.
Aww.
Breaks my heart. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is a lot to do with sacrifice bringing rewards. And, if you think back, Marielle came after Christy was talking to Sarah, Sarah was like, you know, would you do one bad thing if it meant you could see Marielle again? And Christy said, hypothetically, yeah, she would. And Sarah then went and tried, you know, she took it as a green light to go try and murder a child. And, you know, her brother instead got killed by mistake. But what happened after that? Marielle showed up in town. I think it may be related. There was a type of sacrifice made, and Christy felt guilty about it. That was even brought up in this episode. This was the first time she came face to face with Sarah since that night, when they had that night together that they spent. I don't think it's an accident. I think they want us to remember that and to try to think about, okay, what connection could there be here? There was a sort of sacrifice made, and Christy was reunited with Marielle. Christy gave Sarah the green light, not intentionally, but she did. And Marielle
you should always ask secondary questions.
Yeah. And then she even brought it up with Boyd. Later in the same episode, she brought up her guilt. So I believe we're supposed to make this connection. The two of them were standing here talking about it. She said, you told me, you know, I was going to save a lot more lives before all this is over, that it wasn't my fault. Was that just a bunch of bullshit? They brought it up in the episode. So I believe that we're supposed to make that connection to this theme of the town giving rewards to people for blood sacrifice, even if it's unintentional.
What do you think about Daniel and Shay here? Or Shay and Daniel?
That was great, wasn't it? Everyone always wondered how that damn truck got in the pool. It's a pickup truck, right? Am I seeing that right? It's a pickup truck. Yeah, I think that was hilarious that they explained something so minor. And I think that it's the writers trying to give us a signal that, don't worry, answers are coming, even to small things. I liked that. What did you think of that?
The only thing I heard on another live was that it was a figure in history, like Daniel Shay or someone like that. I'm not 100%.
Interesting.
Like a historical reference.
Yeah. Oh, well, I would track with all the other historical references on this show.
Maybe somebody in the chat can help me with this.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Hey, oh, good night, Robert. I'm glad I caught this before, because I can't look at images and see the chat at the same time, so I'm glad I caught this. Thanks for coming, Robert. Yeah, only a few days away from the next episode. And cheers, Robert. Have a good night. Sleep well. Oh, hey, Justin. What's up? Thank you so much. You're so sweet, Justin. Thank you so much. Glad you made it. Very glad you made it. Hey, illegal mods. How you doing? Glad you made it. Always good to see you. You're so awesome, coming to my video premieres all the time. You're awesome. Thank you so much for the support. While I'm on the subject of sacrifice, I just want to throw out one other example. And I mentioned this in the video that I released earlier today. I finally put out my part 1 of oh, wait a minute. What happened here? Did I hit a button or something? Wait a minute.
I'm alive.
Hey, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Dude, it's Fromville. That's what it is. It's trying to take me out and get some more cabbages.
I am so sorry. I don't know.
No worries.
I was wondering why you got so quiet.
No worries.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fromville's trying.
I thought you were at work and you were like, I gotta go.
Yeah.
Well, I am multitasking, but it's all good. It's all good.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm glad you were able to come and join us. And yeah, somehow you got sent backstage, but it wasn't me. I swear. I don't know what happened there. But
Sacrifices of Samsung, I guess.
Yeah. Right.
You'll get a cabbage in the mail.
Yeah. I'm gonna just I'll throw out the other example that I mentioned in my video today of sacrifice, which is the sacrifice of Abby, because Boyd made a choice then too. Boyd was searching the woods like a madman for weeks, every single day in that flashback. We were told Boyd was out looking for stuff in the woods, and you know, yeah, he kept getting rewarded. He was neglecting his family. He just couldn't stop himself. Abby's mental health was falling off a cliff at this point. He didn't even notice. He kept going out, and what happened? He got rewarded. He found animals in the woods. He kept getting rewarded. The more
He was leveling up.
yes, the more he continued to ignore his wife's needs and his family, the more he was rewarded. And then what happened? He found the talismans. Now, that was the final straw, because Ellis asked him, please, Dad, please stay. Mom needs you. He didn't listen. He made the choice to put that off, go out there again. By the time he came back, it was too late to save his wife. He had to shoot her to save his son. But the thing is, if he had listened to Ellis and if he had stayed behind, he wouldn't have found the talismans. The talismans were a reward for the sacrifice of his wife. I firmly believe that.
But how many people did Abby shoot?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
A lot. Abby and all the people she shot. So, yeah, and in return, we got these talismans. Abby was, I think, some kind of head of security in the town, too. The talismans provided a much higher level of security than that. So, to me, it's just it's a reward.
I wonder what Victor got as an reward. Because he was alone. I wonder if he got those peaches or something. I don't know. But, that was a major sacrifice. Mom and sister.
Yeah. Yeah, the mom and the sister. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe it was a giant peach truck that came to town.
Can you imagine? That was the next truck.
Yes. Oh my God. That's
the truck in the pool. It was carrying peaches.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. Maybe that was a reward, because Victor was the last person standing. Everybody else perished. Victor, he was the only survivor, and yeah, maybe that truck rolled into town right after. Kept him going for 40 years. Kept him with a full stock of peaches. Yeah, thanks, Quan Solar. Glad you made it. Let's see. No, said Julie, this live is so fun. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. You're so sweet.
Aww.
Thank you so much. You guys make this what it is. I'd just be here talking to myself like a crazy person if it wasn't for this awesome chat and the awesome people joining me on panel. So yeah, you guys make it so much fun. Hey, Christine Jellybean. Some are NPCs, some are real.
That's such a good point.
I think so. I think that could be actually that. A lot of these extras in the background, they could just be NPCs, and sometimes they kind of glitch. There was this one scene where Jim and Ethan were sitting at the diner, and the same person walked in behind them 2 different times. And maybe this was a mistake, just a production error, or who knows? Could it be a glitch in the Matrix? Could it be, NPCs? I don't know. I don't know. Something to think about. There are a lot of those randos with no name. Let's go to a different picture. We've been on this for a while. Let's look at some more stuff. Oh yes, it was interesting, the crayon drawing in Victor's room. Interesting, he was already doing it. He was already doing the crayon drawings that he's now doing as a grown-ass 50-something-year-old man. And his story is just so sad. and his father. Like, my heart went out to him. I don't. I believe that this emotion is genuine. Personally, I think that he is just a father that lost his whole family. I don't think that I don't think that he was an abusive guy anymore. I used to think that, but I don't know. Something tells me that he's genuine. I just feel for him so much. And what an amazing actor. The way that his eyes were welling up with real tears. I I would love to see him sucked into Frumville with the ambulance, because I want more of this actor. He's terrific. He really is. Julie telling off her father. This was fantastic. I normally don't care for the character too much, not to disparage a fellow Julie too much. But if people in the chat, in Jeremy's chat last night, were kind of triggering me because Julie is not a very common name, and they were saying stuff like Julie is trash, Julie is this, Julie is so annoying. And I'm like, I have to keep reminding myself, okay, they're not talking about me, they're talking about this Julie. I for once, I actually really enjoyed this scene. I liked that. Somebody needed to put Jim in his place, and he took it. He knew she was right. He made her into a surrogate. She had to basically be a surrogate parent for Ethan because he couldn't get his shit together, and neither could Tabitha, apparently. I swear to God, Fatima looks like an absolute ghoul in these shots. She's white as a sheet.
She does not have the mother's glow.
No, she does not.
She got that demon shadow.
I'm telling you, she's in big trouble with this pregnancy. Like, big trouble. And Ellis is just grinning from ear to ear, thinking everything's fine now after Marielle reassured him. But don't let your guard down in this place. Don't let your guard down. This was just nasty. The whole tooth came out, the entire thing, roots and all.
Yeah, during pregnancies, I've studied that no matter what, that baby is going to get its nutrients. So if you as a mother
do not eat, it's going after your organs, it's going after your bones. It's going to get that nutrient some way.
Yeah, and she didn't eat for 3 or 4 days. She said she couldn't keep anything down at all. And how, I mean, what kind of nutrition can they really get in this place? It can't be a really balanced diet for a pregnant mother. So
they would have to be mostly vegetarian, I would think. Every now and then a goat here and there, or a chicken.
Absolutely. Yeah, I know they had some farm animals, but yeah, I was really disappointed that Kenny actually didn't try to burn the monsters. I wanted to see that. I get the argument that it was a dangerous thing and it could have gotten them both killed, but we've never seen anyone try fire on a live monster. That would have been really...
They would all run out like ants.
Yeah. I wanted to see it. I wanted to see it happen. I don't know.
Would love that. That would be hilarious.
Yeah. Oh my God, that would be amazing. We need them to try fire on these things. Now, I mean, it would make a hell of a lot more sense than what Boyd is planning, if you ask me. I don't really think it makes much sense to try to trap a single monster. What is
well,
that?
all this time,
I don't think Boyd's idea is a good one.
Oh, capturing one?
Yeah.
I don't think Boyd's idea is a good one.
No, I don't think
so.
At
least if you do capture it and you are successful, you can, hopefully someone starts making a list and it's like, okay, we're going to go down of what we know can usually kill or hurt something. And we're just going to do, okay, let's try drowning it. Oh, that didn't work. Cross that off the list. Let's poke it with a stick. That didn't work. Cross it off the list.
Yes. That's what they need to be doing. They need to be trying more things. They're not, they have an advantage in that the creatures only walk. They're very slow. At least try something. Like get a big stick, light it on fire, and throw it at them. Like, do something.
And could they not be forced into torture to say maybe what their secrets are? Because when they're in their human form, they can talk. When they transform to the monsters, it's a screeching. So I wonder, could you torture it and be like, all right, where are you from? What do you want?
It's possible. It's possible. I don't know. Smiley did seem to feel pain when Boyd, infected him with the worms. I mean, he screamed like he was in pain. So I mean, can they feel pain? Can you torture them? That's a good point.
I see someone said, like, how are they going to catch one of the monsters? I would think you send your fastest person out there and try to lure them into a building.
Yeah.
And then run out the back end.
Yeah. I agree.
And seal that sucker up with all the talismans.
Yes. Yeah.
Does it work on the outside?
I don't know.
If you put it on the outside of the building, does it work to protect the inside? Like the outside,
possible.
keep that.
You would hope somebody tried.
It's possible.
Science.
I don't know. We did see something. We did see something when the monsters were in the barn. Boyd put up a talisman, closed the door, and in the morning the next day, the monsters clearly were able to leave. So now we know that if they're already inside and you hang up a talisman, it doesn't work. However, if they're not inside yet, you hang up a talisman and they go in, you shut the door. Maybe they can't get out. We don't know. There's a lot we don't know. So I'm really curious to see what Boyd is going to try to do. I'm wondering what
I'm interested in the ramifications therein.
Yeah. Like, I'm wondering, like, if you have any ideas in the chat, let me know. Because I'm curious to see this, and is it going to work? I say no. I say it's going to backfire in his face, and it's going to go sideways, and then people will have less trust in him. I mean, what do you think? What do you guys think?
Are the monsters going to get more riled up if it fails?
I think so. I don't think this is. I think it's just going to amp things up even more. It's going to cause even more problems. Definitely.
Is he going to tell the town about his plan, or is it just going to be like the regular?
No, they're going to mess it up.
He won't tell anybody.
Oh yeah, they'll yeah. No one tells anybody anything. Like, no communication. Oh, hey Debbie. Yeah. Hey Debbie, Bobby. So we've got gosh, you have so many names. I don't even know what to call
Deviled
you.
eggs.
We've got deviled eggs.
I'm deviled eggs.
We've got deviled eggs here. We've got Wit H.
In memoriam on the egg plate.
Yes.
By Penny's mom.
Yes, nice. I love it. I was wondering where that came from at first.
We like to celebrate good times. Come on, with a good plate of deviled eggs.
Hell yes. Oh my god. That moment, I'm not gonna lie, I cracked up laughing. I felt so bad for Kenny, but I cracked up laughing because, I mean, that was expert level trolling by the evil entity.
Does anybody remember exactly what episode his mom was talking about good times? Because I remember she said that, I remember the good times and I dance, and it was a really early episode.
Okay, yeah. I don't remember that, but that's interesting. That's got to be a reference to it. I like that. Let's see. We've got Susie Greenberg here. Hold on a sec.
Yeah, you got me.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Susie, I'm so sorry you dropped off. Susie,
If you can.
I'm so sorry, Susie. I didn't see you. I was on the picture section. Yeah, Susie, if you want to pop back on, you're more than welcome. Sorry about that. And we've got another one. We've got another guest. Let me see here. Justin?
Oh yeah.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hey, very good.
hear you great. How you doing?
Awesome, awesome. I'm so glad to be on with you guys tonight. You guys have been killing it the whole time. Like
Oh,
cooking
cool.
with me.
Thanks.
Aw, they blush.
Thanks. I'm new to this, and I'm flying solo with deviled eggs here as my awesome wing person, and I don't feel so alone now. Like, it's
Now it's a party
intimidating.
going on right here.
Now we've
Right?
got a whole now
You
we've got
could
a
say
whole
a
party.
celebration to last throughout the year.
Yes. Oh,
Celebrate good time. Come on.
Oh my god, yeah, that song. It's you could totally tell the entity has like a sense of humor for sure.
right? Right. You can't say the evil entity doesn't have a sense of humor, at least, right?
Great. And then playing as Thomas, kind of like on the phone to Jim, like that's you could totally tell like he's messing with everybody here completely. It's crazy.
Oh, you read my mind. I wanted to address that next.
Oh, I'm so
Okay.
glad.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. Mind reading here. Like, what is going on? What is going on here? I think that it's just trolling. It's just expert level trolling.
Oh yeah.
Hopefully
this
that
is-
isn't a dream.
No, I
Yeah.
doubt it's a dream. I feel like the way like because it's been playing with Jim since he's kind of been here, like and some people think like with his name, the whole Jim Crow or whatever, just his family
Mhm.
possibly being connected in some way that they possibly could have been here through the grandparents or whatever, that something about like it does not like Jim being here, and I think
Nobody likes Jim.
clearly, like you guys were just talking about a moment ago, how like it's very interesting that the moment that Jim wants to leave, and then Kenny goes on the trip with him, that all of a sudden that Tian Chen dies, and now because Jim left, now he feels so guilty. When you look at the pictures of season 2, or excuse me, episode 2 and stuff like that, and what could be coming, that he just looks so just defeated because it's because his fault that Kenny's mom died. And Kenny literally in the last episode said, "Oh, do you think I want them to be without their mother and father?" Like, and here he is losing his mother.
Yeah.
Episode.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Very interesting.
It's all Jim's fault.
Yeah. Big loser. Big baby loser.
Yeah, Jimbo.
I love the actor that plays Jim. I do not
He
like
is
Jim.
great. He is great. I feel bad because he seemed like people wanted to like him. Now he just dug himself a bigger hole. Like the voice on the radio.
I think that's when he tried to be besties with Randall that it kind of slowly fell apart.
Yeah, big old red flag right there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like right here, this picture, it's probably really wanting to tell him like, you're digging your own hole now, Jim.
Yes. Yes. Oh man, I was
you
really
throw me off the diaper changing table, Jim.
Yeah. Oh my god. I wish it was the voice from the radio. I liked Jeremy's idea. I wanted it to be your wife shouldn't have left, Jim.
Yeah.
That would have been
the lighthouse.
Did the dingo eat your baby, Jim?
Imagine. Wow, that's crazy. But
yeah.
Just the voice though, like you could tell it must be messing with him unless like for some reason children grow older in this place, but that child was in the real world. So I do think it must be the entity playing with him. It is a theory to think that people can grow up here, or potentially that's the boy in white, Thomas. But I think the boy in white has been here longer than they've been around. So I don't know if I could put it to that, but it is very interesting.
Yeah, I don't personally think Thomas is alive. I know some people believe he is, but I think that this is just trolling him. And
you don't think it could be a Thomas from an alternate timeline?
No.
And or time travel?
I mean, I think if they were going to introduce alternate timelines, they should have done it already. If we're going to go into some kind of weird quantum, I mean, Jay did.
I think the same thing about tarot cards, though. I feel like,
Yeah.
I guess in the trailer, Fatima's looking at tarot cards. I thought if they wanted to do a
Oh,
tarot card
yeah.
thing, they should have been doing that 2 seasons ago.
I
True.
think, I
Just
think
having
that
people play in the background with them. It seems like a
Oh,
new thing.
that is another game too that the old settlers used to play. So it does make sense that it would be on the show. And I mean, I wouldn't put it past like these characters and for them to put it on there, with the way that the creator Jack Bender and stuff said where they got the idea for the monsters came from a painting, like how to really portray them, even though like John Griffin said it came from a nightmare he had during that time. Realistic.
What a nightmare.
Yeah.
Well, it came from that painting of the Pope by Francis Bacon.
Yeah. So I would
The
not
painter,
put it,
not the philosopher. I think people are getting those two mixed up.
right. I
Yeah.
wouldn't put it
There's a
past like,
philosopher for the 1500s and then a modern painter that just died not too long ago in the 90s, Francis Bacon.
oh yeah. Actually, you know what they say, Quan right there is very interesting about Tom. Tom's from the MCU
Yeah.
or verse. Did you guys already talk about Henry and his line? It seemed like a very big bomb that he kind of dropped in there on that line about like them being there where that this place could be accessed from different places at a same time at different places. It almost like was confirming the Dale theory that this is really, it could be a pocket universe.
Yeah, like a time bubble type thing.
When Henry dropped that line,
Eloise
it
can
kind of
explain that.
confirmed the pocket universe thing. So, Billy, you were on that for a very long time, and I think Henry kind of got the confirmation to that, and Jeremy agreed.
Yeah. Which line was it that you're referencing that Henry said?
When Tabby was downstairs and she was looking at the different pictures, and she actually was pulling up each drawing, and she saw the soldier, Civil War soldier. Well, the whole time he was talking about, if you watch that scene, he was saying how they ended up there, and Miranda was talking about how people end up in this place, and it could be accessed from different places on there. And if maybe you could get a scene one of these one time, but I think it definitely confirms a theory that you've had for a while.
Yeah, you could never find it if you looked, but it could be accessed from anywhere.
Exactly. It kind of confirms the whole pocket dimension thing that Dale was talking about. The minor character you threw away, but here it is, coming back around.
Yes. I absolutely think that that's evidence that this is a pocket dimension. I think that I've believed that for a while, and you can access it from anywhere. I absolutely loved that whole monologue that he gave. It's a place that you couldn't find if you looked for it, but it's all around us. And that's what I think this is. It's a place that you could get to from anywhere, but you can't find a way out. No one can find a way out once they're there. He had the best monologue. I enjoyed that so much. Like that was like,
and this was during this scene. Yeah, exactly. During this scene when they're at the
he delivered it so well with such emotion.
Oh yeah, it was perfect for the funeral. Oh,
Hello.
Hi, Susie.
Oh.
Hi, Susie.
Hello.
I just realized I didn't even know I was on for a second.
Hi, Susie.
We love your laugh.
Hi, Susie.
Good
Welcome,
to see y'all.
Susie.
Talk to y'all.
She has the best laugh.
Sorry, I just came in the middle of a sentence. Go on.
No worries. He delivered this beautiful monologue, and it did it also played over the funeral as a voiceover over the funeral, saying that there are these people here who are trapped, who are lost, and when they're trying to hold on to hope, and when there's no more hope, they hold on to each other, and they're fighting a battle they know they can't win. It was just absolutely beautiful. That entire speech, it's beautiful.
Probably one of the best parts of the whole, I think, episode, because it really took what everybody in the fandom was feeling, right here with losing her, and brought everybody together. And then literally to overlook what he said during this scene, because they could have just put music, they could have did anything else, but no, they literally had Henry tell you this story, this bomb that they dropped at this moment, for everybody to pay attention. So I thought it was very interesting. Yeah.
Absolutely great point, Justin. It was just amazing. Sorry, go ahead.
Do y'all think that like there are these things that they already had planned, or that there's sometimes like giving little shout outs to some of the fan theories?
I think they do they do a lot of that. I think they do shout out.
You know what I mean?
No, I know.
I'm just kind of curious.
I don't know. Maybe
those tarot cards.
I think they've got like some
the tarot
breadcrumbs
cards,
to
like
kind of lead you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what you guys are saying is a very MCU kind of thing to say, because that's exactly.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
In the MCU.
If Deadpool comes out of a bottle tree, I'm done.
That's a very Marvel thing to do. Yeah, exactly. For the fan,
I don't know. It's just something I was thinking about. Yeah.
That is.
Yeah.
I personally don't think so, but I mean, because they said they had a beginning, middle, and end that they thought of, and last time when they did Lost, they were trying to incorporate everything that the fandom wanted, and they kind of got messed up in some way. So they want to kind of fix something. Could they do it? I wouldn't doubt it. I think they definitely probably do that, especially in some of the pictures or things they post online and stuff.
Yeah, like an Easter egg.
Yeah,
like an Easter egg, like in a video game or something. You know what I mean? Like just a little, we see you, like kind of thing. I think that will be fun to see at the end of everything, like how much of that was that, or
that would be awesome.
Oh, I definitely think I definitely think that they do that in season 2. I think that they deliberately planted some things that the fandom was already thinking. Some of the stuff Randall was bringing up. Some of it may turn out to be nothing. Some of it may turn out to be
I feel like everything except for what Dale said, like honestly, but everything that I've been like theorizing is almost like you can cancel that out as what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, if they bring out a whiteboard and start making lists, we know we did that. That was us. That was our group.
Yes. Yeah, we know that they listen to the fans and they watch some of the live streams that people do as well. So,
where's the shampoo?
Yeah. Explain that. We want a backstory on how
the shampoo's got to smell.
Yeah, because I have curly hair like Fatima, and I don't look like that right now. I look like an alpaca in this weather. So there's no way that she's perfectly great.
And they just figured out how to use a hair dryer. Season, I don't believe it.
Yeah.
The hair dryer just on off. Like
yeah.
Oh, here, I'm gonna drink a toast to Kenny's mom.
Me
Actually,
too. Cheers.
You know what is so funny? I do think it is. I think they are definitely listening to fandom, because there was reports, and he used to say to himself, Jack Bender, about what the fans would think, and he used to say like, "Oh, I don't give a damn what the fans think," because he's the director.
I don't like that.
Focus on that,
fighting words.
What they have to like do that. But interestingly enough, when at the end of season 2 and season 3 came, Harold, and I've been lucky to have a few conversations with Harold every once in a great while, but I mentioned to him because, some people in the fandom, or like Scarlett or some of you guys and stuff like that, used to say it would be a good idea to go to, be a good idea to go to like SCDD, like go to Comic-Con. And eventually, Harold said, you know what, I'm going to bring that up to Jack. And sure enough, here it was. They went to Comic-Con San Diego, and then they went to New York. So now all of a sudden they're listening, like, you know what? These are good ideas. They totally changed their mind. So
I've got my tickets for New York Comic-Con for this month. So if I see anybody, I'm going to be telling them what we're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
When is Comic-Con?
So my tickets are for the 17th. I think it's the 17th to the 22nd.
Oh,
I'm gonna
so
be
exciting.
in
October?
New York I'm gonna be in New York the next week.
Wow, go see.
That's awesome.
You guys
That's
should hang out if you can.
We should.
That's so cool.
No.
Yeah, that's.
I was hoping it would be the week I was already gonna be there.
That's awesome.
They definitely take a look at what you guys are listening to and stuff. Do they put it in the show? That might be a bit much, but it's very possible, and we'll see more episodes to see that too if they start to play on some of those things for sure.
Yeah,
it would be. I mean, like, it would be cool to see. I mean, I feel like there's some other shows that kind of do something like that. I feel like American Horror Story a little bit would do stuff like that a little bit. Or I don't know. I can't think of what other shows like kind of gave that like nod to the fans' theories, because there's not shows so much like this since Lost, really. You know what I mean? That have such a, I don't know, complex, like I don't even know the word that I'm trying to find for it.
A complex. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I'll just leave it there.
Yeah.
Well, not a show, but like the Five Nights at Freddy movie really paid a homage to the fans.
That's true.
That was a messed up movie.
The game?
Listen, I cheered.
Yeah. Let somebody in the chat.
Was that the animatronic one?
Yes.
Like
Yeah, Chuck E. Cheese on acid.
Oh,
okay, thank you.
Oh God,
Sorry.
those nightmare fuel Chuck E. Cheese animatronic things. He finally got rid of those. They finally figured out after all these years that they were just freaking people out. Those things were messed up, man. Anyway, Saggy Star asked a question. Now, this is something. This is like such a head scratcher, right? How does Thomas fit in the storyline? Why are they doing this? Now, here's something that I wanted to point out. Now, let's think about the timing of this Thomas phone call. Okay, I do think that it's the entity messing with Jim. But look at the timing of when this is coming up.
If he falls for it, he deserves what he gets.
Now, let's not forget, right? Yeah, I mean, he'd be dumb enough to fall for it, of course.
There's been cicadas. There have been attempted murders. If your dead son is calling you off of the phone that hasn't rung ever, and you go outside in the middle of the night, stay out there. No talisman for you.
I don't think he's really him for sure.
No, but here's what.
But then that seems so obvious, though. So it's kind of like, I don't know.
But here's the thing, though. Here's what I want to point out about the timing of this. Let's not forget, in episode 1, see, they don't talk about Thomas all the time. This is not something that comes up all the time. But in episode 1, Tabitha was talking about how she blames God for losing her baby. She starts to leave. The priest comes after her with all these weird ass expressions on his face, and he's like, what was his name? And she never said it was a boy, first of all. He's like, what was his name? She said Thomas. He said, oh, that's a good name. Now,
wait, do you think it's God?
I don't necessarily think that. I'm just wondering about the timing of this. What's
the priest?
What connection does this priest have to this shit? He's
the one that was like, your wife shouldn't be digging that hole.
Is it him? Like, what is?
I don't know. He's kind of.
All Fromville does need a new priest.
Yeah.
Job application.
Oh my gosh.
Required.
I'm just saying.
If he ends up there?
The timing is sus. I'm just saying the priest is already sus as hell. And now we have a little kid voice calling Jim saying, hey, Dad, it's me, Thomas. In the previous episode, this priest was sus as hell, somehow knew that she had a baby boy and wanted to know the kid's name.
So then what you might be suggesting is that literally not that this place would be like have a hive mind or omnipotent or omniscient in some way, we're all knowing, that literally like these people in the real world are like messing with them inside like this
players.
Like that's
maybe.
It could be
Yeah,
possible.
like this is a lamppost.
I don't know if I would put the
Oh, yeah.
priest that far. I think to me, in my personal opinion, it was almost like one of those moments that Boyd had with Katri, where it was like showing where they give up on their faith, where she was saying, "Why would God do this to people like that and put me somewhere where this place doesn't exist? God can't be real." And then all of a sudden, the priest is the person that showed her where she needed to go, the next step, like renewing her faith. That's kind of what I was reading into initially, but that is a very interesting too.
Because Tabby sees the boy in white, and then the boy in white points her to the church, and then the priest points her to the lunchbox.
The church was
the lunchbox has the address.
Yes, that was
the
by
church
design.
was Eloise's station in Lost.
Okay. See, I'm not far enough ahead to know who Eloise
I
is.
have never seen Lost,
so I wouldn't know. But
I don't want to. I mean, that's not really giving anything away. It just is true.
Okay.
Eloise.
Yeah.
I have so much to say about that, but it's so hard to just.
You probably can. I probably will never be able to watch it anyway. So
you will.
Or I'll just stumble on something.
Definitely.
You just put it on while you're doing laundry.
Yeah, there you go.
Exactly.
The first season and the second, the second season, the beginning is a little slow, but after that, you're like, what? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's an awesome show.
Didn't Carlaway? Oh my god!
Hey, Carlaway.
Hey, Carlaway.
Welcome.
You are crazy with that statement, though. But yes, we are glad to see you.
I mean, he could be. I don't
this
know.
priest or the other priest.
There's something else.
It's always a priest.
Katri is definitely sus, dude. Like, I don't think that's really him.
He's catching strays even after he's dead. Poor guy.
I don't know. I think that Katri, the real one, was cool and everything, but the one now, I don't believe him.
I agree.
I agree with that too. Yeah,
the real one was good. The real one.
I really wish that Kenny's mom would come back to haunt
him and
Kenny.
the wife. Him and Abby.
Oh my god!
Imagine
Imagine
the same thing. Like they're both like don't have hope. You know, have fear. Like that's their goal. It's the same goal.
Yeah, I think so too.
Different ways of going about it.
I think so too. And I think that this priest, there's a story there. There's got to be a story there. He made so many weird facial expressions. He knew that this baby was a boy. And why is he asking about Thomas? And then the next episode, we have this weird phone call saying that it's Thomas.
He's a spy.
I have to wonder if somehow, I don't know, if some entity possessed him in that moment. Some Fromville entity took him over, fed him information. So, there's something there. I just can't put my finger on it. All I know is the timing of it is so convenient and so suspicious to me. But as far as her blaming God, I actually think I agree with something that Robert Saunders said. I think God wasn't responsible at all. First of all, I think that whoever called them that distracted them and that baby fell off the table, I think that was a Fromville entity making that phone call.
Exactly.
Robert had that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
So in a way, it's a lot like what Katri thought. Katri thought he heard the voice of God that called out to him when he was on that bridge ready to jump off, saying, "Get back in your car and drive." 2 hours later, he was in Fromville. He thought that was God. That was definitely a Fromville entity, maybe the boy in white. And now Tabitha's blaming God. Isn't it interesting how Tabitha is now blaming God for the loss of her baby? I think that was a Fromville entity too. I agree with Robert's theory on that. I think some entity called them, distracted them, and set all of the events in motion that would lead them to Fromville because they were chosen. Tabitha was one of these chosen ones. Ethan was a chosen one to replace Victor. So something had to set things in motion for them to get there. And it all started with their grief.
Yeah.
So could it be an altered state of mind creates an altered state of dimension? Like through your grief, through the drugs, through whatever it is. As soon as you're not in your right mind, your third eye is open. Now you're susceptible.
I think it could be. I think it could be because there's something. A lot of these people carry trauma with them and grief. These people that are brought to
It's
town.
giving loss.
It's so
Yeah,
these.
but a few of them are in happy places, like Becca. She just finished paying off her student loans or whatever, and then Jade just sold his company.
True. I definitely think that there's something to, like, certain people are targeted because of their trauma, but not everyone who's brought there is brought there because of their trauma. Like Jade, I think, was targeted for other reasons. You know, Jade
to start
Jade was,
drama.
To
yeah.
be made
There
crazy.
was something though, because remember whenever like
blew her
Sarah
mind.
took out Jade's friend,
Yeah.
he was like, it was something we did or something like we shouldn't have. I don't remember exactly what he said, but he said something weird like that. Like we shouldn't have done that. You know what I mean?
Who said that?
Jade's friend that was driving the car.
Oh, Toby.
Right after
Toby.
Sarah killed her.
Toby.
Yeah, Toby.
Good.
So like there was something that was going on, but we don't know what it is still. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like, because he was like, we shouldn't have done that. But we just don't know what that was.
Yeah. And I think Jade was handpicked to come here to replace to be the new Christopher in this
Of course,
cycle.
Jade did come in kind of like high on life.
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
they do take people out of certain
as one
situations
does.
where they're having really good time, like they're about to end like something special, like Boyd or Jade or Bacta. She was ready to retire, you know, that all of a sudden they get boom brought in here. Or the opposite, like you were saying, super grief and they're distraught for something and now there's something they need to learn.
Maybe it's the energy, because if the town is being fueled by your frustration and your loss of hope, wouldn't you get the greatest amount of loss of hope from somebody that was at a 10 and you just brought them down to a 0 so quickly?
Yeah, that's true. You know,
Okay.
so it seems like people come when they're either on like so it's either a huge high, like a big milestone in their life that's a positive, or it's a big negative. It's a trauma, it's some kind of grief, you know. So it seems like it's one or the other. So yeah, I definitely think people are targeted for one reason or the other, and
Chosen.
yeah, they're chosen. And now we have confirmation with that amazing scene from Henry saying, you know, Miranda told him that she saw all these women, all these people who were chosen before her, and all of them failed.
Yeah.
So now we have confirmation of a fan theory. Like, we've got an answer that we've been promised answers this season, and now we got an answer from this monologue that Henry gave that there are cycles. This has been going on for a while.
Wow.
So
Wow.
you guys, Debbie, Abby, Bo, Babby, which
I was gonna point that out.
she just said that she just pointed out that Thomas, she said, yeah, that's the one. His name wouldn't be Thomas if there wasn't going to be two of them. Thomas means twin. And I just double checked and looked that up, and that is definitely true. Like, that is
I was gonna say exactly the same thing.
Word that definitely does. It actually it means twin. What? Okay, so and I think that we've kind of been like we're trying to figure out still, like were Eloise and Victor twins? Like there's
mixed
some
mixed
it's like mixed
getting.
Yeah, exactly. So we're not quite sure.
They look like, I know on Henry's wall. On Henry's wall, there's a picture. It looks like they're one of them is definitely older than the other. There's like a toddler being held or next to a slightly older child. So I think there's a slight difference.
But then in the Wiki fandom page,
like,
if you go to
in that picture just down there.
Where is it?
Those like two twin-looking creepy people.
Oh, those ones down
I don't
there.
know how to call them. And queens.
Oh, which picture?
Yeah, like is the like painting that she did with the like what Real would say, the Vesica Pisces of the two Ankui kids.
Yes.
They look like twins right there, you know what I mean? And there's like, so is Thomas a twin? Like, or was he supposed to be a twin? Like, what does that mean? Is there something to do with twins?
Like, imagine possibly that the boy in white was trying to reborn himself through Thomas, like in the real world. And like, because there always seem to like have this thing where the spirit wants a body, like a host body or something like that.
Right. Like a
or there are two Thomases and one was on the phone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he wasn't calling about an extended car warranty.
No.
No. Have you heard about our deal? Do you want to pay less for your internet, Jim?
Love it. To be honest, I was disappointed that it wasn't the voice from the radio, because that moment, that was like the most holy shit moment of the whole series for me. When I first heard that voice say, like, Jim, and his voice dropped. At first he's like, Jim, and then his voice dropped.
Oh, yeah.
Jim Matthews.
He's like, your wife shouldn't be
taking
that hold, Jim.
Oh, I'm like, oh my God. What?
When I tell you, I lost my shit. I was yelling at the TV. Holy shit. What is happening? Oh my God. Oh my God.
But then, okay, and I don't think that anyone's a mole. I'm just going to say that. Like, only Randall, people that think like Randall think there's a mole. Okay. Just saying.
Randall's a mole.
Anyway. No. But it is weird how, like, Donna didn't want anyone to know that happened. Like, it seems like you're like, that was the goal, right? To get a connection to somewhere. And they did.
Nobody talks to anybody in this town.
They're starting to, though. I do like that about
no one
season.
talks to anybody.
Donna, I'm glad you mentioned that about Donna, because she does have a very good line in that last episode where she says literally, like, you know what? Basically everything was fine until you started looking for things. I should have never listened to you, she said, when she started freaking out with Boyd inside the post office. That was a very interesting line. Like, it's like she almost like she knew something and she made peace here with this place. Maybe she met the entity before and she made everything fine. But all of a sudden, the Matthews family came here and Boyd wanted to find a place out and she started freaking out.
And I don't even think it was the Matthews family coming there, because he was already doing stuff like this before.
I think it was Boyd that came.
It was Boyd. And then, like, but for her, it was just like she kind of accepted, like, a form of surrender, I think. Like, and Boyd came in and was like, no, we're not doing that. Like, and he was like, we're gonna fight this. We're gonna.
Well,
like,
when you think about the Matthews family arrived, and like those people had just died. Like, Boyd wasn't really like looking anymore. They were just naturally trying to spend time in the place at that moment. Like,
that's true.
Yeah, he wasn't. So what happened was, I think reawakened him. What happened with Abby broke his spirit, and he was basically just maintaining the status quo. He was keeping things going. Right. He was ringing that bell, making sure everybody got home safely at night. And it wasn't until the two cars arrived that the new cycle really began. The Matthews and Jade's car.
Well,
everything started changing.
He was still going out in the woods, like, before that, which was kind of how he got into, like, that stasis. You know what I mean?
Right, but
I thought that Donna was more of a people person, so she probably took Abby shooting up the town as worse than getting the talismans. And animals out of the woods.
Yeah, what the thing is, I think honestly, that wasn't really like, whatever evil entity is in control. I don't think it minded Boyd doing that stuff. It wanted that. It wanted to inflict this on him. It rewarded him for going out there, and it wanted to eventually cause this situation with Abby to happen.
So was that the reward? Was that the reward for the people that Abby shot? That they got the talismans and the animals?
Yeah, it was sacrifice.
The awards
Sacrifice.
that reward is for everybody else now. Now they can be safe.
It's
and
not really a award, it's like a trade-off, you know?
Yes.
it is.
The trade-off. Yes, it's a blood sacrifice. Exactly.
It's definitely.
What do we get if we sacrifice that demon baby?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's
because like she said, like in that moment, like Julie just said, like that moment, it's true. They were finding places that he was looking at that time, but it wasn't until Abby died that he gave up. You know what I mean?
He gave up.
Yeah. Go ahead.
He gave up, and it broke his spirit, and he didn't start actively looking for things again and making an effort and going out there until the 2 cars arrived. Things started to go south, and then he realized that he could actually travel out further than he thought. He realized the talismans would work in the woods. So he went out further than he ever did before. And that's when shit started to get real. Like that's when they started to get punished for trying to find answers, for trying to find a way out. And before, he was just trying to find things to help them. He was trying to find stuff to help them stay there.
Yeah.
On the animals. He got the talismans. This time he went out there looking for a way out to try to get these people home. And they're building the radio tower. Tabitha's digging the hole in the basement. And now we have all this retaliation against them. So that all started with the 2 cars arriving, like Justin was saying, the Matthews and Jade. It kickstarted this new cycle. That's when it really began. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what's coming next now. I mean, like I was thinking, honestly, like I didn't know any way out of this for these people because things just seem to be getting worse and worse. So if they're already out of food in episode 1, I'm thinking, now what? But apparently, like as people get killed off, as there are supposed sacrifices, like they do get certain things given back to them. Like now they're going to have food again. Now they have new crops. So
they're only down a cow, right?
Yeah,
I mean, Alma's still alive, right? I hope.
I don't know. I think everything else. They got the goats and the sheep. I don't know. I don't know
what happened. Sheep were eating Jade's web that he made. They were kind of gnawing on it.
Oh my god, that was so funny, right?
Alma's Plan of Revenge Part 2.
Yeah. That was so funny. Like that was like
Alma's entity.
It was like the goats were eating Jade's string theory. They were literally eating it. They were eating his thought experiment. Yeah, that was a nice little brief bit of humor in what was a very sad episode. So I appreciated it.
Yeah, I hope they get some more humor, but I don't know if they can. And just the way
that it like began with that one screenshot you just had on, like of the one yeah, right behind. I don't know why.
There you go. Right, you thought that string meant everything. So they're just gnawing on it. You thought it meant so much in the beginning, and no, they're just gnawing on it. There it is.
Yeah, but I feel kind of like sad for all the. I mean, like all of the liquor that he'd been working so hard to brew.
Right. Oh yeah.
Like, where's that even now?
Oh, Kenny still has that.
He still has it, but like I don't know. I feel like they're gonna like hold on to it or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Go on a bender.
Just in case, like
he's gonna go on a bender and then he's gonna see his
change their mind.
Yeah.
Like people were literally
he's totally done with the idea.
People were literally theory crafting on this part where Jade was laying on the floor before this episode began. Like about what could this picture be? Like he's looking at Jade on the floor and they're literally gnawing on it. Like,
right?
Yeah. Like it's a timeline with extended alternate timelines.
Giving him signals.
They're helping.
Like, check it out. Yeah, they should. You should look at whatever they're doing. Maybe there's a sign in there.
That's
Alma knows. She knows.
But Justin, that's such a great point too, because Jade was also he was probably thinking, oh, maybe string theory could be an answer to this, and they're just gnawing it. They're eating it now. They're literally eating it. All that work.
So that's another one that we can throw out, I guess.
We can just cross that one off the list. Apparently.
Yeah,
at least the adults didn't like it.
Praise Alma.
Praise Alma.
Oh man, yeah, that Alma. That's what drew Ethan out of the house. After all of that, all of us thinking, oh,
on purpose,
Granny's gonna mimic Tabitha's voice because Ethan's too smart to open the door. No, he was just going to save his favorite goat.
I never wanted to punt a child so bad than when he did that.
Right?
Well, Alma heard Ethan saying that he would kill her first.
Right? I don't understand. I thought Ethan was smarter than that. I was so pissed. You got to be kidding me. For a goat? Come on. Goat shit on the floor. Victor's just given up. Yeah, Quan Solar. Oh God. Yeah, that was the best scene. I wish it had lasted longer. And then we got hit with that brutal scene in the barn. Oh my God. We need some more humor to lighten the mood now.
I can't believe they actually showed so much.
I'm so glad they did.
You're glad? Oh, I didn't want to see it. I didn't want to.
You have to think about it. Jack Bender again. He's the director of a Chucky movie, so you have to think about their work.
Yeah.
Oh no, is that dummy gonna come alive?
Oh God! Yeah.
Imagine.
Oh my God! Amazing. No, I will leave.
I would love that.
I do not like dolls.
That's such a trope. That's such a great horror trope. And the dummy coming alive. I'd be here for it. I love it.
No.
We saw it move. We saw it move in the trailer. It's gonna move in a vision, though. I'm sure it's just gonna be a vision.
Oh, I hope not.
The head twists around.
That starts talking to Jade.
Yes.
Oh my God. I love horror films. That is horror and sci-fi is my genre of everything, but dolls, no.
Oh.
I can't.
Oh, I love it. I love creepy dolls.
Yes, animals too, and that's why you're worried about them looking at you.
No.
That's one of my favorite horror.
My great grandmother had a whole bunch of weird, creepy dolls. I don't like
it. Give me any.
Come alive.
Horror,
pretty sure.
Oh yeah, did they come alive?
Like Annabelle.
Annabelle. Oh, I freaking love Annabelle. Give me anything about a creepy doll, and I'm watching it. Anything at all.
That's awesome.
So if you hear that, anybody, we want dolls. We want creepy dolls. Okay?
I like that what Tammy C said though, Smiley reborn, a ventriloquist dummy. Because if you think about it, a ventriloquist is empty inside, you know what I mean? Kind of how the monsters seem to be when they opened him up or whatever.
Yeah.
Everybody wants Jay to put his hand in there.
Do you guys remember?
You know what I mean?
You guys remember a movie called Dead Silence? It was about dolls that come to life, and it was from the creators of Saw, where their spirit lives.
I've never seen that.
No, oh my God!
You should probably see Magic too.
I'm probably gonna never watch it.
You should definitely watch it. It has a twist.
I'm probably gonna watch it just because it's the only thing that will actually scare me.
Oh my God! If you missed that movie, it's called Dead Silence. It's a great movie, from the creators of Saw, and it has the spirits that lived in the doll, and it is partially based on a true story, but they do take it to some other places. But it's definitely worth watching. It has a lot of famous actors in it too.
Then followed up with Magic, starring Sir Anthony Hopkins.
Nice.
Right.
I've got so many great recommendations.
Came out in the 70s, but it's creepy. Give you nightmares.
Okay.
Well, I like one movie too, Dead End. It's from 2003. And it just reminds me a lot of, from so much. It's these people on a road trip going to visit family for Christmas. And that's, anyway, it starts the first season of From, and it ends the second season of From.
What's it called?
Literally. Dead end.
Oh, dead end. Wow.
Dead end. Like the end of a road.
Okay.
And it's very Twilight Zone, Lovecraft-ish. You know what I mean? You'll like it.
Oh, I love Twilight Zone. So you got me sold just on that alone.
It's really more like Twilight Zone than anything.
That's
like a movie of Twilight.
That movie, I think, has like something called A Man in Black too, doesn't it?
Yeah, there is.
Okay, yeah.
There's a lot of things.
Oh,
I think I've heard of that movie.
Interesting. Okay.
Report back.
There's a doll right there.
Yeah. Doesn't it look like this dummy's just about to start talking in this shot? Like, look at
Yeah.
this. It looks
Oh
like
my
he's just
God.
about. He's got his
It's
arm.
like a middle-aged Slappy from Goosebumps.
Yes. Yes.
Times have been hard on them, okay?
Hell yes.
Hello there, children. Would you like a hard candy?
Got me right in the childhood right there. Oh, I love it. That was one of my favorite books when I was a kid. Yes, I loved Slappy.
If this dummy, please do not have an accent. Please do not have an accent.
Oh my God.
I swear to God, he just looks so conversational. He's got his arm up there, all casual. Like he's about to start talking next.
Ready to smoke a cigar? Yeah, he's that kind of dummy. He's interesting.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Maybe
He's a friend dummy.
doing something else. I gotta get away from here.
We're gonna traumatize you. We're gonna give you nightmares now. But I just love this kind of shit. I'm sure it'll just be a Jade vision. That's what I predict, because that thing's not going to just start moving for real. We're
Is it going to do that scream again?
That's right, Debbie.
Yeah.
Well, keep the subtitles on because maybe you'll see it say like tiny footprints.
Abby always gets me.
Yes.
She's dummy came up the cabin.
Girl. Exactly.
Yeah. Hey, PM. Sure, the more the merrier. Go ahead. And,
Oh yeah.
Let me
Come in.
see.
That would be awesome.
Come in.
Please
I'm
do.
trying
The water is warm.
Join us. All are welcome.
I think wait a minute.
By the way, jump in.
Don't say one of us.
Feel free to end it with your beautiful
One
song.
of us.
Now, hold on. I gotta stop sharing this so I can try and. I can't even. It won't let me scroll down, and why isn't it letting me? I'm sorry. Hold on. It won't let me scroll down and add you. Why not? I know I can get. I can fit up to 10 people in here, so
okay.
it just won't let me scroll. Oh wait. Okay, now it did.
Oh yeah.
All right.
There we go. Hey PM.
Welcome.
Welcome. Can you? What's up, PM? Is your mic on? Nope.
Oh.
It says, uh-oh. It says device is not connected. PM, try and
refreshing.
yeah, PM, try hitting refresh. We had this problem with somebody earlier. Oh, okay, wait, maybe now. No.
I think it's working now.
Oh, yep, we hear you.
Is it? Okay, great.
Yeah, Debbie, it is.
Hi, everyone. So I love everything that you're saying. I really loved some of the things that you guys were saying about the sacrificing, how they keep getting things in exchange for sacrificing. So it really, all of a sudden, so many things connected. So let me just tell you a couple of them. One of the things that connected was, I know that we have heard.
Oh, PM,
we lost
What happened?
you.
She's
cut
been
out.
silenced.
Uh-oh.
Was I silent or was I silent?
You left us
You were good, and then you dropped off a little bit.
Must be getting close to the truth.
Am I back?
You're back.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, PM.
Awesome.
One of the things is
Yeah, so a lot of the creators, the content creators from, they have been theorizing that it's a game.
Yeah.
So I think that we all kind of agree that it does look like there's a game being played because
Mhm.
things keep happening in a sort of rotation and motion. So
Mhm.
when we think about somebody being possessed, either because they're possessed pawns in the game for these two entities,
Mhm.
in the real world, when we talk about religion and anybody is possessed, I'm sure we have all seen possession movies, right? We're all fans of horror.
Mhm.
It's always a game between God and Satan or the devil. It's
Yeah.
always a
Yep.
game that they're playing and they're trying to break this person. And sometimes the person that is chosen is kind and sometimes super religious, right? So you would think, why would she be chosen? Like, this person is super religious, super kind. But it's the game, right? They hurt the person to hurt God. And sometimes you have even God, as they say, intervening and helping that person and fixing a couple of things
Yes.
for them so that they won't give up their faith. They even
Mhm.
sometimes say that they have visions of the Virgin or God saying, hold on, it's not going to be much longer. I'm going to help you. Hold on, hold there, don't lose your faith. So it really reminds me of possession if they're
Lost.
playing this game,
Sorry.
right?
All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yep.
so that's one of the things that totally jumped out at me. And I
Absolutely.
know you haven't finished watching Lost.
Right.
I knew
Yeah, and
I'm
I'm
on season
frustrated
4.
with you.
it.
You need to finish watching Lost. I think a lot of people don't like it when we say that it is like almost mandatory, but it
It
really
is.
is. And I
It
know a lot
isn't.
of
It
people
isn't,
don't
but
like it.
it is.
It
Don't
Yeah.
work.
really is.
You
Yeah,
shouldn't. You shouldn't have to watch 6 seasons of something to understand another show.
I know,
No,
but that's why
but you
everybody,
don't. If you're
yeah,
the kind of person that would watch Lost, like on
yeah.
Yeah.
surface value, anyway,
Companion
like you know what
podcast.
I mean.
You know
But
what
you
Seasons.
it
wouldn't
is?
be here talking to us if that's your
It's
kind
kind of
of
like seeing
MO.
through the
You
matrix.
know.
Let me ask you, how many people here saw Lost first and then from second, as
Oh, I
opposed to
watched Lost
front?
like 7 times before this.
Oh
Haven't
yeah.
seen it.
Okay, so you started with Lost first. I think it's
Mhm.
very
Oh yeah.
interesting
I
to
just
people.
started with as only.
I
Me
watched
too.
Lost when it came out, like every week. Are you kidding?
So you were
Oh, I
the
It's the
wish I
best show
had.
ever.
I never
I don't
watched it
think I
back
was living
then.
in the U.S. when it came out.
it was
It's
the
the best.
biggest show on TV
And
for
it
like
was so
5 or
cool
10
because
years.
it was like it's not the first show to ever have an ARG, but it was one of the best, definitely ARGs. So it was like, there's like the Lost experience. So there was all these like different things going on the internet that was kind of like a scavenger hunt almost that had all this extra information about the show. Or like even when when it would air, like in the commercials, like in the middle of the commercials, there would be like a commercial for Oceanic Airlines. Like it was,
Oh,
which is
interesting.
obviously not real, like, you know what I mean? But they would do
Interesting.
stuff like that all the time. It was
I
That's
really
think
really
cool.
that's
cool.
a super great point that you just brought up, how they did things that other people were not doing at the time. And the reason why I say it's almost like you have to watch it is because this is the type of writer and show creator that
Right.
frustrates people. When Lost was on, people were angry. He had lots of fans, but a lot of people were angry because they were like, oh my God, why
Yeah.
is there a polar
They
bear?
still are.
Oh
This
yeah.
show is horrible, right?
They
This
still
show
So
are the
is
like, and they don't
exactly.
understand
They're like, I
it.
can't follow it. It's the worst show ever. So
Yeah, you should
to
watch it, SP.
understand his style,
How do I say it? SP?
Espy. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be Espy, maybe. Uh, yeah, you should watch it.
oh yeah,
Oh
oh yeah,
yeah,
for
please,
sure.
please. If you have not watched it, it's like kind of like tapping through the matrix, like you're seeing
It's
through the
so
veil
much to
there.
watch.
Because
So we
but
need to pick a
Well,
day, and
and that's
everybody
why
has to
it's
watch
so
one episode.
great.
Okay.
that is a good thing to
Yeah.
have
Today is a great day. Today is a
it's
great
a good
day.
thing to have a watch party for. But
Oh
it's
yeah,
like watch party.
Yeah, Discord.
I just think it's something like at this point, because there's so many, you should just like when you're having a day where you're just chilling, you know what I mean, and you don't have to work, and just watch it, you know, until there's like you fall asleep.
It's good.
Yes.
The show is because this show has so many possibilities, but when you watch Lost, you see the extent of those possibilities. Like they're likely to go here or they're willing to go here, and then you can narrow something down. You know.
I'll just say, everyone who thinks I shouldn't have to watch Lost, go watch it. Just like watch
that
a
was
couple of
you don't have
episodes
to,
and then get back to us.
Yeah, a little bit.
when you get back to us, you're gonna say, "Oh my God, this is so similar." Oh my God!
And then
all
we
the
can all
characters.
have. Then we can have a Julie B. If you've watched.
How many
Lost
episodes are in the season?
1 billion.
Of Lost?
Oh, like it's back when there was like 23 to
22 or
28
something?
episodes.
25.
Yeah.
It started slowing down like later on, but yes.
I wish it was like that these days, but I guess
if you get through the first season of Lost, which is what the consensus usually is, then you get hooked by the second or third season. Like if you get through the first season, then that's when they say like, oh yeah,
the
you don't
second halfway through.
Exactly.
But if you're not gonna watch it, let me just say, if you're not gonna watch it, that's totally cool. What I was talking about,
we won't judge you,
spoilers, right? No spoilers. So this is not gonna spoil your show. One of the main reasons why I thought, hey, this is a great show to watch before From is because you will get to know the style of the writer. Now, this person, they're very unique. When he came out with Lost, it was super unique. Everything that he writes is very different. And what you will see is that we are so used to, as consumers of entertainment, we're used to the good and the bad. There's a good side, there's a bad side. And eventually, you know, we're all rooting for the good guys. And we come to the end, either they die and that's a horrible ending, or they win. But we're used to very simple styles of writing. Lost, you don't have to watch it, but it is a mess. It is a tangled mess. So there's more than a good guy and a bad guy. There's guys that are maybe good some days and bad some days, and there's gray areas where
so it's not just a binary, you know, good versus evil, black and white kind of thing. Okay,
yeah,
so there's
totally.
Like
so like the bad guy in every story, they have their own reasons, and when he explains them to you in, you know, his show, you realize, oh my God, maybe I'm with him. And maybe you end up being on the bad guy side, the guy that wasn't helping, the guy that was making everybody suffer. You end up seeing and saying, I think he's right. I think I've been on the wrong side all along.
Yeah, it takes you down a path.
We're not going to go too deep into that, but yes, I definitely agree with that for sure.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, even the biggest, like, this evil, diabolical villain on the show, Ben Linus. I swear to God, this show actually made me feel sorry for him. It even made me feel sorry for him when it showed me his backstory as a child. I won't give away too much for people who haven't seen it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything.
It was heartbreaking. It made me understand a bit more why he is the way he is. So it's brilliant. This show is brilliant.
I mean, it's like that for almost every. I mean, from the beginning of the show, it's kind of like that for all the characters because they all have these like fundamental. I don't know if you would call it flaws or like things that they have done wrong in life or whatever, but like
yes,
like the humanity of their situations.
Yes, like. Even somebody like, it's the genius of this show that you can actually fall in love with a character like Saeed, who literally tortured people. He tortured people. He describes himself as
says no spoilers. Back to From.
I think it's beyond that at this point.
Yeah. Let's just say there are some characters on the show who have done some terrible things in their pasts, and you fall in love with them, and that's the genius of this show.
Yeah.
You know, like
it is beautiful. Like
it's amazing.
That there are a lot of characters in Lost that share names of characters in From as well.
Oh, a lot. We made a whole on Scarlet Fever's Discord. We made a whole like comprehensive thread and with pictures of all of the ones.
I see. I can't wait until I finish.
Calling
When I
me
finish,
one of her lost girls.
I have so many people after me to finish this show so that we can discuss it together. You have no idea. Like Jeremy.
Hey,
So I got
Aunt.
Please,
Jeremy.
just do 1 or 2 episodes a day, and you'll get there.
So
Yeah,
Jeremy,
just one or
Still be a
two.
month.
Jeremy and Dana.
Yeah, it's
and
not the speed, it's about the journey.
Now, like Justin's after me. I've got BK after me.
Whole
Jeremy-
fandom
They're all
is
after
after
you.
you.
You're all
You got
like
me after
Good
you.
people haven't even seen Lost. They were just finish it for us.
I don't
so
really
we
care.
gotta finish this so I can discuss with you guys. When I finish, I
Double
want to.
eggs is resisting.
I'm making note of all the parallels that I see as I go between From and Lost, and when I
Right,
finish,
Debbie Abby.
when I finish, I want to talk
Sorry.
about it on this channel. And Jeremy's going to do a Lost stream when I finish the show, so that we can all talk about it. Jeremy's literally Jeremy Ice and Fire. He's literally going to do that when I finish the show. So you guys are all waiting on me, and I feel bad. I'm taking
We're gonna
forever.
celebrate.
I'm taking forever, but
Drink beer again that day just because you.
Dude, Debbie Abby, but Babby, get it. Like I agree. I feel sorry for anyone who doesn't adore the ending of Lost as well. And it is good and bad are ambiguous. Like everything is a little bit of gray, you know? Like
absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So when I finish, we're gonna have fun. Jeremy Ice and Fire is gonna do a Lost stream, and we're all gonna dig into it. And I'm gonna dig into it on this channel too.
But
And
it seems
see.
like okay. But when you think of From, do you think of that like gray area?
Possibly, because I think the boy in white might be one of those gray area figures where he's not helping people escape, even though he knows the way out, but he does help people survive when he can. And it's possible to me that he may not be
Sometimes escape.
He may not be evil. He may.
So he's Godzilla.
Godzilla.
He's basically Godzilla.
Yeah, you don't mess with Godzilla, and he's chill with you. But then when he sees wrong, he goes and he fixes it.
Yeah, Godzilla is like trying to take out the other like.
Only when he's messed with. You let him sleep. You leave him alone. Fine. You torpedo him. Now we have a problem.
She's right. She's totally right. Well, yeah, he's Godzilla. I think that you're onto something there.
Yeah. I think Boy in White. I think the Boy in White is possibly a figure that is not, not really good or evil. I don't think he's good per se. He let a little boy live in this town full of dead bodies all alone when he could have led him to the exit. But I think it's possible that he's trying to keep a more dangerous entity in, and he does help people wherever he can, but he doesn't lead people to the exit. So maybe he's one of those gray area figures. Maybe he's not.
That's what I was thinking too. Maybe they can escape, because if they do escape, somebody can escape with them. And since we've kind of established in the world that they have religions, we saw at the funeral they had a Buddhist altar for Kim's mom. I'm wondering if that's the belief system, then are we looking at eldritch gods, old gods, new gods? Could he be an immortal?
The old gods.
Could be a situation where we're looking at old gods. And something that PM was talking about earlier, I wanted to address too. It looks like PM dropped off. But yeah, feel free to join us again at PM if you can resolve that issue. But PM was talking about games, and like it seems like maybe there are two entities playing a game. I was just discussing this earlier. I called into to Tony's show, Tony Teflon's show, and I was saying that this theme of games is everywhere, and it's been there from the beginning. That the chess metaphor has been there from the beginning. People are constantly playing different kinds of games at Colony House. There are board games, there are cards, and and now we have like all this game terminology. In episode 1 of this season, Boyd was saying we can still win. We're still in this thing. In episode 2, Donna said you know, the game is rigged. She said, you know, you did everything you could do, but you lost because the game is rigged, and no matter what hand you play, you lose. So it does seem like maybe there is a type of cosmic game going on here. So
The dungeon master is drunk.
maybe there's some kind of game.
You have watched the first episode of Lost, right?
Oh yeah, I'm into season 4 right now.
And then they were playing a game at the very beginning, right?
Yes, there was that. What did he call it? That Locke call it the oldest game in the world, like dark and light.
The oldest game in the world.
Yes.
Backgammon.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's something there, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That would be a direct signal. I would think so. Anyway.
Yeah. I think so.
And in that show, it was a game too, and this could definitely be a different type of game, you know. And there's more than one game being played, you know, clearly with these people. And I do think there's at least 2 to 4 main entities that's in charge here, which are kind of all working in tandem together, like good or bad. But yeah, I definitely could say you could see that.
That's a really good point. There's more than one game being played because there are more than one. Like in Lost, there's a really big focus on the backgammon, but then in this show, there's there's puzzles, there's different games. That's an idea. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's more than one game being played for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that could be. But I definitely think that the game metaphors are being thrown at us for a reason over and over again. You know, like the chess game that's constantly in our face. I keep going back to Ghost Khatri pointing a pawn at Boyd.
Yeah, that's a good moment.
Yeah, right. Like it was just waving that. He was waving that in his face, almost like how he's manipulating him. Like he's being used as a pawn. I definitely think Ghost Khatri is part of some evil entity. And that's a clue, the fact that he's pointing the pawn at Boyd and trying to convince him to keep, as he said, keep your fucking mouth shut about Sarah. You know, it's just too on the nose. It's got to be something. I don't know if there's like an actual cosmic game being played, maybe. But the game metaphors, they keep coming back for a reason, and there's definite manipulation going on either way. These people are being manipulated by whatever entities are controlling this place, for sure. And it's probably more than one. Yeah, Deviled Eggs. I don't know what's going on. Deviled Eggs is saying that she's not. Yeah. Try going out and coming back in. I think something's wrong with her mic. Is my sound okay? Is there something wrong with my mic?
No, we hear you fine.
Okay, good. All right.
But anyway. Yeah, but again about that, and Anne has a good point too, you know, about some kind of demonic worshiper sacrificed the kids and created them from something. You know, I think that's very interesting. Like, I do think like there is some kind of like sacrifice that continues to go on in this game that's part of it, and like there's a lot of like moving parts and moving characters in here.
Yeah, I think that's. Hey, PM, welcome back.
Hi, I'm back. And something that you said just totally gave me a whole nother epiphany. So I will go right after you finish your thought.
No.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I think that Ant is correct in this idea that maybe the sacrifice of those kids is what created this place to begin with. So there's something to that. I think there's a reason why there was all this emphasis on save the children. You know, there are all these people or Miranda who were trying to save these children. And those children are dressed in very old looking clothes. They look like they could be hundreds of years old. So maybe that's what created this place, and their spirits are trapped. So it's definitely
that's a really good point. And by the way, I don't think that the children should be saved. So I know
Really?
that we're all rooting for the children to be saved and for our main character to get to the kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think my theory is that at the end of the day, they shouldn't be saved. That it was a huge sacrifice, and this place has taken a lot of other people's lives, but there's a reason, a greater, almost trolley problem sort of reason, where you sacrifice the few to save a lot, like the trolley problem that was mentioned in season 1. One of the things, and I don't know if you guys have discussed this,
Very smart.
but the show is called Origins internationally,
Yes.
Yeah.
but
Yes.
not for us, right? Because I
Yes.
think it would give away a lot, right? So one of the I love watching documentaries. I'm sure everybody that's into From probably is the same. Loves history, horror, all of that. If we notice in different religions all across the world, they could be separated by thousands, millions of miles. People will come up with the same idea. People will play the same role. So a lot of the gods in religions all across the world, they kind of resemble each other. You will have a Virgin Mary type. You will have God of War, like the
Yes.
Aztecs have God of War, but so do the
Yes.
Indians, and so do the
I can
natives.
almost tell you, like, never mind.
Hmm. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so you can track the same god with different names, right? In every single part of the world. And these people did not know about each other. They couldn't travel to each other. So I think when the show
Sometimes.
names, yeah, well, back in the day, right? I think that when the show says this is Origins, I think that it's a show about the origin of everything in the world.
All of the
Every
mythology.
everything.
I'm so on board with that. That
And not
makes so
even
much
just
sense.
that. Let's not
That is
stop
the
at
best
the
answer I've
mythology.
heard so far.
Let's
Mm-hmm.
not stop there, right? Because we are part of the game too. Those are our guns. If we look around, all of
Wow.
the people on the show, we know somebody in our life that's like a Boyd, or we've met somebody that's like that sacrifices themselves. We know
Yes.
somebody like Tian Chen. Maybe we in ourselves recognize or connect to one person in the show, and we recognize, oh, I kind of have that role that I play in my life at this
Yeah.
moment. So
Yes.
it's the origin of everything, the origin of religion, of God, of the world. And it's trying to explain why do so many things seem so similar and seem like they repeat themselves over and over.
Because
We
it all
live
comes
and we
from the same
die.
place.
Yeah, we live, we die, but when we're gone, somebody else is going to take our
The
place and they're
zeitgeist.
going to play the same role, whether it's a good one or a bad
Yeah.
one.
I
Mm.
mean, I'm kind of here for that. I really like that theory. Just saying.
Yeah. 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 I mean, I think
There's
that would
I'm
explain
a
why there are
person
so
that
many, like, there are so
I'm
many
just like
different
obsessed.
mythologies in the show, too.
I'm just
Like,
obsessed with mythology. Like I'm just
yeah.
like a weirdo. Like that's my special interest, and especially like fairies or what call fairies, the Celtic lore or the Norse, a lot of Native American stuff. Like, okay, and this show it's just wild. Like,
Mm.
it goes
Yeah.
so many different directions with that. And
Yeah.
it's kind of like Lost
Yeah.
was for science and philosophy, which I'm a really big philosophy kind of weirdo too. And like for Lost was
Mm-hmm.
philosophy, science, and religion. For what Lost was for science, philosophy, and religion, this show is for folklore and mythology. Like
I
exactly
mean,
what
and
Connie
Lost
like just
literally
said. Like
named a
that
character.
100%.
I mean, Lost literally named a character John Locke, a famous philosopher.
Oh
So,
yeah, he's a
Yeah.
very
There's a
yeah,
few of them.
tabula rasa.
yes. Yeah. Yeah, there's more than one, right? There's another one too. Justin, help me out
Oh,
here.
there's the French woman
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Rousseau.
Rousseau. Rousseau
Rousseau.
is another one. Yep.
Desmond Hume.
Hume.
Hume is
Yeah, that's another one.
Yes.
Queen Elizabeth. There was like a Queen Elizabeth portrait with her hair down, like at the corner. A lot of people were saying it looks like a clown, but she used to wear very heavy white lead makeup. It was making her
Oh.
sick.
Yep.
So she looked like a clown, but that was what was back, in the day that was hot.
And then there was scientists too. That was Faraday, Hawking.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yep. Faraday. That one I
It
just
just-
got introduced to. That's a new character.
Welcome home.
It just shows you where the show is willing to go, like where.
Yeah, but that it's like, so for me, like you could easily attach to the idea of philosophy, which often involves religion versus science, or like this versus that, and morals. You know what I mean? But then like that, so it's all philosophy really in Lost. But this show, it's like so it's like mythology. It's like all of these. So it's sort of this like collage of different mythologies from all kinds of different cultures. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right, and that would explain why there are so many different mythologies that seem to be present in the show, and so it sends people off in all kinds of different directions. And so some person sees, okay, Greek mythology, someone sees Norse mythology. Now we've got a woman in a Japanese kimono showing up on the show, like, and it all.
We're sharing like different mythologies from all these different cultures, just like the different, like I've written essays about Lost, like for philosophy, like how different directions you could go. You know what I mean? Like, so
yeah,
it's kind of a similar thing. Is like you can learn so much, and it's kind of like a little gift. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And one of the things too is all of the actors are characters in the show, and I'm sure more characters that are to come. They are of all different ethnicities, all different origins, right? So we're all in the US, but they all have a different culture, right? But we're all together. And so I think it's used as a way to confuse the viewer, right? Because you don't know where it's going. You see everything and nothing at the same time.
It's clever.
But that's the deal. You see everything and nothing at the same time. Everything is related. Exactly. We're talking about all of the gods because they're all maybe one, right? Maybe we get down to the last season and we see that all of the gods are just maybe 7 people that take on different forms, right? 4 and 7. Yeah. Maybe it's just 7 people, 7 gods that take on different forms for the entire world and play their part differently depending on.
It wouldn't be that hard to do that, honestly, if you know a lot about mythology, like to narrow that down to something like that.
Right.
7 is a great number for that, honestly.
Yeah, completion number to the Jews, Hasidic Jews. So perfection.
There's just like there's so many like gods, if you will, in different mythologies that can like have a concurrent sort of counterpart in another mythology. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like this is who that is in that mythology. This is who
the
that is
fairies
are pretty much the same, you know?
Yeah, and fairies themselves. I have been researching fairies, right? There are entities in these different religions and parts of the world that basically are doing the same thing that a fairy does. Like I was seeing in like Mexico, right? I'm Mexican. They talk about it's like el duende, which is almost like a troll. But the duende performs they perform the same function that the fairy does. They take your children.
It's more like a troll,
if your child is sick, they will take your child, right? Your child never comes back. That's kind of like the Irish. And these are totally different, right? And what I like about the fairies being included in the show, because I think at this point we all kind of agree that there's some fairy stuff going on, is that they are not good or bad. You could totally bump into a fairy according to all of these people in the world, and they could be super sweet and they can help you, or they could be awful. They decide.
Well, that's what I think of. There's a certain kind of fairy that a certain kind of fairy that I think of when I'm talking about the boy in white and the dog that that is called a puka.
Yeah.
And I kind of think that that's what they are. And they're like that. They're like not benevolent or malevolent, but they're just like sort of whatever they want to do at the time.
Yeah.
Kind of fae, like they're just like sometimes they'll help you, sometimes they'll be mischievous, but there's no real rhyme or reason to it.
Exactly. And they're
just
entertained
there,
by people.
and so they do whatever like makes them feel good at the time.
Yeah, they like stealing things. They think that people are very interesting, so they will take things that are interesting to them that may mean nothing to us, like an object, right? And they will try to mimic what a person is like, but it's never quite right.
When I think about those monsters that are like they're like shape shifting, like they remind me of the sloth of, as they say in Scottish, like sloth. They're they're the hosts of the dead. That's kind of what they're translate to. So like, because I can't say that, I can't properly,
like a skinwalker.
Gaelic, but I can't. Don't say that word, but yes. Basically.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, it makes sense. They're definitely blending a lot of different things.
They basically are that. Like, you know what I mean? Like for a fae, though. And I don't know. They like host them, right? And they can sort of like hover around. They sometimes take different forms, but the one like the Morrigan would be like, a lot of people keep talking about Hecate, right? Well, Hecate would, if I would say like there was a crossover to some deity in that same Celtic, I would say the Morrigan, which she always presents as a crow.
Oh, interesting.
And she lives in a cave, like in a tunnel, and then on the thing on inside of the cave, there's these talismans. Basically, it's like all come right in. It's like if you look it up, it's like an old type of Pictish writing where they would put on stones. You know what I mean? And they would put it right in
like ruins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah.
So just so many things remind me of that. So about that particular thing, but I don't think. But then I think the crow is different from the rat, though. Like I think the rat is in her cave. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, the crow and the rat, I think, are really strong symbols, and I think that the crow.
Somebody is in her cave that's not supposed to be there.
Yeah, well, I think personally, what I think of this, I think the whole thing with the crow and the rats eating the crow down in the cave.
Crow is never evil.
Well, this is my take. So the crows from the beginning, I think that we're supposed to associate them with whatever entity is watching them and inflicting all of this harm.
Good, I think.
But,
you know?
Well, just let
but there's a gray area.
Hear me out on this, Susie. So from the beginning, we see the crows, like when the RV arrives there, we saw the RV and the Matthews from the perspective of the crow up in the tree. So I think that we're literally supposed to associate the crows with whatever entity is watching them and inflicting all of this harm. And now we had another iconic image when Tabitha and Victor were in the cave. They saw rats eating a crow. Now, recall that Jade compared all of the people trapped there to rats in a maze, nibbling on their cheese, and that's that scene that we all remember so well.
Oh yeah.
So I think that image of the rats eating the crow symbolizes and foreshadows that the people represented by the rats are going to
keep all the rats.
They're going to triumph over the watcher entity, which is represented by the crow in this cycle. That they may lose a lot of people before the end of this, but they're going to defeat this entity in the end. I mean, think about it. The caves, that's a literal maze as it is. Like, it's a maze of tunnels under there. So you literally
and I think I want to think that because I love crows, I want to think that they're good, but like,
hold on a
but
second.
then I was.
Let me just finish because I'm going to lose my train of thought. I'm getting tired, but so yeah, so basically Justin pointed out something really interesting to me that made me focus on this even more. On the Peach Truck mural, it looks like there's the shape of a crow possibly eating a rat. You can see like what looks like a rat tail. And that was just mind-blowing, Justin, when you pointed that out, because to me, that represents in all the past cycles that the people represented by the rats, they always lost. They always lost, and the watcher entity won. But in this cycle, I think that scene down in the cave, the rats eating the crow, symbolizes that they're going to figure it out. You've got literal rats in a maze down there, and they're eating the crow, and they're going to figure this out. They're going to win in the end. That is the end of my thought. But,
yes,
so,
I love it. No,
yeah.
I feel that. That is really good. No,
I love
hadn't thought of
foreshadowing,
it like that.
you know, and symbolism.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh my god, that's amazing.
And if it's one rat, it needs to be one person. Otherwise, they're going to turn into a rat king since they always end up stepping on each other.
But
Yeah.
I kind of, okay, and so that gives me even more like almost like confirmation that I feel like Fatima is definitely turning into like a monster or whatever, because I'm pretty sure the crow is like going right for her.
The rats and the cheese trying to chase the cheese can win.
I'm telling you, like that's if that doesn't happen, it's going to be the most depressing ending ever. Like, imagine if everyone just gets massacred in the end, like what happened at the end of Victor's cycle. That would suck. That would be the worst ending ever.
I love my TV.
They would not. No.
Like, just no.
No.
Just no.
And then like
the MGM studios would be on fire.
Right?
It would be like season 4 starts with a whole new group of people that just show up.
That would suck so much. Like,
oh my god, you guys, thank you for putting me on. This is gonna be my last thought.
Hi, PM.
With PM. Something that you said, which is amazing. So you just mentioned that this has been a cycle and the people always lose. Mm-hmm. And the game starts again, right? Yes. And so from the outside world, everything is normal to us, right? But in this,
what happens if they win?
What about if this time, when the people win, everything is over for everybody? The world, everything, the battle. There's no more good and evil. There's no more war or famine. There is nothing. Everything is
kind
over.
of like that theory that we're all in some entity's dream, and if they wake up, that's it.
Yeah, but it's over for everybody. It's over for the people in the regular world. It's over for everyone. It's peace, complete and total peace for everyone.
You're saying struggle and anything dark
That's
or bad
beautiful.
or whatever.
That is very beautiful.
But what if it's literally over? Like the world is just gone.
It's been said like this, the theory of this being like in a total apocalypse kind of situation for people.
Yeah, like because there's no
I totally agree
anymore.
with that. An apocalypse, and what is the opposite of war and famine and the struggle, where things, in our own life, we have moments where our life is okay, and then it's not so okay, and cycles. What about if when they win, the people finally beat this game? The opposite of war is complete and total peace, and there's no peace in existing.
Then there's no cycle.
Yeah, there's no everything is over. So the peace would be there is done. No peace in existing. We know that if we exist, something's gonna go wrong somewhere. So that's not peaceful. So what the opposite
Utopia
of war
is a paradox. Yes.
It's the world ends.
Then maybe that's the game. That's like you have the benevolent person said. So you have like one spirit that's like, okay, how about we compromise? Instead of taking the whole world, you only take a group, and we'll see which one can end the cycle. And then that's your world peace.
They're playing the game, and so like we are here for as long as the game is being played. And then let's say that we do win, we will be like the dinosaurs. The world will repopulate and there will be another species, but it'll be our round will be over if we win.
Oh, that is mind blowing. Just
I can see that.
imagine that.
I actually
Oh.
love that.
That's wild.
Yeah, because it's
as long as we come back as
the end game. It's like the end game. Well, what's the end game? Well, then what happens when you end at the end game?
Yeah. Yeah.
So let's all make a pact that if this happens and the world, starts over again, can we just not invent credit scores anymore?
I will agree with that.
That is just plain evil. You want to talk about evil? Credit scores are evil. Now they even keep people from being able to get apartments. Like they literally like check your credit score if you're trying to get renting a freaking apartment.
They don't have it in Japan. If you have a job, here's your apartment.
Even as evil as Fromville is, even it doesn't even have that, making them suffer from credit scores. So
nope. Nope.
Everybody's a homeowner in Fromville.
Oh my God, yes.
If you kind of think about it, it's not such a bad deal that they've got going, as long as they just don't make waves and do what they're supposed to do and stay in the town. They've all
as long as they don't get killed at night.
Right? If they just follow the rules, hey, they've got free places to live. They're
time to start looking at properties.
No one has to work. It's not that bad when you think about it. There's no war.
It's quite similar to how we live, because I know that we are not leaving our doors open, and I know that we have been warned about the evils of the world and what may happen if we go out late at night, right? So in a way, we also kind of protect ourselves at night.
Listen to music.
Yeah, we do. It's kind of like it kind of, I think Fromville in a lot of ways is a microcosm of actual life, and Donna made a good point.
It's like the things in people's minds that are going through them most often at the time.
Yeah, there's all this division between people who are suffering their own personal demons and not connecting with each other enough. And you've got these monsters coming out at night, but that could symbolize all kinds of dangers and the unknown out there. There's so much that we don't understand about how we got here into this world. Like, what are we doing here? Why are we here? All the questions that they're asking in Fromville are kind of like existential questions that human beings have asked since the beginning of time. So,
oh my God, yes, okay. I think that I just figured it out. I love the conversation because what you said is totally right. The question that humankind have asked for eternity since we were born is, why am I here?
Right.
Why, right? Why? It's not comfortable coming into the world, right? We're born crying and like we hate everything about it because it's not comfortable like where we used to be. And we ask ourselves, everybody at one point in our lives, why am I here? What am I supposed to do? And what is the purpose of this? Who is doing this to me? Why did you put me here? Am I supposed to do something good? Or am I supposed to, like Donna says, just have fun? Don't think about it too much.
Right.
Don't think about like doing the right thing. Just kind of have fun.
Live for today because tomorrow isn't promised. That's what they say. That's their mantra. They live for today.
Is horrible.
Totally just saying.
It's like a horror. I don't like it. I would not live in Colony House.
You can do both.
Not a good.
Me neither.
Colony House looks like it's sticky all the time.
It does. Like, no, thank you. I'm sorry. Like, and all it takes is one idiot to open a window and get everybody killed. Like, no, one idiot porn stash is all it took.
Y'all have obviously never nannied a kid that just ate a stack of pancakes.
Why?
Talking about sticky.
Yeah. Colony House, no, that wouldn't be for me at all. But I mean, that is a way a lot of people live their life in real life. That kind of hedonistic, live for today, party, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, until the monsters show up.
And yeah, it's all fun and games till the monsters show up,
but what
right?
if they don't?
Out.
But when we think about it, so Colony House is live for today. tomorrow is not
Live
promised.
for
The people
today.
in
Yeah, live in
Colony
the
House,
present. It's a
they are
Buddhist
not trying
kind
to
of place.
escape. The people in Colony House, because they're, smoking weed and doing everything they want,
They're
they
being
are not
present.
trying to escape.
They have mindfulness.
They are not trying to solve anything. They are not trying
Yeah.
to help in the whole like big game of let's try to go back home. They are not trying to do anything. It's keeping them from accomplishing anything, really. They're just living, surviving. That's it. And when you think about if we live our life that way all the time, which is what they're doing all the time, it keeps us from our purpose. We can't
Right.
really focus. We can't really achieve much. It keeps us from
Right.
our true purpose, which
Yeah.
is to figure this thing out of why am I here and am I
But then
supposed to
at
be
the
here?
same time, there's like what's his name? Marshall
Oh.
and Jim, and they're like trying to do impossible tasks. Like they were like, we're gonna make this thing work, and it doesn't work. Like
Randall. Oh,
Randall. Sorry, I don't know why I said Marshall. I'm
And
dyslexia, and
yeah.
so I was like RAM. Never mind. I can explain it, but anyway. So it was like, we could do all these impossible tasks that are not working, and we could just keep beating our heads against the wall.
But we need people like that. So just like we need all of these people. That's the thing about the town. We need a Tian Chen in our life. We need a Jim.
Well, Tian
if we
Chen
don't
is
have a
different.
Jim in our midst, they're not likable. But if they try a billion things and one of them works, they advance humanity. These are the people that have advanced what we have and what we can accomplish because they were just focused on that. They advanced.
Yeah, they're feeding the whole town, not just themselves. When they get the rewards, it's for everybody, not just themselves. So if they find a way out, everybody's going. I don't think anyone in Colony House is like, no, I'm gonna just hang back.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
They're willing to leave, sure. Yeah, they'd be willing to leave, but
they're going to reap the rewards of the people who are actually sticking their necks out. You know what pisses me off about this show a lot? You've got Boyd who's sticking his neck out, and he's the only one who's really he's going out there and taking all these risks, and he gets shit on all the time. Like he came back.
Yeah, that grinds my gears.
He came back from the woods. And he brought back those bloodworms or cicada nymphs, whatever they were, under his skin. He suffered, and he told Ellis just a little bit of what happened to him. And Ellis didn't believe him and was pissed off that he didn't come back with answers. And I felt like jumping through the screen, being like, Ellis, you get your ass out there in the woods then, and you do it. Somebody else, how about you try it? If you don't like how he did it, somebody else actually push your neck on the line. It pisses me off.
Oh my God, yes. And Alice is one of the characters that I really don't like because I really think it's like Kenny said. Kenny has that line where he says, Alice, can you stop effing picking flowers and help me?
Yeah.
All he was doing in the field is picking flowers for Fatima. It's like, stop it, Romeo. You need to help your father. That is your father. He's stressed.
Exactly.
Like, I feel like going in there and just like telling him off because they're all so mean to Boyd. I just feel like giving him a hug. Everybody is just so mean to him, and rarely.
No one ever asked him, "How are you?"
And nobody thanks him.
No.
In the coming episodes, we see in the descriptions they say the town is gonna turn and start to question Void and what he, and I think it's gonna be related to him wanting to catch one of the monsters. Something's gonna go wrong, and the town is gonna say, "See, it's your fault for trying to push."
If that happens, I hope he walks away. I hope he takes a talisman, says "Best of luck to the rest of you," and takes his tent and go.
Or just take all the talismans with you.
Yeah, be petty. Be petty, Boyd.
Yes. Enough already. He carries so much on his shoulders. And how about somebody else step up and do it? If you think you can do it better, then you stick your neck out and do it. I'm tired of seeing everybody turning to him for everything, and then they're all pissed off at him when it doesn't go the way they want it to.
Oh my God, I was so mad at Donna.
Donna.
She came running down that hill. That was hilarious. It was kind of funny because she was angry like a bull.
Bat out of hell.
Yes, she came running down that hill, screaming at him. She has no idea what happened. So before even asking, how did this happen? She's screaming at him and being super mean and super rude. And yet she also gets the benefits of whatever Boyd does. She has a talisman. So she doesn't want him going up there, but she sure does want the protection.
Exactly. Donna is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. She relies on him too. When he was off in the woods with Sarah, she was floundering. She shot the tires out of that bus, and a bunch of people scattered. She blamed herself for that, and it scared the shit out of people so much that they ran off and got themselves killed by the monsters. When Boyd came back, she was actually begging him for reassurance, saying, tell me that you're really back and you've got your shit together. She needs him too. So it's okay, even she relies on him. And okay, everyone, they say, heavy is the head that wears the crown. Boyd has all of this on his shoulders, and yet and nobody else wants to step up and take his place. Nobody wants to step up and help out, but they're all going to point the finger and blame him when things don't go well. But they were living in holes. He made it possible for them to live again, not just survive. Yeah, that's massive. Everybody should be lining up to thank him every single day of the week, and he gets no thanks for anything. It drives me crazy, and it's going to be frustrating, I think, to see what happens this season, because I do think it sounds like from the episode descriptions, people are turning on him, losing trust in him. And it's heartbreaking, because he's suffering so much. What he just had to watch Tian Chen go through, that's going to haunt him for the rest of his life. And Donna just rubbing salt in the wound like that, blaming him, saying, how many did you save? Talking about the animals, just the day before, she was losing her shit because the crops were all ruined. And he's like, you were ready to crawl in a hole yesterday over these crops. And now you're here saying this. Are you kidding? I was so with him when he said, get the out of here. Right.
I love that moment. That was awesome.
That was great. I was with them there.
And when she put her hands up and said, no, you're right, I didn't really feel that she was genuine with it, that it was an actual apology. It was more so of, I kind of need you, so I'm just going to pacify you.
Yes. So I think she still honestly seemed like she blamed him, but she just backed off. She does need him, like everybody else does. He's Mr. Fish and Loaves. He transformed everything for everyone in this town. That's why the monsters want to break him the most, slowly. Just drag out the suffering of this entire place. And I think by triggering him like this, by rendering him helpless, forcing him to watch Tian Chen being tortured and brutalized to death, they're trying to cause him to not be able to lead. They're compromising his ability to lead, because he's already seemingly got PTSD from that. He's having flashbacks. He was walking out of the barn area, and he's like, he's in his head. You can see them ripping her up. Which, by the way, I'm still shocked that they showed that. I never expected that. They never showed that before. We've never actually seen the creatures rip anybody up.
That was awesome.
I was not expecting. My jaw was on the floor when I saw that. They got busy on her. I thought that we were out of the woods in the premiere. All they showed was his face. So they really got us. Nobody expected that.
Yeah, I was shocked.
Right? Oh my God.
Which brings us to the next point about a lot of people, and maybe the town will start questioning, why are you not getting killed? Why are you around the monsters all the time and nothing happens to you? And my theory about that is, like in every game, there are special cards, characters, in chess where the pawns, who are the lower level, you know, characters, they can't just kill off certain other cards or characters. So maybe he's not really, they can't kill him. It has to be somebody above them that can actually touch Boyd. They can hurt him and kill him. Maybe the person who can kill Boyd is somebody that is above them, that has not been revealed. And maybe that's when we will get him sacrificing himself for the town, which I think will be his storylines.
Ability thing. You know, it's so funny you say that, because in other card games, even like they say tarot or whatever, and if he is like kind of the fool or the Joker character, well, in regular cards, the Joker is a very important trump card in most games too, and that would be Boyd.
Right.
So, and he's the person that could make or break a hand to do this or that, you know. So,
I feel bad because I didn't even go to that game in my mind. I went straight to Yu-Gi-Oh! And I was like, oh, he's in defense mode. You can't attack him.
Oh, that's I don't know who that was, but that was like the audio is off. Who just said that? Was that you, Deviled Eggs? Yeah, I think it was.
Hello?
I think it was. Yeah, the audio is weird. I don't know what.
Oh, yeah, sorry, it must be my mic.
Yeah, it sounds like you're like underwater or something.
Oh no! The kimono lady got me.
Yeah, the kimono lady.
That's not Sophia, is it?
No.
All right, this should be better.
Oh, okay. Okay, much better. Now you're back. Oh, good. And the background noise is gone.
Woo! I survived.
Yeah, the walls are off.
Yeah, good. The background noise is gone too.
That does
Okay.
make sense.
Now, what were you saying?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Oh, I was saying, yeah, I was like, I feel so bad because I wasn't even thinking of like the card game.
Yes.
They had me thinking of like Yu-Gi-Oh, like all the different card positions.
Oh, yeah, that. Yep.
Like defense mode, you can't attack.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's like
sideways. Yeah. Makes sense.
yeah. I don't know. I personally think with Boyd that it's more just this is a psychological game where they're trying to slowly break him, and by extension break the entire town slowly, because they're enjoying they enjoy
he is in
dragging out
yellow.
suffering. Drag it out
Sorry,
as much
he's
as
in yellow. I'm sorry, I just saw that.
wait, what?
He's in yellow.
He's in yellow.
Yes.
Here we go.
Yeah, he's in yellow.
Sorry. It's early.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes. But I tend to think that it's more just about slowly breaking him, because he's the one who transformed life for everyone. Everyone relies on him. He's Mr. Fish and Loaves. So if you slowly drag out his, like breaking him slowly, you're slowly dragging out the suffering of the entire town by extension. But I mean, it would be interesting if there might be some reason why they can't kill him. That like they literally can't. That's an interesting idea too. Who knows? It could be. But I don't know. Like it seems like, I mean, we know he has bulletproof plot armor because he's the star of the show. But there could be a reason for it. There could be a reason for it other than the psychological game aspect. But that's generally what I think. But
No, that definitely makes sense. I could totally see that. And that there's something over him, and even just like sometimes the scenes between him and certain characters, like even with him and Tilly or something like that, I feel like she knows more that's going on with certain things too as well. And like
I think Tilly's the new priest.
yeah.
She's having prayer circles.
Oh no, I don't like that. She is strange and
I
not in a
mean,
good way.
priest
Like,
/ priestess / cult leader.
Somebody did bring that up earlier about Tilly. Like, is there a scene of her at the funeral and people say she's looking very sus or something? I didn't quite.
Oh, really? Let
She
me
always
look. I
looks
have,
sus.
I have screenshots of that whole
No, you
thing.
have a lot of people get on her at the funeral, and I didn't really notice her much at the funeral, but a lot of people have been. Even somebody in your chat said that earlier too.
Maybe she's a hidden spider since she's always knitting.
I'm telling you, Fanny Pack Granny is super sus.
But she had
I
to-
will die on that hill.
She had to
Let me
learn how to
see,
crochet from Elgin, though. Oh, there she is.
True.
Just as
True.
bored.
Yeah, there's Tilly.
What is she
Tilly.
doing? Is she praying over him? I don't know what she's doing.
Yeah, they're all praying. They've got their heads bowed praying.
Okay.
And yeah, there's Tilly. I'm guessing that's. I'm assuming they're all praying.
Grandma
Either that or
sus.
they all.
She looked
Yeah.
at that. A lot of people give her a hard time here at the funeral. I have to rewatch this scene again, but even like Ravener and everybody was like, you didn't think she was sus before, she's definitely sus after this episode.
I didn't see anything that showed me that she was sus in this one. I didn't notice anything, so I'll have to look at that again myself. But I don't know. I don't think that she seemed sus here. But Tilly, I'm sorry, but it is not normal for someone to show up in a town full of monsters and just immediately turn into the town gossip. Like, she adjusted to it in 2 seconds flat. Like, this is totally cool. Just wandering around. Like, gossiping about all these people she just met, and I'm sorry, that's not a normal reaction for anybody to have.
I agree.
So
It would be worth rewatching the episode where the massacre happens at Colony House just to see where she was.
Yeah, maybe.
Also,
wait a minute.
if a lot of people
She
say
wasn't there yet.
Yeah, a lot of people give Tilly a pass and say, "Oh, she's just a nosy old lady. Oh, we all know someone like that." I'm nosy, and I would be asking questions, but not about them. I would be asking questions about the monsters. What do you know about them? How many are there? Can they do this? Can they do that? She didn't ask not a single question about the monster. She was making tea and coffee so she could go and gossip.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's strange. I would want to know everything. Everybody else, even Randall, was questioning and saying, maybe you're lying to me. He had really good questions. But she didn't ask not a single thing. So I'm pretty sure she's bad.
And also Jim, when he was standing on that thing, he asked, "What's in your purse?" And she said, "You're asking a lot of questions."
Human organs. Human organs.
Would you like a spleen?
Human organs.
And also, like, it's very interesting in the last episode too with Tilly, the fact that, you know, she was talking. It's weird the interaction she always has with Fatima. It's always stand out something like she noticed this was the baby in her before she even said anything. She also said like, "Oh, like it's gonna be okay, don't worry." But yet this baby is feeding on her and feeding on the poisonous food, and she just happens to show up in Elgin's dream too. Like, and with this monster, it's very unusual. This string they're putting together. I think it's going to reveal something later in the season.
She was brought there to be the demon baby's nanny.
She's like,
it's weird. We now have someone who was a pediatric nurse, and now we have this grandma figure.
I'm telling you.
So it looks like the town knew the baby was coming, and they're making sure the baby has everything it needs.
I'm telling you that. Yeah, that's an interesting point. And Angela E brought up an interesting point that I had heard someone mention before, and I wonder if this is true. It looks like Tilly is holding a Bible at the funeral. There have been no Bibles in town ever. Even Cottree didn't have one. No, it looks like in this picture, it looks like she has something in her hands, and it may be a Bible. I'm not sure. It's too dark to really see, but she's holding something. So I don't know.
It could be from the bus, because normally, like I know in our cars, we keep a Bible in the car. So maybe it was from
the bus or one of the cars. Maybe that's how they got one.
That's amazing.
Maybe.
That's amazing. Wow. I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Good job. So E to see that.
Yes, I don't know. It would be super interesting if someone finally managed to bring a Bible to town, but I don't know. I think that there's something to the fact that there are no Bibles. I think there's got to be a reason for that. So I don't know.
Copy of Bible stories.
Yeah.
Upside down copy of Bible stories.
Well, it gives people hope, but the problem is it would give people hope in the wrong direction that this place does not want, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe. The wrong kind of hope. It wants them to have false hope.
Yeah.
And
I think
that's what feeds them.
Talking about the Bible, we have seen in season 1 and season 2, two of the main characters, Tabitha, Boyd, have a monologue where they denounce God and they blame God and say, you're part of this. You're part of my pain. You're sitting there, you're watching, you're observing, you're doing nothing for me. Boyd said it at the church, and Tabitha, she was also in church, saying it's his fault. He created this place. So I think that that's a hint of, if there is a God in this universe, right, in the From universe, he's one of the people sitting around the table playing cards with us. With all of the people, they're just cards or pawns or just characters in a game. And God really is just sitting there watching this happen. And sure, he's trying to help, but he's also just seeing that bad things happen to us and still playing the game, because they keep mentioning it's a game. And two of our main characters have said, you are sitting there doing nothing. You created this. You're doing this to me. Saying it's not as clear as black and white who we think of as a good person, as God, as the person feeding them, helping them, finding things. He's a bad person because he has created this place and chosen them. Maybe it's the good guy that chooses them. So they didn't want to be chosen, but maybe it's the good guy who says, I need a card, so you're going to get chosen. So how much of a good guy is he when he calls you to Fromville,
Yeah. And then that's the thing too, is because what they say is like everything happens for a reason. You may not know it now, but one day it will reveal itself and you'll be like, oh, that's why it happened. So
yeah,
it's kind of like one of those in the early steps of where it's at right now, and this is where they're having their doubt, but one day everything will be revealed.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But that's very interesting. Oh yeah.
One person is so. Which one is louder than the rest? I'm not sure.
Yeah, there is somebody that's really loud.
Test.
Yeah, I don't know. Is it me? Is it? I haven't noticed if there's somebody louder than everyone else.
It's so loud that I thought I might have to get it off because I think I might wake my boyfriend up. It's so loud.
Geez. Really interesting. Okay, yeah, maybe my Chromebook just isn't. I don't know. My volume isn't that loud, so I didn't notice it. But yeah, yeah. I don't know. I don't know which one of us that could be, but yeah. So yeah, I think I think that whole thing with Tilly appearing in Elgin's dream, that was super weird too, and I'm excited to.
If you see her pairing with Fatima or something later, I would not be surprised, because I think that's a theory that's been common for people. But the monster that shows up with Fatima, I wouldn't be surprised. Somehow that is related somehow later in the show, but we will find out for sure.
It's very Rosemary's Baby.
Yeah, and the thing is, I still say that Tilly shouldn't have known Fatima was pregnant. I know that there are women that can sense when some other woman is pregnant, but the fact that it's happening in this place, and the fact that I think it's not a human baby, I think it's an entity, that makes me suspicious of Tilly, that she knew that Fatima was pregnant with this thing. That's why I'm suspicious of it. There's something not right.
Yeah, because like we had discussed before, like they've been doing it in Colony House
that's loud.
for a long time.
Uh-huh.
That's loud.
Okay. Okay, with that, so whoever was just talking the last time is the one who's the louder one. To me, it's not. It's not bothering me, but okay. So,
They felt a little
yeah,
bad. Come back.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Who dropped
Wait, is
off?
Henry? Oh, there we go. Sorry. I thought for a second Henry was in the funeral scene in your pictures. My bad.
No, Henry. He just happens to be next to it, but I think he's coming from Bill. I think maybe.
It's just
Yeah,
the rest is full of all those extras you're going to love. You know, all the extras you don't know.
Have you discussed why he didn't ask about his daughter? Have you guys discussed that yet?
No,
Yeah, I
and
don't know.
that's really bothering me.
He just only said my little girl used to sleep here. That's the only thing he said. Yeah, you're right.
Somebody
okay.
shows up, right, to your house after your whole family went missing, right? And they said, "Oh, I have Victor's lunchbox." You don't immediately say, "What about my daughter? Is she there? This is her name. This is what she looks like. Have you seen her? Are you sure? What about my wife?" He also did not add, now that I'm thinking about it, he doesn't know that his wife is dead. So why didn't he say, "Is my wife there? Is she okay?"
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He only asked about his son.
Well, I don't understand that. Yes, sorry, it's okay with H. So no worries. I didn't even notice that you were louder than others. Don't worry about it. Thank you so much for calling in. You were an awesome addition to the panel. You had some great points. So please feel free to call in again anytime. I'm going to continue doing these call-in lives. So don't worry at all. Like, we all have some strange tech things going on. Not a problem.
Yeah, mine happened. Mine happened because my YouTube decided to update itself.
Yeah, and I had an issue where I had a whole bunch of tabs open, so my voice was cutting in and out the last week. So anyway, what were we talking about? Yeah, the fact that he didn't mention Eloise really makes no sense. That he mentioned his daughter and his son sleep here, showing the bedroom, but you don't ask what happened to Eloise. Like, have you met her? I don't understand that. I find that very bizarre. So I don't know. I think I was sure that in this episode we were going to find out, did Eloise get out or what? Now this could be a possible explanation. Maybe he didn't ask because he knows what happened to her. Maybe she did get out. She's an adult now, living in this is what I predicted already, that maybe she's in a psychiatric institution. I think all of those experiences drove her insane. Like, not insane, but just, made her so traumatized that she couldn't function. So maybe that's why he didn't ask, because he knows where she is. And we'll find that out in the next episode. I'm hoping.
I feel like she's missing.
But he has a line. So in his monologue, he gives the story from his wife's point of view. And there's a line where he says, the chosen one. So maybe you were chosen. And then he says, people couldn't go home. People couldn't get out. He asked Tabitha, but how did you get out?
Mm-hmm.
And so if he knows that people can get out, and
True.
Eloise did get out, and he knows about that, he would say, you also escaped just like Eloise, or you were also able to get out. He specifically mentions people can go home. People have died there, they stayed there, they could never go back home. So he's amazed that Tabitha is out. He wouldn't be so amazed, and he would kind of know about this. And when she starts mentioning anything about the lunchbox, he would immediately know, oh my God, you're saying the same thing my daughter said.
Right.
Instead of being so hostile. And for him, it took him a while.
You're absolutely right. So honestly, then the only possibilities I can think of then are, she got out, but not in this location. She's somewhere else. She's missing. Or she didn't get out, and we're going to find out that she's maybe that loner who was in Cannibal Village outside Jim and Kenny's cabin. Maybe she's been living out there. I would love a twist like that. If she
Yeah,
was
I would too.
like Danielle Rousseau on Lost. Like there was a loner who was living there for years and years. And who knows? Like maybe Eloise has been there this whole time. That would be really awesome. A surprise like that. It probably won't happen, but I would love to see it.
This is a really good observation on the chat. And said they're driving somewhere in the promo. Maybe that's where they're going.
Yes.
He already showed her everything that he has in his house. So where would he be taking her? That's important for the story.
Right.
I'm assuming she might even stay at his house.
Mhm.
If she's not relying on family or friends,
Mhm.
why is he driving her somewhere? Where are they going?
Oh,
Maybe it is to visit Eloise.
That's what I was thinking when I first saw that. There was a second trailer that we got, and it showed them getting in that car accident. And I immediately thought they're going to see Eloise in a psychiatric institution. That was my working theory. And I was hoping that maybe they were on their way back so that at least they'd have a chance where Tabitha could meet her before I think they get pulled back into Fromville, in my opinion. I think Tabitha will end up back there.
I think Tabitha can escape. So let's say that they are driving somewhere we don't know. They get into a car accident. He's driving. Let's say they get into that car accident. The car, I think, hits them from his side, not Tabby's. So
Yep.
let's say the car spins, right? Out of control. He is really injured.
Oh,
And she's injured, but not enough that she can run. She has
Yep.
been running from the police. She would not want to go back to the hospital because she escaped the hospital. So she could like run and hide so that the paramedics and the ambulance don't get her. She's done that before. So she stays in the real world where he gets to go in the ambulance to from.
That would be super interesting if that happens. That would be more satisfying than Tabitha finding herself back there so soon.
Mhm.
I've believed that she's probably going to end up back there by episode 4. I think that there are some strong hints to that. I mean, in the lighthouse dream and in the real lighthouse, she passes by a toy ambulance. I think that's a huge piece of foreshadowing. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean she's going to be in the ambulance. You know, maybe it's just a reference to the fact that she'll be in that accident that lands Henry in that ambulance that ends up in Fromville. So it could go either way. But either way, I think that was foreshadowing something. That ambulance was there for a reason. But
100%.
yeah. So I mean, it's possible. It's possible because that car is hitting on Henry's side of the vehicle. He's going to definitely have more injuries than her,
Oh,
and
yeah.
he could wind up being the one. And the thing is, he was announced as a cast member along with Acosta. If he was only going to be in the first, let's say, 3 episodes, and say Tabitha goes back in the ambulance, but not him, why would they even bother to announce him? They didn't announce the priest. Like, there would be no need to announce him just for 3 episodes, in my opinion. So, to me, that tells me Henry's probably going to be going to Fromville. And I hope he will, because I think his acting was phenomenal. He's such a fascinating character, and just imagine how he's going to affect Victor. That'll make things really interesting.
That's a great point because a lot of people have been saying, okay, he's a good guy. Look, he was concerned about his family. He's a good guy. He's not the abusive alcoholic that we thought. You know, some people thought he was. However, if we remember when Victor has a line, season 2, he says, when they're pushing to go home, this is my home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So he's comfortable there. If he had a beautiful childhood with a wonderful father and he was taken from his father, right? He was going to school. It all happened suddenly. He would say, I want to go home to my dad. Every day and night since his mother and sister died, he would say, I want to go home back to my dad. I want to make it back to dad. But he doesn't say that. He has completely not even acknowledge anything about his father. And he remembers his mom, so he does remember the mother. He said, this is my home. He's not looking to go with his dad. So maybe there was a situation where he wasn't such a good guy.
Yeah.
But Victor doesn't remember things. He may not even remember his dad. He's had a lot of trauma there from Bill.
I do agree with that too, because there's a line where Henry says where you almost think he says the last thing I said to my kids was, you're thinking, oh, I love them. Oh, like, I'll see you again soon. No, it was clean your room.
But I think I think that that's something that most parents parents get frustrated and they yell at their kids, and I think that's a normal thing for a parent to say. So here's my take on him.
No, I think it was meant. Sorry,
Yeah.
I think it was meant in a way that he didn't say "I love you." He just said a really mundane thing like "go clean your room," and he didn't have the time to say that he loved his kids.
Yeah, it's something that all parents say, and like
I'm Team Henry all the way.
No TV. There you go, Woodrow.
He would never have imagined this was the last time he was going to talk to his kids, and you could tell that he was full of regret that that's what he said. And so this is my take on him. Now, we know that Victor has an enormous amount of stuff with him. He had so much stuff, and it definitely seemed like his mother took him and Eloise and ran. I've believed for a while that he probably had an abusive father, that his mother took him and ran for that reason, because every time anyone asks him, how did you get here? He shuts down. It's a trauma response. He's like, I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that. How he arrived in town. So I thought, okay, he probably had an abusive father. I'm looking at things a little differently now. So what I'm thinking now is, I'm thinking, it sounds to me like Miranda just went off the deep end due to these visions, took the kids and took off because she felt that she needed to save the children based on what she was seeing in her visions and hearing.
Why did she take the kids though?
I think she probably just lost it. I think she snapped and she took the kids and took off because she didn't want to leave them behind. And he came home, they were gone. I think probably the reason Victor shuts down is because it was traumatic having his mother uproot him and his sister and take off, and then they land in this nightmarish town. That's what I'm thinking right now.
It could be just as easy to say maybe she took both the kids to school, and then as they were driving to school, there was a tree across the road, and they're like, "That's weird," and they turned the car around, and they ended up in From.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it could be something like that, maybe. But the thing is, they did have a lot of stuff with them. They had all different, like, they had winter clothes. It would be weird to travel just to take them to school with as much stuff as Victor has.
Well, maybe it was winter when they took them to school.
Right. I mean, yeah, it could be. But I mean, he's got an enormous amount of stuff. That's what I'm seeing. Like, he's got an enormous amount of stuff that he brought with him. And so to me, it seems like she took him on purpose, took him and Eloise and ran.
I agree. So when we listen to what Victor's father is saying, she had vision. She knew this place was not a good place. She knew this place was scary and horrible. So if she takes the kids and wants to leave the husband, right? She wouldn't do it on purpose trying to get to Fromville. She knows that this is not a good place and that this is a horrible place. And if she was trying to do it on purpose, she probably would leave the kids behind. We have seen that she does have that instinct where she left the two kids and said, hide. So she has the instinct of, I need to go by myself. You need to stay here and I need to go alone. So what was so bad that she would want the children in Fromville with her rather than back home?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point.
Yeah, but they could have just been driving in the car, and then there's trees across the road. That's how everybody gets there. They drive somewhere. There's a tree. Have you watched the show? They drive somewhere. There's a tree in the road.
That's true.
Right? We're talking about how she packed them to go somewhere.
Yeah, but I don't have. What knowledge do you have that he has a lot of stuff though?
He shows. So when he's talking to Ethan and it's winter, he takes one of his winter jackets like heavy winter jackets over to Ethan.
But it could have been winter where they were. Maine gets cold.
That's true. That's true. So yeah, I hear what you both are saying. Honestly, it could go either direction. It could just be that it was a fluke that she wound up there. Maybe she just snapped, like I was thinking, and became unstable in that moment. Maybe she, and then when she was stuck there, she probably regretted it and was back to being in protective mode. If she did deliberately just snap one day, take the kids and run to try to get there, it's we hear about how people are called into Fromville, and she might have snapped, or maybe, who knows, maybe she just wanted a divorce from this guy. Maybe he wasn't abusive.
It's like Jim and Tabby.
Maybe she just took the kids and took off, because
that's a great point, like Jim and Tabby, right? Because it's supposed to be a cycle, and they were gonna get divorced,
right? So like it could be something like that. Maybe she just wanted to get away from him. Maybe they had issues. Maybe he was an alcoholic or something. Doesn't necessarily mean he was abusive.
I don't know, the way he talks about her, he seems to talk about her fondly when they were younger hippies.
True. They
I mean, I don't see any kind of anger in any of that.
I don't either, to be honest. I don't either. And the emotion that he
But then again, right? So let's say that he loves her, right? He loves her. He loves his daughter. You come back and you have Victor's lunchbox. The first thing is like, my wife. Oh my God, the love of my life. My wife. Is my wife there? Right? And a lot of people will say, oh, well, Tabby only mentioned Victor. You would ask more questions. Like, hello, this person showed up. She has the lunchbox. You would know, well, Victor was with my wife and daughter. Where are they? Do you know anything about them? Because even knowing that they're not together would be more info than you had on a missing person.
Right.
So if he loved her, right? Like, why don't you immediately ask my wife?
Now, I'm almost wondering.
He might have been behind the scenes.
Yeah, I'm almost wondering.
I mean, they're not going to show every single line of dialogue that they had before, And she also fainted. I guess she also fainted.
Yeah. And like, I do think that, I think part of this might just be the way that the show was written. When Henry brought Tabitha down to the basement, like, this was the point where Henry finally believed her, and like actually believed his son is alive, and it's sinking in now. And you'd think that this would be the time, like, logically, any of us would be like asking a million questions of her, like, what about my wife? What about my daughter? Are they okay? And instead, he's delivering this monologue about the nature of what Fromville is, and what all the visions that Miranda saw. And I think that was more for the benefit of us.
That's for us.
It was written that way for us. It was exposition, but I think it was beautifully done. Normally exposition is poor writing, but I think the way that it was done was beautiful. The only thing is, it is a bit unrealistic and makes him look bad, because he's not asking her a million questions about his family. Instead, he's imparting all of this knowledge about what Fromville is based on what Miranda said. So I think that just, it may be a flaw or something that's not really logical in the writing, because what he said was meant for us. I think in the next
really,
ask more questions.
That's really difficult to gauge whether it's done intentionally, or because, for example, the juxtaposition of Tilly and him. So they're relatively new. Everything that Tilly says and does, we are like focused in. Well, why did she do that? Why didn't she say that? Right. And we could say, well, maybe Tilly behind the scenes heard someone say something, and so that's why she was asking questions. Or maybe she did ask about the monsters, but we didn't see it. Right. We are just taking what we see. We only know that Tilly is out there and she is nosy, and that she's not asking certain things. So then we have to look at this character in the same manner. If we're looking at everybody like that, it has to be in the same manner. What is
Yeah.
he saying and what is he not saying? And it could be about the writing, but something that I keep going back to, Taryn, we all know Taryn, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You know
So
Taryn.
Yeah.
he's discussed that this show took over 10 years for the writer to write and complete.
Yeah.
10 years. So that means that every single thing, every single line, he had to, my husband is a writer. So he
Mhm.
was rereading and rewriting over and over and over and over. It's like an obsessive thing with them. They want everything to be perfect, every line, the verbiage, the words. Like
Exactly.
everything has to be perfect. So if this guy had 10 years, he's not going to overlook, oh my God, my dad character is not asking about his family. Really, he's like nonchalant.
Mm. Yeah,
Yeah, but
it's
they only have 10 episodes. They only have 10 episodes to tell the story.
yeah, there's limited screen time. There's a lot that
And there's always, and from
Do
this
more
is
work.
really, oh,
You're saying.
sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead.
From this is an interesting thing that a lot of dramas do. When somebody asks a question, they ask another question.
Oh yeah.
Well, what
Yeah.
she's saying makes
So when
sense.
Henry asks, "Who are you?" then she's like, "You're his dad," or something like that. You know, they don't answer like a person. It's written in a way that people don't really talk sometimes. You know,
But
just
Mhm.
because it's the
does
way it
mean
is.
every line does mean something though, because I mean, like she said, like this person has been working on for it for a long time and knew what they were
Yeah.
doing, and literally they made this scene literally over the funeral, like this speech over the funeral. So
Mhm.
that's supposed to have a lot of weight. To me, that was one of the most important parts of the episode. Was that so? Clearly, they thought about this, and
Yeah, I mean, even still, I see. I took that interview to mean like there was an interview where the showrunner said that they were inspired by 9/11, but I think some people took it literally and think that the show was literally being written for all these years. I don't know if we've ever gotten confirmation that they've actually been writing the scripts for that many years. So I'm not so sure about that, but and I honestly, it
script for
like
me.
we can look at a lot of flaws in the writing of season 2 as evidence that like it doesn't matter how long this show has been in the works. Like there are flaws, there are flaws in the writing. There are some issues that like there were a lot of issues with season 2 that I think they're course correcting now, which is great to see. They're not going to be perfect no matter what. They haven't planned out everything. They've said that they have the beginning and the end mapped out, and they're figuring things out in between. Not everything is planned. So I definitely think that I think it's a big flaw in the writing. Either that or there is something messed up about this guy. One or the other, because I agree that it's bizarre that he didn't bring up Eloise. He didn't ask about Miranda or anything like that.
Yeah, that's interesting information. That they have the beginning and the end, but not, they're figuring things out.
Mhm.
I don't watch the interviews. I basically just watch content creators, and they usually show stuff. And I know Terrence said they have walls and walls of storyline. And what he said is that they have mapped out every single character, where they're going, where they're not going, and they basically have this locked in. So that's what makes me believe this way. But if they really
But they
haven't
didn't.
figured it out, then that gives
They
us
didn't
a
have
lot
Victor
more
locked
leeway.
in.
Yeah, that
Mhm.
gives us a lot more leeway. If they really haven't been working on it so long, it makes a lot more sense.
Well,
It
I
does.
mean, it's not like I mean, there's still a lot of possibilities that could happen with what made her leave that day that he while he was at work. You know, we just still don't know that maybe there was some kind of rift in between them that it's not. I don't think it's nefarious like maybe
Mhm.
Julie is saying like particular. You know, same thing. Like it seems like he does still care about his family, but just like that was his son was probably the most important thing to him, and he's gonna find him in Fromville, and that's the one he probably wanted to see the most.
Now look at the
Yeah,
tears
I
in
kind
his
of want
eyes.
to see that. I
Look,
want to see
look at
that scene.
me too. Me too. And just look at this. Look at the tears in this guy's eyes right here. Like that's real emotion. So there's something going on there.
He was ready to shoot Tabitha. Yeah.
This is
There
going to be
ain't
a
no bullets
really
in that gun.
exciting episode coming
There's
up
no bullets in the gun.
because I think we're going to be able to figure out this next this weekend. We're going to be able to, I think we're going to figure out if he's good or bad, what the relationship was like, because we're going to get more information.
If Victor knows
So
who
I
he
think
is.
it's going to be a shock either way.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Where they're going is going to be a shock.
I was sure that we'd find out in this episode what happened to Eloise. I was really shocked that that was just left still a mystery. So that I really hope that it's addressed in episode 3, or that doesn't make any sense at all.
I hope we see her.
Me too. Oh my
I
god.
hope it isn't like kind of a red herring where we don't see her.
Oh my god. I believe personally, so I know that they haven't mapped out the whole show. That's what the showrunners have said. So I've had this belief that I don't think Eloise was even part of the plan when they first started writing the show, because Victor actually wasn't supposed to survive season 1. They changed their minds and they kept Victor. So I think that what they did was when they kept Victor, they thought, okay, well, we're going to have Tabitha escape. We need some kind of tie to the outside world, something for her to go looking for. So I've always believed that they came up with this idea of a forgotten sister for that reason. For like, Eloise has to have some kind of purpose. Otherwise, there was absolutely no point to introducing a forgotten sister. I mean, we already know Victor's memory is terrible, but why? Like, why would you introduce her to the plot if she's not going to be important in some way? So it would be a letdown to a lot of us as fans if we don't at least get to meet Eloise, even briefly. Just give us one episode. I'll be satisfied even with that. I know a lot of people want it more. They want it like Tabitha and Eloise to really like investigate together. I don't think it's going to happen at this point, to be honest with you. But it would be great.
I don't want it to end like the bile bullets. Like the bile bullets kind of went nowhere.
Yeah, like please, like we need. I've always thought Eloise is like a Chekhov's gun. You know, she was introduced to the plot for a reason. You don't introduce a forgotten sister and then just never mention what happened to her, unless there's something she's going to be part of later on. There's got to be something. So maybe she's still in from. Maybe she's still that loner. She's a loner living out in the cabins, or I don't know. But maybe she's still in a psychiatric institution outside, and she did get out. And Henry, I don't know, like because PM made a great point. Like, if she got out, then why is he so shocked that Tabitha got out? If he knows that she got out, that's a good point.
I definitely don't think he knows she got out, though.
No, I don't think he does.
At home.
There's a really good comment on the chat. Sorry. And it's referencing, we're in the same theme and in the same scene. Well, no, not really. I think we're going to see that soon. But it's about the bottle tree. In the trailer, they show them looking at a bottle tree. I think it might be in his backyard because otherwise she would have seen it away.
Yep, I think it's in his backyard. Yep.
And so in the comment, they're asking, you know, like, what's up with the bottle tree? I think that his wife was recreating what she saw. So she saw there's bottle trees that are important. I'm supposed to look for this tree. Maybe that's what she was getting from the visions. I need to go to the tree. So she made one up. I also believe that in that same fashion, a lot of people talk about the bracelet. Jim's dad's bracelet that Tabitha made is on her hand.
Yes.
And people say it might be time travel. Not necessarily, because now that we see that she recreates things, she could have made that bracelet. And it could look the same, right? It could have the same flaw because she saw it and she's recreating things as she sees them. And she was wearing it. So that's a possibility. I don't think that it's going to go that way. But if they want to skip time travel, that would be a way to explain the bracelet.
Yes. Yeah, and I personally am not really so much in the camp of that it has to be time travel. I could see it. Time travel would be super interesting, but it would be really messy and difficult to pull off. To introduce that, it would be challenging. I think it's entirely possible that what you're saying is true. That she's recreating things that she's seeing, and I think she hung the bottles in the tree because she was seeing bottle trees in her visions, like we're seeing in this shot here. Probably in his backyard. And yeah, I think she saw that bracelet in a vision. Now, we've all been assuming it's the same exact bracelet. All we saw, like, we know that that bracelet is one of a kind, that there's some kind of flaw on it. And so Tabitha recognized it immediately. This is the same one she made when she found it. But how do we know the one on Miranda's wrist is the exact same one? All we got was a brief glimpse of that on her wrist. We don't know that it has that exact flaw that Tabitha's bracelet has. It might not. It might not. We're making some assumptions there. And so all we saw was in a flashback, a brief glimpse of that bracelet on Miranda's wrist. It's possible she recreated it as best she could, and it may not have that exact flaw that Tabitha's has. So that's an excellent point. That's an excellent point, PM. I think maybe she just made it because she saw it in a vision. Something that I was thinking too is that maybe she pulled it out of a dream. But honestly, I'm thinking more along the lines of what you're saying now. Like Real Enigmas has suggested that maybe that bracelet was pulled out of a dream by Eloise. Like we've seen other physical items pulled out of dreams on this show.
Wow, that would be the way to explain it.
Wouldn't that be mind blowing?
There's a really good comment. There's a really good comment on the chat. Sorry. This comment says maybe the bottle tray is made up of all of Henry's empty beer bottles. We know he likes drinking. Maybe he's putting them up there.
Yeah, maybe. That's great.
And he only had 6 beers.
Yeah.
I love how people are like, I came home with some beer. That means I'm an alcoholic because I got a wife beater on.
Yeah, I know, right?
I think they're messing with us.
It's such a trope. It's such a trope. Maybe he's not an alcoholic. We don't know. We just know he's a curmudgeon who's lived a rough life. That's what the casting call said, or the casting announcement. But yeah, yeah. So I mean, yeah, the bracelet thing. Yeah, Real Enigmas thinks that Eloise pulled it from a dream. I think it's possible maybe Miranda had a premonition dream, pulled it out of a dream. So that's a possibility. But I know a lot of people want to see time travel. I know it's polarizing. Like Tammy C says, please no time travel. And Woodrow says, unless there's time travel, the bracelet makes no sense. Ant said no time, please. Okay, so I guess he's anti-time travel, maybe. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Time travel is super interesting, and I love seeing it portrayed in shows. But I do think that in this case, it would be extremely messy because you don't have a nice closed loop. Tabitha made it in the 2000s, and then Miranda had it back in 1978. Tabitha finds it in 2022. Like in order for it to make sense in terms of a typical bootstrap paradox, Tabitha would need to go back to where she made it herself and basically show herself how to make it. Like that's a typical classic time travel bootstrap paradox. But that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing Miranda has it back in the 70s and Tabitha makes it in the 2000s. And so it's like, that means there are 2 bracelets. There's one that's sitting in Fromville for 40 years. And then there's one that Tabitha made in the 2000s. It makes your head hurt when you try to really figure this shit out. It's a lot. It's not going to be a nice bootstrap paradox that like the series Dark pulled off. And I won't say any spoilers.
No.
I won't. I'll just say that that show has lots of great bootstrap paradoxes that are a closed.
No.
Don't worry. I won't say any more than that. But everybody watch Dark if you haven't already. It's an amazing show. Amazing. That was a master class in time travel storytelling for sure. Hey, Justin says, you guys are amazing. Thank you for an amazing time tonight. Great panel and incredible chat. Hope you all have a good night. Hope you have a good night too, Justin. Yeah, you were an awesome addition to the panel. Thank you so much for joining. Really, really loved having you with us. You're one of the most awesome people I've met in this fandom, Justin, since the beginning. You were one of the first people that welcomed me in as a new fan. I only just found the show this year. March, I watched it for the first time. And then I joined the fandom, and I was just amazed by how active this fandom is year round. Even when the show isn't even on, weekly live streams, it just blew my mind. And Justin was one of the first people that welcomed me as a new fan. I joined Jeremy Eisenfire's Discord, and Justin was just so kind and so welcoming and just became an awesome friend that I just appreciate so much. And everybody else that welcomed me in. It's just awesome. Like, Fromily is the perfect word for this fandom. Not to get all sappy, but it really is. It's like a family. So, thank you, Justin, for joining us. Please join us again anytime. I'm going to keep doing these call-ins every week, and it's so much fun. I love talking to you guys about all of this. It's much more fun than me just rambling by myself. I'd much rather have people to talk to. So yeah, awesome. Yeah, so I mean the time travel stuff, yeah, it could happen. It's going to be difficult to try and like explain this in a way that makes sense. But yeah, I like PM's idea that maybe Miranda just copied it from a vision, and it's probably not. If that's the case, it's not identical to Tabitha's, but it's close enough that we would recognize it. So we'll have to wait and see. I think I heard somewhere that we're going to get some kind of answer related to the bracelet this season. So if that's true, that would be amazing. That would be a massive answer for them to give us. I forget where I heard that, but I think it might have been people that already got reviews related to the show. Yeah, I remember Jeremy Eisenfire said that he read something, and if it's true, it could explain it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I would love to get that answer. Yeah, Tammy. I binged and now waiting weekly hurts. Oh, so you just discovered it too. Yeah, I watched an episode per day. I didn't binge it. But I did watch one episode per day of From until I got through both seasons, and I just fell in love with it. I went right down that rabbit hole and have been all the way down ever since, deep diving in. That's why I have this channel. I never would have started a channel if it wasn't for this show. And I'm going to be branching off and covering other things too, not just this. I'm going to be covering Severance. When From season 3 ends, I'm going to cover Silo for sure. Silo's coming out in November, and God, my mouth is dry from talking so much. Silo's coming out in November, so I definitely want to cover that. I want to do a rewatch of Severance and hopefully get some people on to chat about that, do some call-ins for that. I met an awesome friend who lives in Russia who's a huge Severance fan. And she goes by Anna in the live chat. But yeah, that would be great. We could cover that. And then in January, we've got season 2 of Severance. So like, it's exciting. And I never would have started this if it wasn't for From. It's just, it's opened up a whole new world to me. This community of awesome people, so many kind people I've connected with. And now it's given me a creative outlet I never would have had if it wasn't for this show. So it's been life-changing. Yeah, and love talking with you guys too. Just what an awesome community we have here. It's just incredible. I've never been part of a fandom like this before. I've been part of K-pop fandoms, and they're awesome too, but never for a show like this. And it's just incredible. You go into the Discord, and year round, people are theory crafting every single day. I got into so many amazing conversations with people, and all of that led me here. If you would have told me several months ago I'd have a channel and I'd be live streaming, I would have thought you're insane. That wasn't part of the plan, but yeah, it's a lot of fun, and it's like therapy for me. Just for everything I'm going through in my life, this is my therapy. Yeah, Tammy, Silo is a really great show. I enjoy it a lot. Not as much as From, but it's a fun show. It's a really interesting concept in this age of reboots, remakes, rehashing of old ideas. It's great to see original concepts. They're not that common. Something as creative as From, Silo, Severance. This is what I'm here for. This is why I started this channel, for shows that really challenge me, stimulate my mind, creative ideas like this. That's what I'm diving into in this channel. These are the kinds of shows that I want to cover and discuss with all of you guys. Just have great conversations. It's like these shows are like great works of literature. You can analyze them just like a work of literature. There's symbolism and foreshadowing, all of these literary devices that I love so much. Even just analyzing colors like we do in From. Like, what does the blue mean? What does the yellow mean? I've got to look up symbolism related to blue, because there's something to that as well. You know, we've got the yellow and blue house on the street. We've got Boyd switching from the blue shirt to wearing all yellows. There's just so much to dive into. I love it. Oh, Johnny Utah. Hell yes. I'm a fan of the Twilight Zone. Oh my God. Don't even get me started. I could go on all night. I am obsessed. Like, for me, that might be the greatest show ever made. That might be like the most genius, most iconic show ever made for me. And one of my favorite episodes, oh man, there's so many. It's amazing how well it holds up even today. That show is like 60 years old. It is still so relevant. Rod Serling was a freaking genius. And if any of you guys haven't seen it, highly recommend watching it, because it is so relevant even today. It influences TV and film even now. The issues that it brings up, like the way that it looks at human nature and, you know, society, like just kind of like looking at, you know, the nature of our reality. And it's just like, it's so eye-opening. And you know, some episodes are just weird shit that's just fun, and others have some more interesting social commentary. So either way, it's amazing. So like, there's an episode that reminds me so much of From, that's one of my favorites, which is called Stopover in a Quiet Town. And yeah, this couple wakes up and they're in this town that's empty. They don't know how they got there, and they can't get out. They get on a train and try to get out. It just goes around in circles. That's why I fell in love with From, because it reminded me of that. It's such a similar concept, and so that's definitely a favorite. Obviously, the iconic episode 5 Characters in Search of an Exit, which has major From vibes. It's you know, it's a bunch of people who find themselves in this strange place. They don't know how they got there. They don't even remember who they are in this case. And they're trying to get out. They're asking all kinds of questions about the nature of their reality. Like, how did they get there? Like, it's very much like From in that regard. And yeah, so that's probably my all-time favorite episode, and it's one of the most famous. And like there's another one, what is it called? It's what is it? I shot an arrow. No, wait, not that one. And when it's called, and when the sky was opened, where there are these 3 astronauts. I think it was 3. They return from outer space, and they start disappearing one by one. And every time one of them disappears, nobody remembers they ever existed. It's like they were wiped off the face of the earth. The only people who remember them are the 2, like the other remaining astronauts from that mission. And they're vanishing one by one from existence. And it's just the biggest mind fuck. And it's just so deeply unsettling watching this happen to these people. And then what's the reaction of the ones that are remaining? No one remembers that their friends or their colleagues even existed. It's just it's really just this amazing existential dread from that one, and one that just always sticks in my head. And of course the one a lot of people know about, To Serve Man, where it's these bunch of aliens invade Earth. They say that they want to help humanity and serve them, and let's just say they have ulterior motives. I highly recommend going and watching that. I won't spoil the twist ending if you haven't seen it, but To Serve Man, yeah, that one's amazing too. Yeah, Tammy, definitely recommend. It started in 1959 and it aired for 5 seasons. Back then, they had like 30 something episodes per season, so it's over 200 episodes. Absolutely genius. Yeah, Angela, Rod Serling was the man. Great writer, great host, great charisma, great voice, just great everything, man. Everything. That show was his brainchild, his baby. And just, yeah, the way it holds up even today. He predicted some stuff that it was really crazy. Like he predicted that automation would wipe out human jobs, like get rid of the need for people working these jobs. Like he has an episode about that long before it ever happened. Computers, like what would happen with computers, how they're going to replace humans' jobs, and it happened. And that's one of the more mundane things, or a lot more interesting episodes than that, but it's just an example of the way that he predicted things way before they actually happened.
Sorry to interrupt, but to add to that, The Uglies is a show that's it's new, but it's based on a Twilight Zone episode. I don't know the name, but you probably remember this if you're a fan. It's the episode where at a certain age you get to go into this room and pick out a model, and they're going to like give you plastic surgery and you're going to look like that model. And so it's a family asking their daughter, "Oh, are you going to pick number 2?"
Oh, okay. And what is this from again?
It's from the Twilight Zone.
But like, what did you're saying something
Yeah, so based on the episode is based, it's a new show on Netflix. I believe it's Netflix. It's called The Uglies. And it's the same thing, like they get plastic surgery or all of their defects are fixed. And the Twilight Zone had a couple of episodes where it was the same thing, talking about plastic surgery, where you could fix someone if they were what you consider ugly, if society considered them ugly. And one of them you can pick your face and body, and the other one it was just their face that they were changing.
Yeah,
they had that one episode where it was kind of a switch on that in the Twilight Zone, where the one beautiful person wasn't perceived as being beautiful because the rest of the people were a certain way.
Eye of the Beholder. Eye of the Beholder.
Eye of the Beholder. Perfect. Yes.
Yes. That's an iconic one too. Where the beautiful people in that, wherever this place is, like it's clearly not Earth. The beautiful people were hideous, and they were considered so hideous they had to go off and live somewhere else, away from everyone else, and that everyone yeah, like the majority of people have these disgusting looking pig snout faces, and that's an iconic episode, and one that I think PM might be describing too. There's an episode of that where there's like, it's this society where people they're actually required to undergo some kind of plastic surgery to look a certain way, and they have a certain number of faces to pick from. There aren't that many, so almost everyone in society, like most of them look like basically you have like 6 different faces, let's say, to pick from. And everyone, so like you have like a million different people that look the same. Everybody looks the same. So that could be the one that she's talking about. Like they're literally required to do that. It's a great episode too. It's a great dystopian society episode. Yeah. Stop over in a quiet town. Yeah, it's not one that a lot of people remember that much, but it's one of my favorites. And yeah, and I could talk all night about this. Clearly, I never expected to go on this long, but it's so easy to get carried away. But yeah, thank you for saying that. It's so much fun talking with you guys too. It's just the best. Let's see. Yeah, Diz Tops. Hey, I haven't seen you in the chat yet. I thought Julie was a reincarnation for a moment, and that's how the bracelet was a connection. But so many theories have been debunked. I don't know where I'm at now. Yeah. It's tough. And I think that this season we're going to see a lot of theories are going to be debunked. We're going to see that more and more. So like I actually made a video, one of my videos on the channel right now. It's, top 10, or not top 10, but like theories that have been debunked or confirmed. And I also go over theories that have been reinforced, not confirmed yet, but reinforced. And theories that have been kind of undermined, not debunked, but just undermined. So I'm going to periodically during the season keep making these videos that kind of do a theory checkup, if you will, like check in on, okay, where are our theories at? What's been debunked? What's been confirmed? What's getting supporting evidence to back it up? Because I think this season is going to be really enlightening. We're going to get a lot of answers and clues that are going to help us finally start to narrow down this mystery. Right now, there's just so many possibilities that it's just too much. It's time that we do start narrowing it down. And I think this is going to be the season. We're already seeing it starting. We're already seeing like certain things get debunked, certain things get confirmed. And like, for example, we saw Tabitha see the boy in white in the real world. Now, this looked like a real vision to me. I think that she saw an actual vision of the boy in white. I don't think it was in her head. That's up for debate, but I think it's a strong clue that the boy in white can reach out to people in the real world, which is a theory people have had for a while now, that the boy in white could, maybe be the voice of God that Khatri thought he heard the night that he arrived in town. And the boy in white appeared to Elgin in a dream, probably before they even got to town on that bus. Elgin didn't remember it until later. But when I saw the boy in white appear to Tabitha on the street, I just lost my shit. I was like, it looks like we're getting some theories like supported, confirmed. Like this season is going to be amazing in that regard. I think they'll still leave most of the mystery intact, which is important. But getting some answers is necessary. Too many questions piled on top of questions is just, at a certain point, viewers are going to get too frustrated and just give up. But this season is going to be it. So I think we just hang in there, guys. I think we're going to really start to see more and more stuff get confirmed.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to move away from Fromville at the end of the season? Like they're going to move away from that town? Not leave it, but move away from it.
Initially, I thought so, maybe because things have gotten so bad that I was thinking maybe they might have to. But now I'm starting to wonder, like, we're already seeing things turning around a bit with them finding food. So it's possible they might not have to. What do you think?
Sorry to interrupt, guys. I just want to say bye. Thank you so much, Julie, for having me on. It's
Oh,
like
you're so
almost
welcome.
1 a.m. But
You're so
I
welcome.
love the show.
Yeah.
Love the live. Thank you so much for having me on and listening to my crazy theories. It was a pleasure speaking to both of you, all of you.
Yeah.
But I see there's 2 people on right now.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
everybody else went to sleep.
yes, yes. Thank you so much for being on with us. It was a pleasure. You have some awesome ideas. Thank you so much for joining the panel, and you're welcome anytime. Anytime. I'll keep doing these call-ins. So you have a good night. Thanks for hanging with us for this long. Yeah. It's 3:50 a.m. my time. I'm on Eastern Standard Time.
You've
What
been
about
on
you?
for 5 hours, 24 minutes, and 51 seconds.
Good Lord. How does this
I thought you were
keep
going to cut
happening?
it shorter.
How does this keep happening? Like I
It's got a lot to
once again,
say.
there's a lot for us to say, right?
Yeah.
I I planned on like 2 hours. We see how that went. Yeah, it's just
Are you doing another one tomorrow for 5 hours?
oh my Lord. I gotta start getting some self-control and cutting it off sooner. I do plan on doing another live, technically tonight now. It's already
Ah.
Thursday. Yeah, I would like to do another. But oh, while I'm thinking of it too, I don't know. While we still have some people actually here, we still have 45 people here. It looks like. Yeah, I have a Discord. I keep meaning to plug that because I mean we would love to get more people in there, and so I pinned my Discord link to the top of the chat. Uh, Everybody's welcome to join, and it's still pretty new. We're just getting it off the ground, but we're already getting some great conversations going in there. So if anybody's interested, the link is on the top. Hopefully it works. Sometimes Discord links can be a little weird and expire, but yeah, I'd love to get some more awesome people in the Discord. And I mean, I know there are a lot of Discords out there. I'm in Jeremy Ice and Fires and stuff like that, but it's so addictive. I see people in more than one all the time. So like
That's because
I'm
the
still
From Party don't stop.
right. Yeah. It's just it's addictive. So like I'm still in Jeremy's Discord. I love posting in there. Like I'm not going anywhere from that. But yeah, now I've got my own too, and it's just so much fun. I can never have too much of that. So yeah, I pinned the link to the top if anybody's interested. Check that out. So my Discord, it has a section on obviously From, but also Severance. See, there's Lost, Fringe, and now we even have a Twilight Zone section. And I want to start like eventually doing some watch parties in there for some of these shows.
Yeah, I was watching some videos that were getting really fringy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like
What?
Thomas is in another dimension, and I don't want to spoil Fringe, so if you
Right.
haven't seen Fringe, mute this.
Yes, yes.
Spoilers ahead is that they thought that Thomas was on an alternate, you know, like Fringe, like the kid, Joshua Jackson's character was on another timeline, and then he got taken from that timeline, to a timeline where he died.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, that
Oh
they think
yeah.
that's Thomas.
Oh my
In a
God.
nutshell.
Oh my God. If they go there, like like I'd kind of described something that sounded a little too fringy once, and BK was joking with me, and he said, "Stop fringifying my horror." And like, honestly, I wouldn't mind. I love Fringe. I love the concepts related to Fringe. But that's out there for me. I don't know. Like, at this point, we're in season 3. Are we really going to introduce an alternate timeline where Thomas is alive, like an alternate universe? Or I don't know. What do you think? Do you think that's likely?
Anything's possible.
I mean, they could. With anything's possible with the show. Anything is. I don't know. I don't really.
I mean, it's
see
not
it.
what I prefer.
Yeah.
Because I've already seen it. I've already seen Fringe.
Yeah.
I don't need to see Fringe again.
Yeah. I mean, I know the concept of parallel universes is really popular right now. It's everywhere, and I love that concept. So yeah, maybe in a parallel universe, Thomas is alive. But for them to introduce that now in a show like this, I think it would get really confusing. Like, I don't know. In my opinion, it's the entity screwing with Jim. That's what I think.
So.
But hey, you never know.
That's on his head.
It's certainly. I don't think anybody had that on their bingo card. Like Thomas calling Jim. Of all the people we could have imagined, like, did anybody predict that? I sure didn't see anybody. If that's the case.
Oh, there's a comment that says, "Do Yellow Jackets. Please do Yellow Jackets. I love Yellow Jackets."
So many people keep telling me to watch.
List.
Yeah, God, that's my ever-growing list of recommendations.
Yellow Jackets and From have a lot in common. I mean, I would like to see. I mean, I know some people that do both, but not many people.
Yeah.
You got your forest, you got your symbols, you got your sacrifice.
Really? Okay.
Themes. Oh yeah, a lot of the same themes.
Huh.
You might and or have cannibalism in both.
Oh yeah. I hate cannibalism, but yeah, I mean, I know it's not
like Yellow Jackets. Watch the first 10 minutes of the pilot and tell me if you like it or not. Just watch the first scene. Watch the first scene of the pilot.
I'll do that.
5 minutes.
So many people keep telling me to watch that show. And I have a mile-long list of fan suggestions from this awesome fandom since I joined. First, I've got to finish Lost. Everyone's after me to do that, so I got to do that. And once I finish Lost... What?
It's a long road, maybe. I don't want to walk down.
Oh, God. See, I don't mind.
I'm ready to say, everybody just tell me their theory is okay.
Yeah.
I know there's a smoke monster that turns into a man, a smoke monster turns into a man that turns to an electrical field that changes into a polar bear. There it is.
Yeah. Oh my God, my cat is
your cat.
making so much
I thought it was mine.
Come here, boo. Come here. Come on. Jeez. She was outside my room making a racket. Yeah. What were we talking about?
You were gonna watch the first 5 minutes of the pilot of Yellow Jackets.
Yes, I'm gonna do that.
That's all. Just watch the first 5 minutes and tell me if you're not wanting to go further.
Okay, so it's one of those things like From where you're hooked in right away, that kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That first scene's very iconic.
Yeah, I'm absolutely gonna. Boo was outside the door, stuck out here. She's sorry. That was my mom. Yeah. I'm gonna check it out. I'll definitely fit that in just because everyone keeps telling me I need to check it out. I know as far as Lost, I know there are so many episodes, and nowadays most series are much shorter, so people don't really want to tackle a show with that many episodes. So I get what you're saying, but I miss the days where there were shows that had that many. I hate that we only get 10 episodes per season of From. I want more. Like, imagine how much more they could flesh out this mystery if they had more.
I just don't think people want to pay for it anymore.
Yeah, probably.
It's a budgetary restraint, probably.
Yeah. I remember in the 2000s, I didn't know how spoiled I was. Like, I remember watching the seasons of shows, they were all 20-something episodes, and I was complaining even then, thinking, "Oh, this isn't enough." There used to be 30, like, in really old shows, like Twilight Zone had, like, 30 episodes per season. I'm like, I used to whine that we only got 24. And then I found out British shows have so few episodes and so few seasons, and I thought,
Mhm.
that must suck for them. Well, guess what? Now that's us. I mean, it's
Yeah, I think that's the model they used because like a lot of series have 6 episodes.
I don't like it. I don't like it, especially for a mystery box series. It's really difficult to fit everything in that they need to tease out a mystery. Now, Dark did it to perfection without any
No,
spoilers.
no, 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 no.
Dark managed to do it. There's like 8 episodes per season and only 3.
No, no,
Don't worry, I
no.
won't say anything.
I already got some of it spoiled for me. I came in like not knowing a single thing, and then
That sucks. Oh, that sucks. You gotta watch it. You gotta watch it before it gets spoiled for you completely because it's awesome. And I just wonder how they managed to do it. They had a massive cast. I think they had only 8 episodes per season in 3 seasons, and they nailed it. They didn't even need more than that, but that's unusual. I think From suffers a bit sometimes because they need more episodes to tease out its mystery, and stuff gets cut out because of that.
yeah, that's why I say a lot of times in the dialogue they're just cutting it. They're cutting the meat off, to tone a phrase, because they only have that much time. They can't have somebody say, "Oh, where's my wife? Where's this? Where's this?" Because they need to cut it, get it to where it's going.
Right, and sometimes
it's more important for the viewer to know about Miranda's visions of From than it is Henry asking about his family for a half hour.
Exactly. And that's why some people wonder why we don't see more mundane things happening, like no one ever actually saw Tian Chen in the kitchen cooking. You can't
not in the budget.
Yeah, there's no time for that.
No time.
And people wondered, like, why don't we ever see all this livestock? Where'd all this livestock come from? We saw next to none of it during the show. And now all of a sudden there's all these cows and chickens and
they had that scene. The scene early on with Sarah when she was talking to her brother, and there's some chickens there.
True.
Elma's there.
We didn't see all of this. So we didn't see all of this.
Animal actors cost money. You know, animals is a SAG card. They cost money.
Exactly. And there's only so much screen time. There's only so much screen time to do. Like, we can't waste time over at the farm or the barn area watching someone tend to the animals. It's just
somebody milk a cow.
Yeah. It's
Donna milking a cow.
Exactly. Like,
we're not. The people in the town take care. Do the people in the town they take care of the animals, right? The ones in the town, because Colony House is way far away.
Oh yeah, it is. So
the people in the town take care of the animals because the animals are in the middle of town.
Right. Yeah. Like,
because Sarah was.
They never explained mundane things like who's taking care of them after Nathan got murdered. I'm hesitant to say certain words here because YouTube is weird. I don't want to say certain words that I don't know.
Unalived.
Unalived. Like, I don't want to get my video taken down.
It's like double speak.
Right. That's so freaking weird. Okay. Anyway.
Yeah, I find it very 1984 myself, but
it is like all of a sudden I keep seeing people writing in the chat or writing in the comments unalived over the last couple of years. I'm like, why? Where did this come from? What the hell is this?
Yeah, it's going to become a vernacular. It's pretty funny how the language will do that.
Yeah, I was wondering why. And then I found out something about YouTube. Like, certain videos just get taken down for containing certain words. So, like, I was kind of worried. I put out a video today talking about Abby's shooting spree. I'm afraid to even say it. I don't know if it could get taken down.
Unaliving spree.
Yeah.
Dark Harvest.
Yeah, like, what the hell else am I supposed to call it? I kept racking my brain and I couldn't think of anything else. So hopefully it doesn't get taken down, but I don't know. But yeah, I went off on a tangent and I have no idea what I was talking about now. But yeah, it's the mundane stuff that we're not going to see happening.
Yeah.
We don't know who's taking care of the livestock after Nathan, and that's fine. We don't need to know that.
We don't see Ellis drawing all the pictures that he's drawn.
No.
To know he does pictures.
Exactly. Like certain things we've got to just assume. Like, we've got to just.
We don't watch the produce growing at Colony House.
Yes. Exactly.
But it does, or doesn't, depending.
But it does. Absolutely. So yeah, just a few more days and we're gonna get episode 3, and I think it's gonna be pretty exciting. This season is shaping up to be possibly the best one yet. I'm really excited to see where it's gonna go.
Is this the one where Boyd hashes his plan?
Yes. This is the one coming up. Boyd and Ellis and Donna try to talk Boyd out of a dangerous plan. That's what it said in the description.
So it's a dumb plan.
Yeah, so it's got to be this plan to try to trap a monster, and
that's probably gonna end badly.
It's gonna go sideways. There's no doubt in my mind. And then the episode descriptions after that say like people are losing trust in Boyd, probably related to that. So it's gonna be interesting, and I want to see the aftermath of this Thomas call. What the hell Jim's gonna make of that? And
is he not gonna tell anybody about it?
Yeah. Is he gonna just keep it to himself? Like, oh God. Please let this not be another voice on the radio thing where he doesn't just actually talk about it to almost anybody. That drove me insane. Yeah, very, very curious to see what's gonna happen with that. And the whole Thomas thing coming up out of nowhere. It's fascinating, but I do think it's the entity trolling Jim. And what else is coming up? The car accident. We saw that in the preview. It looks like Henry and Tabitha are in that car accident. So very, very interesting. They need to tell us something about Eloise, hopefully. That can't just remain a mystery forever. If he doesn't bring it up in the next episode, then something is really wrong with the writing, for sure. As far as my channel, I'm going to be putting out the second part of my episode 2 breakdown, which is pretty late. I wanted to get it out sooner, but I just had so freaking much to say that I had to break it into 2 parts. So I released part 1 yesterday. Now it's already yesterday, and I'll release the other section today. So keep an eye out for that. And the second part is going to go into more of like the bombshell stuff that happened in episode 2, like all of the Tabitha and Henry stuff I'm covering in that, and the Fatima eating rotten food situation, and of course the call from supposedly Thomas. So yeah, keep an eye out for that. I'll have that out later today, and I guess I'm doing another live tonight. I must be out of my mind. I must be out of my mind. That's what this show does to us. We're so obsessed we can't stop talking about it. So yeah, it's also kind of a matter of I need to find time to do this when other people aren't streaming. There are a lot of people streaming about this show.
Yeah, there's sometimes 2 or 3 people streaming all at once.
Yes, and I'm trying to.
Maybe early in the morning would be a good time.
Yeah, I am not a morning person.
Kind of a death spot before 2 p.m. if you can make it at that time.
It's funny you mentioned doing an earlier live, because I was talking to my friend in the Discord, Carly. She's, I believe she's from Manchester. That's where she lives, or that's where she's from. and she was saying like might be a good idea to do an earlier live for people overseas, make it easier for them to come. People like Dieter here, who's Dieter. I forget. I don't know. I don't remember if I asked you what country you live in, but I know you're like maybe 6 or 7 hours ahead of me, and so it's got to be difficult to try to make it to lives. And in this case, I did such a long marathon one that you actually managed to come on. I gotta stop doing
up.
What?
So the Europeans are waking up,
right? I went so
Guten
long
Morgen.
I went so long now that I'm transcending time differences. Now that Europeans are able to join, it's crazy. Every single time I do this, I don't plan on this. I swear. My first live was 6 hours. My second live was 5, and now it's 5 hours and 49 minutes. Yeah. I swear to God, it's not my intention, and it keeps happening because I'm so hooked on talking with this awesome fandom. It's just so much fun. So maybe I'll try doing an earlier live. I'll look at that as an option, like maybe something in the afternoon.
I'm just trying to figure out a time when there isn't a bunch of people.
Yes.
Because I've seen ones go from about 2 to 5, then some go from 5 to like 8, and then there's 8 to like 10.
Jeez. Of
one day it was like that.
Yeah, see, like there are more out there
like
than
Mondays.
Yeah. On Monday there's a lot, right? There's there's the movie blog and Dana and Scarlett, and usually other people join them, and there's a lot of stuff. I was going to originally do Monday nights, but when I saw too many other people streaming, I just thought, okay, well, that's not going to work. No one's going to watch. So, and I won't stream when Jeremy Ice and Fire is streaming. He's been so supportive of my channel, so I won't do that. And then Real and Tony, I'm trying to avoid their times as well.
It's hard though because there's so many people.
It's difficult. Like I might not be able to avoid everybody, but I do what I can. And it's easier to get viewers as well. Like as a courtesy to them, it's also helpful to me.
But I really haven't seen anybody at like 10 o'clock in the morning or 9 in the morning. I mean, probably because a lot of people work. So it might be an empty spot.
I am not a morning person though. You can tell that by the fact that I'm up all night. I'm usually not asleep for most of the morning. I keep strange hours. Morning wouldn't be great for me, but I could maybe try one in the afternoon, like late afternoon. I would love it if more of our overseas friends could join and make that.
I was saying in the morning that would be better for them in the morning.
It might be, yeah.
Like even 11 o'clock, 12, that would be 8-hour difference. That'd be 8 o'clock. In Europe, 8, 9.
Yeah.
And I get a whole bunch of different people.
True. That's true. Yeah, I should, or at the very least, I want to try an afternoon one and see how that goes. But I want to try and do at least, make one maybe Tuesday at 8 o'clock next week. Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern. That's what I was going to do this week. It just didn't work out. I got too busy working on a video. So now I'm doing 2 nights in a row of lives, which is kind of nuts. But I will try not to go crazy with the next one and keep it to a more reasonable amount of time. Knowing me, who knows? Garrett family. Today seems like it certainly went well today. I'll say that. I had more people. There were more people here than I've ever had today. That I think the max was like 80 something people, which was amazing. So I just can't thank everybody enough for coming and joining the live. Everybody, from beginning to end, whether they stayed for a little while or a long time in some cases. I just appreciate every single person. It's awesome. And Tony Teflon, he was very kind to send people over to my live from his. Like, that was really cool of him. So I appreciated that. And we're one big community. Like, there's no need to compete with each other. I just want to support my fellow creators, and like they've supported me, and just try to work around each other's time slots, and like, no need to compete. And even if we can't always work around everything, there's always the replay. Like, people are so hungry for from content. If you miss one live, you listen to the replay. That's what I do. So yeah, so I'm so grateful to everybody that that came out tonight and made this such an awesome conversation, and looking forward to doing the next one already in let's see how many hours.
Yeah,
not that many. So I should go get some actual sleep so I can
me too.
be fresh for that. And what was I going to say? Oh, and Friday night I'm going to be a guest on someone else's live stream, so I'm really doing a lot
Which
of live.
one?
So I found this channel I never heard of. It's YouTube actually recommended it to me. Never heard of them before, and so her name is Nadia. She covers horror series, and she does a live on Friday nights for From right now from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern. And so yeah, I'm going to be a guest on her live, and I'm looking forward to it. She seems really awesome.
You're not gonna co-host it at the same time? Because I know that two channels can do that at the same time.
Oh yeah, you mean like simulcasting?
Yeah.
I don't know, actually. That's a good point. I could see if I could do that. Maybe that would be cool. Yeah, I'm gonna look into that. But yeah, I had never heard of her channel because it's so hard to find From content because of the name of this show. It's so obscure. So
yeah. Well, it's just so common.
Right.
It's a common word.
Yeah, so I'm so glad that I found out like that YouTube recommended her to me. She seems super cool, and so yeah, that'll be fun. And all right, so I'm gonna wrap this up.
Well,
now.
here, can I say that Garrett family said drop a Discord poll about what time works?
Oh, interesting. I like that.
That's an idea.
I like that. I like that idea.
That's an idea.
Yes, that's a great idea, Garrett family. Yeah, I'll try that. And yeah, again, the link to my Discord is pinned to the top of this. Hopefully the link still works. And because they can be wonky sometimes. But yeah, so what was I gonna say? Yeah, so that keep a lookout for my part 2 of my episode 2 breakdown. Not a recap, but it's more like an analysis. It's gonna go into all the bombshells that happened in episode 2 of From, and that'll be out later today. My live should be around 9 p.m. Eastern. Hopefully I won't be late this time, but we'll see. And thank you so much, everybody, for joining. I really appreciate it. And Deviled Eggs, I love that name.
Oh, yeah.
So thank you for sticking with me all this time.
Oh, yeah.
You're awesome. I would never have expected you to stay for this many hours. So I just
I only get 4 hours of sleep, but that's worth it.
Oh my God. You didn't have to stay that long. I'm so sorry for keeping you. You should just like say, okay, I gotta sign off now. Like,
no, it's my own choice. I'll deal with the consequences.
Well, thank you so much. And all right.
I mean, you got 6 people. You got 6 people to call in. So hey, that was a panel. We got a panel going.
That was an awesome thing. Oh my God. Like, last time we didn't get a lot, so we got a really cool conversation going. That was amazing. Yeah. That was amazing. I'm definitely going to keep this call-in format and see if we can keep that kind of awesome discourse going. So that was a lot of fun. So, yeah. So, yeah. Hopefully we can get some more folks in the Discord, keep the conversation going in there too, because everyone has some awesome ideas. Thank you to everybody in the chat who made this such a great conversation. Thank you to everybody that joined the panel tonight. And yeah, so I'll see you on the next one. And until next time, keep on deep diving. Let's see what we can uncover together.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Bye.